Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors to order. And roll call, please.
Supervisor Brown.
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Here.
Supervisor Croskey.
Here.
Supervisor Hamburg.
Here.
Chair McCowan.
Here. And I would like to invite Trent Taylor to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, and I think we may have said that in perfect unison. It doesn't always happen that way. We will now go to public expression for items that are not on the agenda. I have a speaker card from Sheriff Tom Allman.
Uh-oh.
I've got a hunch where those came from.
Good morning, board. Good morning, public. This is a big day in Mendocino County. You know, it's I jokingly say that we're not the county of marijuana, we're the county of Mendocino. Because marijuana seems to be the topic of concern for every social issue we have in our county. And I just want to remind the public, we actually have some other issues. We actually have some major issues that are confronting the citizens and this government every day. And whether it's mental health, whether it's Lake Mendocino, the deplorable condition which it was and it's getting better, whether it's the road conditions, whether it's the fact that fire departments have to have barbecues to buy hose and pay for workers' compensation. There's some issues that we have to deal with. And it certainly would be wonderful on regular board days to have our boardroom filled with people who want to address social issues. Because we're not a rich county, we're a rather rural, poor county. And so as we go through today and we talk about marijuana and we talk about the ordinance and how people can make a living and how people can raise their children in our community, I hope that people understand it's not just about marijuana. It's about our county. It's about where we're going to be 20 years, 25 years from now. So yeah, these are litter picker-uppers I have for each board member. It doesn't take a lot to make our county better. We have a really damn good county. And this isn't to say that you're not doing your job or you're not picking up litter, because you are. I know all five of you, and I know all five of you well. I know you care about your communities. I know the chair, his hobby is cleaning up the Ukiah Valley, and I appreciate it because it's making our county better. But I want to go one step further and encourage you to encourage your constituents. Let's work together and let's actually have a conversation one of these days where the marijuana word doesn't even come up. Where we can have a conversation about a school PTA and a picnic and a bake sale and Girl Scout cookies. And we're not talking about marijuana because we actually have a lot of good things to talk about. So thank you for doing your service. This is not in any way derogatory. This is telling you, I know the job you're doing, and I'm just trying to help you do your job a little bit better. And that's what the Sheriff's Office does. Thank you very much.
And I will note that for anyone who doesn't know, Sheriff Allman has engaged former Sheriff Jim Tuso to have an inmate crew do a cleanup at Lake Mendocino once a week, I believe, is the timing of it. So Jude Thillman is our next speaker for items not on today's agenda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, staff, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jude Tillman, and John, you know this by now. Just to I own a dispensary and wellness center on the coast just below Fort Bragg, Dragonfly Wellness Center, to which people come for many, many hours away to get patient services, counseling, and strictly medical cannabis. I have to once again raise the question of why you're charging 5% gross tax on medical. I understand that the county council has checked to make sure it was legal to do so in light of the state's reconciliation of Prop 64 and McCursa, which does not charge tax on medical. But I ask you to look deeper into, it's not just a legal question of whether you can do it, it's a question of whether you should do it. So this is hurting our dispensary hugely. We can't make this tax burden. I've had to lay staff off, and that reduces employment, doesn't build employment. I've had to try to get secure loans to pay this tax from Wells Fargo and from the credit union in Fort Bragg, both denied, of course, because they don't grant loans to people in my particular industry. I don't get the federal tax breaks that other small businesses get. I'm facing $15,000 a year just to get both an adult use and a medical license from the state. $15,000 a year, and I have to get both. Why? Because the lessons we've learned from Colorado and Oregon and Washington, when Oregon had no distinction between medical and adult use, you had rough parity between the medical and adult use or recreational dispensaries in Oregon. As soon as the state required that the dispensaries decide, then it was a 14-to-1. This according to Dr. Christian Lay, who has cannabis clinics throughout Oregon. 14-to-1. Adult use and not medical. I just had a patient with autoimmune disease come in for counseling from Nevada. He said now that recreational's in Nevada, he walks into Nevada and there's a line out the door for the recreational, and you go right up to the counter and there's 1 or 2 people there for medical, but they're not carrying very much medical. He can't get the CBD tinctures that we have because all the money's in adult use. Don't lay this burden on us. It's killing us. We will have to close down if we cannot, or switch to entirely recreational if that's what you all want. But the medical is what we value from the producer counties. This is what we need. So I want to just end with an invitation for all of you to come to my home, which I'm late in paying my mortgage 2 months because I am putting it all into your tax coffers. Come to my home and dig up my backyard and see if I've got pots of money in my backyard. I'm just asking you to come do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, we can do without the applause. We'd like to have an even playing field for all speakers, so that'll pertain to our regular agenda item. Please give every speaker your attention and respect. Thank you. And is there anyone else to address the board on items not on today's agenda? Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. Since I'm here today, I figured I'd do 2 birds with 1 stone. And I'd like to request that the board, at a future meeting, either here in front of the full board or maybe one of the committees, invite Forest Supervisor Ann Carlson to come do a presentation to the board. It's been some time since we've heard a presentation from the Forest Service, and there's a number of things that are coming down the pike pretty immediately in terms of forest plan revisions. They're working on the Snow Mountain Wilderness area, determinations, as well as some wild and scenic plan developments for some of our Eel River sectors. So I think there's a lot going on, and it'd be really beneficial to have that report back to the county. So if I can help with that, I'm more than happy to do so. Her office is at Willows, and so I'd encourage some communication to her. I know she's been working with some of the other adjoining counties in the forest to do these reports as well. And there are quite a few people interested. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan, and I do believe we have an MOU with the Forest Service, BLM, and what occurs on those lands, and so there should be open communication, and I don't know if you want the board to consider it going to a standing committee or perhaps a full board presentation.
Well, I think unless there's any objection, we could have staff schedule a presentation to the full board on all the issues of general concern and interest.
And it also sounds like it should be sooner than later.
I'm sure staff will fold it into the earliest available agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else to address the board on items not on today's agenda?
Hello, my name is Monique Ramirez. I am aware that the current Class K ordinance is up for review and revisions are to be made. I have been in conversation with the state and discovered that our county is working to adopt a new lamp. The state anticipates its approval before the end of the year, and the man I spoke with said this is a great opportunity for the county to make changes now before it's finalized. I would like to say that composting toilets should be allowed, especially on parcels that are very isolated and in the unincorporated areas of the county. The state does not prohibit the use of compost toilets, but they do prohibit the use of pit privy or outhouse. I hope our county will work with staff to write in language that allows for the use of a compost toilet on parcels. Composting toilets are amazing, save water, and when used properly are environmentally friendly, and all the waste can break down all in a closed system. There are some great examples of these systems located at the Real Goods store in Hopland. If a person has already been approved for a Class K permit, will the new changes you will be soon to adopt apply to those new people or to the existing Class K people, or only new applicants? Please do not require sprinkler systems to be installed, especially on remote parcels with limited water supply. Every landowner, regardless of the parcel size, should have the opportunity to build his or her own home under this ordinance. Please do not impose an acreage requirement. Some people that have a 1-acre parcel may have less economic means than someone who owns 100 acres. We need more housing for people in this county, and if there are affordable ways people can build their own homes to live in, then this is a win-win for everyone in our county. Also, please remember that at the heart of the Class K ordinance is the ability for landowners to build their own home. And by signing the agreement, landowners take full responsibility of the construction of their homes, and the burden is taken off of the county. Keeping Class K easy, affordable, and safe should be the goals. Please do not model after Marin County, as was mentioned in earlier meetings. Mendocino County is unique, diverse, extremely rural, and isolated. We are not like Marin, nor should we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, anyone else for items not on today's agenda, please come forward. And is there anyone else who wants to address the board for items not on today's agenda? Then Mr. Hansberry will be our last speaker under public expression.
Thank you very much. I'm Paul Hansberry, and I'm not certain if this is out of order. It is cannabis related. But it speaks to authorities that have been given to local jurisdictions for creating licenses for nonprofits. I'm sure you've all read the governor's trailer bill, and let me find the section here. They have a section 26070.5. where they speak to the feasibility of creating a license for nonprofits. This license would be something that I've been advocating in the many times that I've been here. It's where you could create a license that would allow for cultivation, manufacturing, distribution. It would be until 2020, it would be a temporary license. While they investigate the feasibility of it on the state level. In fact, I've been very busy. I've been to Sacramento many times because this is kind of confusing. It's exciting and confusing at the same time. So I wanted to get clarity. So I've spoken at several different assemblymen and senators' office. I've spoken with the Speaker's office. And they not only allow this, they would encourage local municipalities to incorporate this and to create these type of licenses so that they could take the data and use it in their feasibility study up until 2020. There is nothing in the manufacturing ordinance on the state level that would prohibit home manufacturing. There's been a bill that was passed in 2013. It was AB 1616, which speaks to home kitchens. Home kitchens are allowed under state law. Modifying that to include cannabis products would be a very simple task, and you wouldn't have to reinvent the wheel. This would be a potential solution for a number of people who currently make medicines, make tinctures, make edibles at their own home. They're not. They don't want to divulge necessarily their recipes, and don't necessarily have the wherewithal to go and invest in an industrial parcel where they could cultivate and then take it for manufacturing. Home manufacturing is allowable under state law. The zoning is an issue that's a local issue, and for this type of license, I feel that it could be an exception could be made for that on a small scale. Now, under these laws, they would have to include on a state level, they would have to have a small cottage license as well and pay the taxes. But this gives you the ability to waive the taxes and fees for administrative fees for this license.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we will go to the consent calendar. We have one item on the consent calendar today, an appointment, and do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that appointment, I believe it's to the Albion Little River Volunteer Fire Department Board of Directors.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Second by Croskey, and we will vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. That takes us to item 5A, discussion and possible action regarding the implementation of the Mendocino County Cannabis Cultivation Program and potential revisions to the Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance. The sponsor is the Executive Office. Before we go there, we have a statement from Supervisor Hamburg, and then I'll have some brief comments.
Yes.
Supervisor Hamburg.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, I've been recusing myself from discussions around cannabis, while at the same time working with, mostly through County Council, with the Fair Political Practices Commission to try to determine if there was a point at which I could rejoin my colleagues on the board and be part of the discussions. This morning, we had a conference call with Matt Christie, attorney for the FPPC, and he gave us a verbal assurance that I will be able to participate. However, there may be specific issues that come up where I will ask to be recused. I will also be in communication as we go through our discussions with County Council, and if there is a point where she sees a problem come up, which I don't believe will happen, but if it does, then I will certainly welcome her to signal me. But Mr. Christie did feel that you know, having followed this situation and read the documents that we provided him, and looking at my particular situation, he did feel that I could participate, and there will be a written opinion corroborating that, which he is writing and will deliver to the county, to the Board of Supervisors, to our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hamburg. So for today's item, we do have a staff report, of course. We have multiple memos from multiple county officials. We have a substantial amount of public comment that has been uploaded to the county website in connection with this item. And as we go through the presentation, I would encourage everyone to clearly identify which memo is being spoken to, and you know, what portions of the memos for the benefit of the public and the board as well. So with that, I will go to CEO Carmel Angelo to introduce the item.
Thank you, Chair McCowan. And good morning, and thank you to the board for adding this meeting to your calendar today to deal with the Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance, and specifically to give direction to the staff. You'll hear today about all the work that the staff is doing to resolve some key issues in the ordinance and with our program. We hope to get direction today to bring the ordinance back, hopefully next week, for a first reading. It's important for all of us to remember that this is not the 931 program. There are new rules that govern us today and govern how we proceed today and into the future. And also, this is not a simple process. And our hope today is that the board will give direction that will help us, will help the staff simplify this process. You will also hear today that we have approximately 700 applications and 2 permits issued. Clearly, there is a problem that we need to identify and deal with. Mendocino County economy is dependent on cannabis, whether we like it or not, and whether we want to believe it or not. Cannabis is an economic driver today. So it's critical that we move through the issues and implement rules that protect the public and allow this industry to comply with the county and the state laws so that Mendocino County can thrive in this new world of cannabis legalization. We'll start today with Diane Curry, our Ag Commissioner, and then Mary Lynn Hunt will give us an update from Planning. Trent Taylor, our Code Enforcement Manager, will be speaking, and then Nash Gonzalez, our Interim Planning Director. Mike Oliphant, our Building Inspector, will give a report, along with Trey Strickland, our Environmental Health Director, and then County Counsel Matt Kadowski will go ahead and share his memo, and that will be a focal point to the staff presentation today. It's also up to this board how you would like to do public comment, if you want to do it in between or at the end of the day. This is our only item today. So just a few words on the cannabis unit before Diane Curry starts. We are working on a job description and an organizational chart. This was at the direction of the board. Some of the key functions that we do see with the cannabis unit, and basically what we are doing today without staffing the unit right now. We are working on implementing and communicating the board direction within the departments and also within the community. The cannabis unit, actually the executive office right now, while this will be a task of the cannabis unit, we are working with departments and will continue to do that to move through the issues for program implementation. We also see the cannabis unit having a function that is similar to ombudsman, where the board will get complaints and those complaints could be referred to one place, which would be the cannabis unit. Along with the 800 number, that will be managed through the cannabis unit. I think that under the direction of this board, we've put together an exemplary cannabis compliance code enforcement unit under Trent Taylor, and we hope that this overall cannabis unit can be as effective. We are looking at a public education campaign and contracting out with a local provider to do that public education campaign. Track and trace will be out of the cannabis unit. And additionally, there has been some discussion about possibly having some type of advisory committee or a subject matter expert group, and we see that being managed through the cannabis unit as well. And we're actually looking at doing something later this month of pulling together a group of subject matter experts that can assist us in some of the issues we're working on. And that's what I have to say, except that we do not have the cannabis unit written into our ordinance. We haven't seen a reason for that, but maybe as we go through the day today, there may be some areas that come up that we want to address with the cannabis unit. So with that, we will start with our Ag Commissioner, Diane Curry. Thank you.
And I can't help but interject, since you've hit one of my pet peeves, the discussion of the rather unalloyed benefits of cannabis to Mendocino County. There's quite a few countervailing factors that weigh on the other side of the scale. It's never been clear to me there's an actual net benefit if you quantify all the factors involved. That said, I agree with your point. We have to reach a balance between all the different factors for the benefit of the county and our citizens.
Thank you, Chair McCowan.
Please proceed.
I'm going to take this opportunity to stand up a little bit today. Chair McCowan, Board of Supervisors, Diane Curry, Interim Ag Commissioner. I'm going to be referring to the the charts that you have in front of you, and that basically breaks down where we are to date, actually, as of August 2nd. These were done. So we are up to, I think we're up to 673 applications that have been received. And again, as CEO Angelo said, that we only have 2 permits issued. We have another one that's pending So in the next day or so, that's been approved. I will say that we have done 101 pre-site inspections, and we also have 19 denied permits. So you can kind of see, just like I said, the biggest permit type is the mixed light. I think everybody's taking advantage of the opportunity to do different cultivation styles, and mixed light seems to be the one that offers the most flexibility for cultivators to kind of compete in this business as it is. So that's kind of what I have so far. And any questions?
Thank you, and I do have one question. Have we been tracking, or would it be relatively easy to track, the number of permits received for different land use zoning categories? So the number of permits received for agriculture, for rangeland, upland, residential, et cetera.
I would let Mary Lynn speak to that, but I think that's possible.
Because I think that would be informative to the board.
And we can certainly do that. That's easy information to get. So yes, we can bring that back to you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Supervisor Croskey.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just wondering if we are tracking, or do we have an idea as far as the ones that are denied, what the majority of those are, what they're denied for? Is there a trend, or is it just across the board different reasons?
The trend seems to be at this point either a violation with Fish and Wildlife or CAL FIRE, or the fact that the zoning is not appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
One
Supervisor Hamburg.
Yes. Diane, I think this may come up later in connection with Matt Kudrowski's memo, but do you agree that starting the application process in planning and building would be a good idea rather than starting in the ag department, in order to make some predeterminations as to whether the application could be actually taken all the way through the process?
Yes, the ag department is advocating for the application process to start at planning and building,
Okay,
so that
thank
we
you.
can get a determination on zoning and whether it's going to need just a zoning clearance or an AP or UP. And we feel that that's probably the best place to start, is at planning and building, and get some recommendation from them as to where we are on the zoning portion of the application.
Thank you. Supervisor Croskey.
Thank you. Has there been any discussion as far as the applications perhaps eventually starting with the new cannabis unit?
Not really. I mean, we haven't talked about that, but that's not totally off the table, I would assume. But yeah, we haven't talked about it starting at the cannabis unit.
Thank you. So next, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. Mary Lynn Hunt, Planning and Building Services. There is a very brief little numbers chart here as far as the number of building permits, administrative permits, and use permits that the Planning and Building Department has received to date. Building permits are strictly cannabis related, whether they're drying sheds or greenhouses. We've got 33 to date. We've issued 10 permits, and I think more have come in since the writing of this this table. Administrative permits, 30 administrative permits have been accepted. We are currently processing those. They become a high priority for our planners. Use permits, we have 1, and I think since the writing also we've received a few more, both administrative and use permits. And I'd also like to speak to Supervisor Hamburg's comment regarding if planning and building would be a good place for the process to start. And we've had a lot of discussion internally of our processing, and we are totally prepared to take on the zoning and legal determination up front. Our staff is ready to do that. So if the board direction today goes that way, we are ready to go. With that, if anyone has any questions.
Thank you, and I'm sure that when we get to Deputy County Counsel Kudrowski's memo, we'll have more discussion on the point of shifting things to planning and building. I think that idea has a lot of merit, but is worthy of a bit more discussion as well. And with that, I believe we will go to Trent Taylor.
Good morning, Chair McCowan, members of the board. Trent Taylor, Interim Manager, Code Enforcement Division in Planning and Building.
And I've just got to say, you're looking exceptionally sharp today.
Thank you. That was the intent. I wanted to keep up with you.
Did your wife help you with that?
Yes. So I don't have a lot of update from the last report that I gave the board on this, except our numbers are growing proportionately, which we're completely handling. We're getting about, on average, 14 complaints a week related to cannabis. About 30 to 40% of those are related to people in the permit process. Many of them are duplicate complaints, meaning more than one complaining party. But that only accounts for about 5% on average of the total number of applications we have. We're dealing pretty well with the 70 or so percent of people that are outside the permit process, and our first approach is always to try to get people to come into compliance, either by abating because they can't do what they want to do where they're doing it and it's very obvious, or they're just unaware of the permit process. And so we've had a couple people, well, we've had two so far. There was one at the time I wrote this report on the 4th of August that had come into the permit process because of our intervention, and that actually started before May 4th with that person. What we're finding is many of the people that aren't in the process that could be or likely could be are getting consultants or attorneys to help them, and we're starting to talk to them, and we're getting pretty good progress with those. So I expect we'll have dozens more come into the permit process because we're in talks with their consultants and their attorneys right now and giving them some time to get the paperwork together and so forth. And we monitor that pretty closely. We've been forwarding over the information about the complaints coming in related to the ag permits, and then working closely with the ag inspectors. Matter of fact, my folks are out right now, or will be a little later this morning, on a permitted or a applicant property that has some violations that are alleged from complaining parties, and they're going with the ag inspector to kind of coordinate there and work closely on that to see, because if they do get out of the program, then we'll be taking over the code enforcement aspect if necessary, meaning if they don't abate or stop what they're doing if it's not legal. We are forwarding a few of the more traditional criminal trespass situations to law enforcement, and they're working on those independent of us. Like I said, my focus has been on the abatements that we've done have been primarily residential community quality of life type of grow situations where neighborhoods are impacted and there's just no viable way for those folks to come into the program or get an exemption based on the size of their property and the setbacks and the amount of cannabis that they're growing. So with that, things are going well. I think I've been very included in a lot of this strategic discussion that's going on with the CEO and the other departments, and we spent a lot of time strategizing how to make this program better, and I'm glad to be a part of it. Any questions of me?
Thank you. I have one.
Sure.
So is the ability to issue notices of violation for applicants who are clearly not in compliance contingent on first amending the ordinance, or is there a pathway to addressing those applicants that are clearly out of compliance?
No, we could issue notice of violations and administrative citations. I've softly avoided that at this stage because we're working with ag and they're trying to get people to remediate some of their issues, and we haven't had a lot of non-success in that endeavor so far. I think that if it came to it and somebody really dug their heels in, we could come up with a solution. And Ag has the ability to do that as well. And we would help and support that. So we haven't run into the situation where an applicant has been just so adversarial that we can't get. Matter of fact, the ones that, few that I'm aware of that Diane and I talked about were such egregious violations for environmental issues that I think that had Ag not denied them, it was kind of a mutual denial. They agreed to, be out of the program because there was no path forward for them. So we're getting good compliance there, and the ones that we're getting a few people starting to dig in now that are not in the permit process, and we're dealing with those by way of administrative citation, notice of violation, et cetera. And if we have to, we'll go full on abatement from a regulatory perspective, assuming that law enforcement doesn't step in because of criminality.
And that's been a little slow rolling out, but it sounds like we may be in a position to go forward with that if it's appropriate.
I think we're pretty ready right now. We've actually issued some notice of violations already. We haven't had to issue an administrative citation yet. Some of that is real dependent on issuing those citations contemporaneous to what we're seeing. And so we got to get on these properties that are non-compliant. And we've actually had pretty good success from the code enforcement aspect, because I think that folks realize that we're coming in there to try to help the situation at first instead of, just drawing a line in the sand. And I think that that's necessary if we want this permit process to be successful.
Thank you. Supervisor Jordy.
So just briefly, I wanted to thank Trent for your responsiveness and your role of code enforcement, and especially during this time where we had a gap where there was not a code enforcement officer on the coast, and I'm glad to see that's being filled now with
Thank you.
a person in place.
And Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, Trent, how many active, kind of call them cases, do you have right now? How many specific grows are you looking at?
Oh, well, we have...
You said 14 approximately coming in a week?
There's like 35 that are in the permit program, and possibly, I had those numbers, I didn't put it in my report. It's less than 100. We have 165 complaints at the time of this report. It's up to about 170 now. But because of repetitive complaints on same locations, I statted out how many different locations, but I didn't put it in my report. So, we're probably dealing with about 100 different locations countywide.
How many, if any, of those complaints have to do with non-public roads and the use of those roads?
I don't know
the reason I bring it up is I hear a lot about it.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of places on non-public roads, and so I would say less than half. Some of them are, less than half of the complaints or the locations are, slightly less than half, I would estimate, are off of a county road, meaning they're on a private road inside of several parcels. That's like a subdivision or some kind of subdivision.
If I could just ask one follow-up.
Sure.
If your enforcement unit is knowledgeable that there's a community that has CCRs or homeowner associations, we have no ability to enforce those kinds of rules.
No.
Those are completely private and within the
Correct,
property owners.
and we deal with that a lot because some of the complaining parties ask us, well, we got CCNRs, and what we tell them is that they need to get their own counsel on that because it's a civil matter between property owners. And so we're advising them, and I've dealt with that quite a lot in my past where we had CCNRs and trying to deal with code enforcement. And it can be talked about leverage, but it's not something that we can rely on because the county can't exercise those covenants.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more, question. I'm aware of at least one situation where the applicant is said to be clearly in violation of the setbacks virtually on the property line. They grew one crop to completion and are now moving forward with another crop. So again, cases like that where there appears to be a very clear violation, are we giving folks a defined timeline to come into compliance, or do these things just drag on?
If they're not in the permit process, we give them fairly short leash timelines. I like 10 days and not more than 30. And so that's where we're at. And then we will take enforcement action. We try, like I said, we try to say, either take that down, move it, do something different. If they're in the permit process, I know that Diane, and she can speak to this as well, we've talked about it, and some people have stopped what they were doing in like a particular structure or location that's within the setbacks or some problematic violation, but they're really, the role in the ordinance for ag is to try to develop remediation with the folks. And I don't know what timelines they're necessarily setting on that, but that's all part of their inspection process. And I know that they're working on that with a number of people, including the case that you're talking about. I talked to one of the complainers this morning on that. And right now, in that situation, that structure isn't being used. We think it could be in the future. And so that person, in order to get their permit, is obviously going to have to change some methodology there, I would think.
Thank you. Supervisor Brown.
I would like to hear from the Ag Department.
Well, and I'd like to know why the 10 to 30 day window isn't ample for an applicant as well. So,
and I don't know that it's not. I'm not. We're not crossing up that closely because I'm working on 70% of non-permitted people too. So.
Right. Thank you.
No, not on. Hello. Can you hear me?
You want to come?
I'll come up there.
Are you guys done with me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, good. Diane Curry, as interim ag commissioner. The question is why we can't use the 10-day or 30-day timeline. And I think that it's not that we're not using that. We don't have any timelines. Generally, we work with the cultivators to see what they would need to do to bring things into compliance and how long they would need to do that. So with a situation like the one we're talking about, the applicants, cultivators were told that they couldn't use that building currently until they bring it up to compliance. So that building is not being used. Of course, that application, there's been no permit issued for that applicant thus far. So it's not that we don't have timelines or we couldn't put timelines, but I like it better when the cultivators and the biologists can talk about what timelines we would be using, and those can be put into the permit as conditions, or we would work with them. But having defined, we could certainly do that too.
Thank you. And my concern is for violations that are creating negative impacts for the neighbors. It just seems like correction should occur sooner rather than later. But and Supervisor Brown, did you get your question answered?
Yes, and I agree with you and your statement.
Thank you. Other comments, Supervisor Hamburg?
Yeah, I also want to thank you, Trent. And I really appreciate your responsiveness. There have been a couple of real problem areas in the 5th District, and I've urged people to get in touch with you directly. You've contacted them, but keep at it, because it's clear that we have some situations out there where people are not only not following the ordinance, but don't seem to really have much respect for their neighbors either. So that's a real concern, I think, to all of us. And to all the people who want to do this right, the people who are not doing it right are really doing them a disservice.
I agree.
So
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I believe we have Interim Planning and Building Director Nash Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Nash Gonzalez, Interim Director, Planning and Building Services. Over the last several weeks, we've had discussions before your board regarding the processing of cannabis and how the building codes address such uses and structures. Our building official has been researching this matter and is trying to come up with some innovative and creative ways that such uses can be achieved. One area that the department can explore is looking at the agricultural exemption permit, which is provided for under the County Code 18.12.010 to include drying sheds. And I know this was an issue that was brought up at the last board meeting, is how can we address this? So this portion of the county code has not been examined in over 20 years. And like many of our codes and ordinances, they're becoming outdated and they're just not keeping up with the times. And so Mr. Oliphant, our building official, is here today to present the concept of examining this chapter in the county code so that hopefully today we have direction from your board so that we can begin to examine this ordinance and look at some changes that could accommodate drying sheds and other types. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to our building official.
Thank you.
Chair McGowan, members of the board, Mike Oliphant, interim building official, and based on meetings and questions regarding the cannabis cultivation ordinance and drying sheds, the building division is proposing revisions below to the current agricultural exemption permit to include drying sheds and that meet specific standards and limitations. And I'll just go over the changes that are going to matter, and that is in item number 1. The structure is designed and constructed primarily for use in housing livestock, poultry, hay, or grain, is located on a parcel of land that is currently zoned or primarily used for agriculture and growing of plants. That was added. And we can go down to number 5. It shall not be used as a winery, sawmill, dairy, commercial greenhouse, and we added trimming and processing, and then or firewood storage area. Number 9 is new, and that statement was added to state structures over 2,000 square feet must be designed by a California licensed architect or engineer. Number 10. This is a basic code requirement that has come into effect in the building codes since the ag exempt permit was initially enacted, and that states the ground floor must be on a relatively level grade and the floor materials may be concrete, asphalt, dirt, or wood. And we added any wood material that is in contact with concrete or exposed ground, or wood joists closer than 18 inches, wood girders closer than 12 inches to the exposed ground, must be naturally durable wood or wood that is preservative treated. Next is item 12. Exiting from agricultural exempt structures shall be required as per the California Building Code Chapter 10. And Chapter 10 is where we have our exiting standards, and I took out the letter F on the original one, stating that there should be one exit for each 15,000 square feet of building area. The last one, number 13, construction of the ag exempt structure must be completed and a final inspection made within 1 year from the date of obtaining the permit from the Mendocino County Planning and Building. And the prior statement said the approved ag exempt permit is valid for 3 years. Construction of the building must be completed and a final inspection made within 3 years of the date of securing the ag exempt permit. And that's it for the revisions to the ag exempt permit.
Thank you. And I'm sure we all appreciate the work that has gone into this. I do have a number of questions. Starting last, number 13, construction of ag exempt structures. Many of them do already exist, so I wonder if it might be appropriate to say construction or permitting, or some way to factor in they may already have a structure but it needs to be permitted.
Well, that's where the 1 year comes into effect, we could definitely change that up.
Well, it's just, you know, I just want to make sure it's understood. A lot of them already exist. They simply haven't been permitted, inspected, et cetera. So I'll leave that to your discretion if any further revision is appropriate, or if it's well enough understood as it is.
I suppose if it's already built, then it wouldn't be a problem to have a final inspection made within 1 year. Is what the intent of that statement. That's why I put it there like that.
And again, it doesn't need to be revised as long as it's all understood in context. And then I think we've answered my question with regard to items 10, 11, and 12. Any number of these structures won't be in compliance as they're currently built, but they will have 1 year from applying for obtaining a permit to do the work to complete it and have the final inspection. And as long as they're in that process, that would not be grounds for denial of a cultivation permit. Is that accurate?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
Thank you. And I'd like to go back to item 1, for use in housing livestock, poultry, hay, or grain. That doesn't explicitly include other plant materials such as cannabis. So is it appropriate to add language to the effect other plant material? Or do you think that the way this is worded does clearly allow for use of these structures for cannabis?
What I did was I didn't specifically mention cannabis because I didn't want it just limited to that. That's why the structure design and constructed primarily, and I added the last statement, or growing of plants. Be it cannabis.
Well, that would have to be on a parcel.
On a parcel,
that is
yes.
currently zoned or primarily used for ag and or the growing of plants.
Mm-hmm.
So upland residential might not fit that category, although, you know, agriculture is one of the allowed uses. So I'm just, you know, I mean, my intent is to make these structures work for as many people as possible who are currently using them for the stated purpose, regardless of what zoning they might be in. And is there a way to do that?
Yeah, Mary Lynn will speak to the zoning issue.
Well, I just think maybe if we move the wording of growing of plants into the area where it says for the use of housing livestock, poultry, hay, grain, or the growing of plants, and then don't get into the zoning portion, just still zoned for agriculture. So the growing of plants would move from that section of the sentence into be included within the type of use.
I think that'll work.
And I do think that moving the phrase and or growing of plants addresses half the issue, and I would support that, and board members without objection, that we might approve that. I'm not hearing an objection.
Well,
Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, just a question. I thought we were talking about drying sheds, not growing sheds. So
yeah, this is land primarily used for agriculture.
Well, first it's the structure.
Yeah, but I thought, yeah, I thought this was really all about drying sheds. It's not.
Well, this comes from that sentence comes from the original language of the ag exempt.
Can you speak at the microphone?
Sorry, Mike. Yeah, can't hear you.
And the concern is that the language could be limiting the use of existing structures, but Supervisor Hamburg certainly raises a valid point.
Yeah, and it's quite possible we do need to change this. I didn't have ample time to really revise this. I only had a few hours to do this.
Yeah,
so
it just seems to me it should specifically mention that use.
Yes.
The use of drying.
So maybe it could say hay or grain or the drying of plants.
Right.
Rather
right.
than the growing of plants, because they're not greenhouses.
They're not, and that specifically is stated in item number 5. You're right.
Or the drying of plant
Right.
material. Is that?
Yeah. And Mr. Oliphant, since you mentioned number 5, the prohibition against trimming.
Well, before we
okay, you're not
before
done
we
with
get
one.
there, I'd like to wrap up item 1. And then this is on a parcel of land as written that is currently zoned or primarily used for agriculture and or growing of plants. So I guess zoning upland residential would fit into that, and potentially rural residential as well.
So agriculture is allowed almost in every zoning district, so
Okay.
yes. We would recommend maybe instead of using the growing of plants, that it should state plant material.
Okay, so, but this language is not limiting. Thank you for that clarification. Supervisor Hamburg, point 5.
Yeah. Okay, so we're done with 1.
Yeah,
Use
I think so.
primarily. Okay. I still have a little problem with what Chair McCowan brought up, which is many of these parcels are not primarily used for agriculture. They're primarily used as residential structures, and they may have a small garden pertinent to that. Or
Could it say zoned or used and strike primarily?
I don't like the word primarily in there personally, but
I think we need to explore that and tighten that up.
Okay.
Maybe
Yeah.
that's the discussion here, and potential revisions to this as written could come back in the afternoon, perhaps.
Okay. Yeah.
And under number 5, the trimming is specifically disallowed because
trimming and processing belongs in an F1 commercial occupancy, not in an ag exempt permit category.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Other questions of Mr. Oliphant? Thank you. With that, I believe we'll go to Environmental Health Director Trey Strickland.
Thank you, Chair McGowan and board members. There's been a lot of discussion regarding the use of portable toilets at cannabis cultivation sites. And so I wrote this memo to clarify environmental health policies regarding wastewater disposal. And this morning I'd like to better clarify the information in the memo. And I'd like to start by pointing out that the real trigger for our policies is not whether or not a building permit's required. That's definitely what the memo implies. And that's just kind of a generality. The trigger for our policy is Mendocino County Code section 16.08.015A, which states that all structures from which or in which domestic waste may be generated shall be connected to an approved sewage system approved by the County of Mendocino. So we interpret structures associated with domestic waste as referring to residences and structures associated with a business. So typically speaking, those structures would require a building permit, while structures that don't require a building permit actually don't even get referred to us and cross our desk. Ag exempt would fall into that category. So those sites, portable toilet is acceptable. So we've reviewed State Water Resources Control Board regulations and Health and Safety Code. We don't see any conflict with those regulations if the board wanted to pursue revising the county code in a manner that would allow more sites to be able to use portable toilets. We do have an existing policy where a parcel that has a residence, if they wanted to add a bedroom to their house, that we have a additional bedroom policy that would allow the construction of a new restroom, or excuse me, a new bedroom, without having any work done on the septic system. If the septic system is functioning properly, and as long as the replacement area for the leach field is sized to accommodate an additional bedroom, will allow a bedroom addition without any septic work. So this policy, we would also allow a restroom to be placed into a structure accommodating employees that could be plumbed into the existing septic system just as though it was a bedroom addition. We have alternative sizing criteria for different uses. For a bedroom in a residence, we presume 150 gallons per day wastewater generation. For employees using a toilet and sink, it's presumed 15 gallons per day. So just doing the math, we would allow a new restroom that could accommodate up to 10 employees in lieu of a bedroom addition to a house. But of course, in these scenarios, there needs to be a residence on the property with a permitted and functioning septic system. So I think that's everything I wanted to say. I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions of Mr. Strickland? Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, Trey, I just want to ask you about the part of your memo that is bolded regarding reviewing county code on portable toilets in lieu of approved septic systems. Where are we on that?
Well, I can't speak for county council, but we've reviewed State Water Resources Control Board regulations, the revised basin plan, the Health and Safety Code. There are some references to residences specifically, but that's not the issue with the cannabis cultivation site. So we're not aware of any conflicts that would emerge with any state regulations if the board were interested in considering revising the code.
To allow that use? Yeah.
Yes.
County council?
Use of portable toilets?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. So I've only had a chance to speak briefly with Trey about going over where they've reviewed and debatably who else we want to talk to with other entities. So I think we might do a little more work to confirm that there's nothing out there that we're running into trouble in doing that and report back to the board.
Well, and I think we had this discussion on July 18th that my recollection is the board supports, if the only barrier here is county code, the board supports revising county code to allow the use of portable toilets, providing they're properly serviced and,
Right.
you know, sized and serviced. And so, you know, unless there is any prohibition in the state regulations, and so far indications are there are not, I believe the board would support the change. Board members, any objection?
I agree.
So I see everyone nodding approval. And thank you, Mr. Strickland, for your memo. And before we go to Deputy County Counsel Matt Kudrowski for his memo, we will take a break. So.
That was quick.
So if everyone could please resume your seats, we are going to get started again. We are returning to session. If everyone could please take your seats. Or at least cease your individual conversations. Thank you. So now we will turn to Deputy County Counsel Matt Kudrowski, who has submitted a fairly extensive memo discussing a number of issues that have been brought forward for potential ordinance revision. And I know we haven't yet heard from the public, but board members, I wonder if in the grand scheme it might be more productive if, as Deputy County Counsel goes through the memo, we try to give preliminary direction on each point as we go, and then subject to further discussion and revision following public comment. Although I think we've got a lot of public comment that was submitted, so we're not unfamiliar with the issues, I think. So I did see one nod of approval for that approach. Any concerns about proceeding that way? Well, we have at least 3 that think that's
no, that
a way
good.
to go.
Yep, I'm for it.
Okay.
Excuse me.
So without further ado, Deputy County Counsel Matt Kudrowski.
Good morning, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. This memo, as the one that was done in July, is really meant to kind of tie several issues together. So in some issues I have proposed language, others I think we're looking for direction from the board, or I'll have looked to other staff members to assist in discussing the item. The first item in my memorandum was issues regarding the code compliance remediation plan, which is in section 10A17-100. I'm working with this with Michael McDessie in our office, trying to elaborate to a certain extent what we can do under the remediation plan. And I may look quickly over to Mr. Gonzalez and Oliphant for some clarification on what in the building world we're looking at could be allowed while a building is in the remediation plan. We're looking at different kinds of buildings that would be either, if they aren't related to it, they might be subject to one set of standards, but if they are, the buildings are related to the commercial cannabis operation, I'll look to Mr. Gonzalez and Oliphant in terms of what that would mean for use during that time frame.
The California Building Code specifically states in the administration chapter that a building or structure shall not be used or occupied until a certificate of occupancy has been issued, and that's the same thing as a final inspection. So that's coming from the building code, if that addresses your question.
So I wanted to clarify that for buildings that are in the were intended for operation as part of the cultivation operation, we can seek to get those into the remediation plan as quickly as possible and encourage people to apply for permits as quickly as possible. But under the building code, they may not be able to use those as part of their commercial operation until that permit is finalized. That's how, so we're working on trying to get as much through that process as possible. And when we get to actual language, we can bring back for a revision as part of a first reading. We'll see what how much clarity we can bring to that. But there's a certain amount of leeway we have from the building code, and we at some point may be exceeding that in terms of a commercial operation. So,
well, potentially that conflicts with the memo and the direction that we just gave with regard to drying sheds.
So I think drying sheds is a separate issue because there we're looking at simple storage of agricultural product. And when it comes to a processing shed or anything that's going beyond drying, that would be of concern. So it's those two different, they are separate aspects of the operation that we're attempting to draw a line between.
Well, the level of intensity of the use and occupancy would certainly be greater, but you know, we get back to the central point of people have existing structures that they've used in a particular manner for a particular purpose, and if they're not able to do that even on an interim basis, it puts quite a constraint on their willingness to come forward and apply for a permit or to successfully secure a permit or successfully operate. But, you know, the state code seems pretty clear, so I'm not sure where we can go with that. And maybe before we get a response, do any of my colleagues want to offer any comments to that issue? Seeing none.
But again, we do understand board direction. We understand that there are needs and desires in the cultivation community. So we are working on trying to get as much through a process now. That's why we're looking at the ag exempt as an avenue to get some structures through a process sooner, and we'll continue to work on that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Number 2, staff has been discussing just modifications to the overall application process. And the one concern we're having is over the detail of submitted site plans. So right now where staff is at on that is kind of twofold. One is doing a site plan workshop to be open for people to describe more fully what we think, I think the application packet describes and shows a site plan in some detail, but to go through that again with applicants and consultants to review those requirements. Secondarily, we're looking at making ag the first stop, planning and building the first stop in the application process. So planning and building will get a chance to review the site plan for adequacy, and if we have any questions, try and get those taken care of up front for additional detail, and this is an attempt to then not have to ask those questions once the application has been filed. So ideally, our filed applications will have the detail we're looking for and not be waiting on clarification questions back and forth to the applicant.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Nash Gonzalez, if I could go ahead and add to that, it does make sense to start with planning and building because oftentimes we can have that dialogue early on with the applicant as far as what's required in the site plan. And I'm just going to relate it to, let's say, a typical administrative permit, a use permit, a subdivision, any type of permit that comes through our office. We usually start with the site plan. And oftentimes people will come in with a concept drawing and we say, you're not there, you need to add this, you need to add that. We give them an example, and sometimes even with an example, they still don't get it right. We've even had professionals that miss things. But once we sit down with them and go over why we need the information and what type of information is needed there, it really makes our job much easier to go through that review. And again, I can't stress that that fact that by sitting down with them and talking about the expectations on the site plan early on, it really helps us do our job much better. And
I'm sure a site plan would include any structures on the property, in this case probably locations of the cannabis garden or cultivation sites. What are the other top 2 or 3 things that people tend to omit when they first submit a site plan?
So a lot of times it'll be, this is Mary Lynn Hunt, Planning and Building Services. A lot of times it's just as simple as the setbacks aren't on there and they don't have a scale, so we have no idea where anything is at, or just things that we might see on an aerial that are not showing up on their site plan. So those are all things we can look at our sit-down meeting with them. We can add it to the plot plan right there so they don't have to go away and come back. So that's our hope.
But it does need to be shown to scale so you can appropriately determine setbacks and so forth.
Well, we like them to actually put the setbacks on there for them to tell us exactly what the setback is. Mm-hmm. Scale is hard sometimes depending on the size of the property and where the buildings are located. But yes, if setbacks are on there, that's a huge help.
Yeah, so the accurate measurement of distance from property line and so forth.
Correct.
And then I'd like to clarify, because it refers to basic zoning clearance, and there's been confusion, certainly on my part, over what is zoning clearance. And I think what is proposed here is different than zoning clearance as contained in our county code. And this would be more to the, in order to get the basic zoning clearance, they would submit the accurate site plan. Planning and building would determine the zoning, the parcel size, is it a legal parcel, ownership, whether a zoning clearance is sufficient under the ordinance or whether an administrative permit or a use permit is required. And then having made those determinations, would then refer the application to Ag or the applicant to Ag to submit their application. Is that basically accurate?
That's correct.
Thank you. And then Ag would receive the application and then potentially would refer it back to planning and building.
That's correct. That's part of the referral process for them. And that's when we'll take a look. The building department will become involved, environmental health, and if there are any permits that may be required, then those would become part of the remediation plan. And we would be able to work into maybe a condition that they apply for permits within 1 year, but we would go ahead and sign. The applicant would then sign a statement stating that they would apply for these permits, and the Ag permit would be allowed to go forward without the actual permits being. And I'm talking about residences. I'm not talking about the processing or the greenhouses that are the commercial process. But you know, there's some that have, you know, they've done a lot of grading. They may have ponds that are not compliant. So those would become part of the remediation plan, that they have to bring those into compliance within that 1 year, and their Ag permit could go forward.
And potentially, if they came forward to agree to the remediation plan and apply for permits, that could be a fairly quick process.
Quick is a tough word.
Well,
I don't know if I want to use quick, but there, you know, yes,
depending
within
on
that year.
Staff capacity,
yes.
In part, and if there were no code violations, however, that would simply be a referral back to Ag.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is the application deadline. The board has provided direction to extend that to June 30th of 2018. I could have put this into a red line, but it was a very basic change, so this would be something coming back to the board as part of an ordinance change.
And the effect of this is simply to allow people more time to submit an application. However, as of the effective date of the ordinance, they are required to have an application, or potentially they could be determined to be a public nuisance.
Correct.
And subject to abatement. So it's still in people's interest to apply sooner rather than later if they think they're able to qualify for a permit, but it extends the deadline for those people that may be subject to an exemption or an exception or an overlay that we haven't yet adopted.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next item is tree removal. The staff provided direction. The board had provided direction to staff to clarify the prohibition on tree removal. It was clear of from a going forward date, but paragraph T of section 10A17-090 had language that was seemingly in conflict with that. And the first sentence of what was in paragraph T, I think, was in conflict. That was left there inadvertently. But we've tried to revise this back, I think, based on board direction, in terms of what we're doing with instances of tree removal we're seeing that were happening this year. So the issue is now clearly the first sentence is part of the red line in the staff report, that no application shall be approved which identifies or would require the removal of tree species after May 4th for the purposes of developing a cultivation site. For applications where trees are removed prior to that date, we're going to require evidence that they had a lawful ability to remove those trees. So one thing they could have gotten then obviously is a less than 3 acre conversion permit. And if we're not able to get that, then the county will deny the application. And this is looking at regular legal requirements that people needed to have had to remove trees, and if they can't meet that, that's that fairly low standard in terms of why they're removing trees for a cultivation site. That falls in line with why the board, I think, added the prohibition on tree removal. And then in addition to that, though, for operations where there were cultivation sites prior to January 1, 2016, the permit may be approved if this is keeping a lot of the language that had previously been in paragraph T. So if for pre-existing operations, and we went back to January 1st, 2016, as that's the date for prior cultivation, if they can provide evidence that the tree removal has been mitigated, then that permit could still go forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Jurdy.
So I appreciate the proposed language. I'm just not sure that it captures the issue that I was trying to raise, which was my understanding is that there could be a case where either a local fire department or CAL FIRE has requested tree removals for defensible spaces and or for dead, dying, or diseased trees. So, for example, a couple days ago, I looked at the CAL FIRE website, and right on there they talk about diseased trees should be removed. And so there are reasons having not to do with creating a new space for cultivation, but just to manage the property, that there would be a legitimate reason to remove a handful of trees. And so I just want to make sure that we're not putting people in a catch-22 bind with our ordinance.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I look at, oh gosh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines up, the bottom of that particular area, number 4. But I see unauthorized conversion of timberland. I want to reiterate again, it probably shouldn't say timberland. It probably should say resource land, because it doesn't matter if you're on forest land, ag land, rangeland, TPZ. You have to get those permits for a 3-acre conversion. Bottom line from CDF.
Through the chair, I see you're thinking that the confusion is thinking it's talking about the zoning types, and it's not intended to be talking about zoning types. I believe CAL FIRE has a definition of timberland, and that's the issue that we're trying to address, is any removal of trees that would have qualified as commercial timber pursuant to CAL FIRE prior to May 4th.
I understand, but I still think we need to be, we need to explain that better.
Yes.
It should say resource lands. I don't know if my colleagues agree with me or not, but I've seen more people get themselves in trouble with CAL FIRE, because CAL FIRE has had this on the books since the 70s for 3-acre conversions. And people have no idea that they may have soil that could produce a commercial species of timber or tree.
My
so I don't know. That's...
And we'll come back to Supervisor Jurdy's point in a moment, but perhaps in light of Supervisor Brown's comment, staff could further review this section with CAL FIRE, and then potentially adjust it if appropriate.
Correct. I can reach out to CAL FIRE, but I would certainly, we can say timberland as defined in and refer to a section in particular, so that makes it clear it's not just our zoning of timberland, it's a different definition of that term.
Sure.
And Supervisor Jurdy's, Supervisor Brown has
and
a
I just want to
follow-up.
say, seeing more people get in trouble, it's long before we ever worked on this cannabis ordinance. I think it's really important that people understand that.
And I do believe that the board voiced support for the exceptions cited by Supervisor Jurdy, and I think it would be appropriate for staff to develop language that would clarify that this is not intended to restrict clearance for defensible space or removal of dead, dying, or diseased trees.
Perfect. I think you stated it well.
Multiple permits on one parcel.
That's been historical.
For multiple permits on one parcel, the staff board provided direction to the staff to provide more information regarding how are you speaking to multiple permits on one parcel. In section 10A17070D, we had language that was certainly talking about how you're going to work with allow 2 permits on one parcel and sharing of the overall square footage. We've tried to bring into light here that with the added language that I think the real concern was over a nursery and how to fit things within that possible maximum of 22,000 square feet. So this language is intended just to clarify you can share 2 permits of different types on one parcel, but you're limited to either the larger of the 2 rows you're applying for, so say a large outdoor and a small indoor, you're sharing that 10,000 square feet. The added language is trying to clarify the same in the instance of where you have a nursery site.
And type 4 is nursery?
Correct.
So then wouldn't it, since we're limiting cultivation to the maximum permit size, and currently I think a nursery is limited to 5,000 square feet of cultivation of flowering cannabis, and yet, you know, you can otherwise grow 10,000 square feet of flowering cannabis. Wouldn't it be appropriate to limit the cultivation site to 10,000 square feet of flowering cannabis, or should it be limited to 5,000 because that's the nursery? But if they want to have a nursery plus another, you know, say a mixed light. Anyway, it seems like it's a little ambiguous the way it's stated, and what I'm trying to get at is not to allow the nursery to go 22,000 square feet to maturity. And so then would it be appropriate to limit that to 10,000 square feet on that parcel, whether it's part of the nursery operation or part of another permit type?
And can I speak to that? Diane Curry, Interim Ag Commissioner. 5,000 square feet in the nursery situation is for plants going to seed. There is a provision for growing out some plants for genetic expression, but that's up to the Ag Commissioner to determine, you know, what's appropriate for that. But as it stands, we're looking at, with those 2 types of permits, nursery and 10,000 square feet. So if you want to go to the larger permit, then you would have 10,000 square feet of flowering plant, and you would have another 12,000 of nursery stock that you would be using for sale. Does that make sense?
I think so, but so if it's strictly a nursery, it would be 5,000 square feet to be grown to seed or for genetic expression.
Right. The seed specifically 5,000 square feet. We haven't determined a square footage for genetic expression. It's kind of determinate on the nursery producer and what they think they're going to need for that.
Well, it's our ordinance, so I think it's...
No, I agree. We just haven't determined that. The way we put it into the ordinance is that it's up to the discretion of the Ag Commissioner to determine what that square footage is. Of course, if we want to change that within the ordinance, we can certainly do that.
Well, what would make sense to me, because it ought to be clear in the ordinance, would be if you're strictly a nursery, it would be up to 5,000 square feet for either seed production or genetic expression. If you apply for a second permit type on that parcel, you could go up to a total of 10,000 square feet of plants grown to maturity. Does that make sense, or other comments? Supervisor Hamburg?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm just wondering, what is the other 12,000 feet of the nursery operation?
Well, that's what I was saying. If you wanted 2 permits, so if you were getting a type 2 B, if you were getting a type 2B and a nursery permit, then you couldn't go up to the 22,000 square feet the way you wouldn't want to let people go to 22,000 square feet with flowering plants. So part of that would have to be 10,000 for the 2B permit, and then you would get less than that for the nursery license.
So instead of 22, it would be 12.
Correct.
For the nursery operation.
Right.
Even though the type 4 permit allows up to 22.
Correct, but because you're getting
But
two.
not up to 22 of flowering.
Right.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. I just need my memory refreshed on contiguous parcels under the same ownership. No person is allowed more than 2 permits regardless.
That is correct.
But a person with multiple contiguous parcels could apply for 2 permits in their own name and could lease other parcels to other applicants.
Correct.
Okay.
So I guess I'm still looking for guidance from my colleagues on the maximum square footage of plants grown to maturity in a situation where there is an application for a nursery as well as another permit type. Supervisor Croskey.
Thank you, Chairman. So I guess what I want to clarify, and I think you are too, is that regardless of having the nursery for that 12,000, none of that 12,000 can be grown to maturity so we have 10 maximum to maturity and then 12 of the nursery, but none of that nursery can go to maturity. Is that correct?
Well, that's what I think we're trying to determine. I think it's not completely clear, at least to me currently.
Well, again, if you're having a nursery license, then yes, those plants would be able to go to maturity. The intent is that you're selling those plants, obviously, or I suppose with track and trace, you could probably take those plants and move them into your operation.
Well, I think that's allowed for that for plants grown for seed production or genetic expression, they can use the flowering material. If they would have to enter it all into the track and trace system, but it could be, sold to dispensaries or any other legal use. Supervisor Jurdy.
So I'm not sure how much should go into the ordinance, but I agree in concept that if we're talking the other 12,000 square feet, it's not going to grow to maturity. I mean, I'm just visualizing going into just a conventional nursery, and you tend to buy smaller plants that you then plant in your garden, and it grows to maturity. So to me, that makes sense.
Other supervisors? Supervisor Brown? Supervisor Hamburg? Well, and we'll have, I'm sure, further public comment on this, but in my world, consistent with the original intent, if you have strictly a nursery permit, you would be limited to a total of 5,000 square feet for plants grown for seed production or genetic expression, in each case to maturity. If you applied for a second permit type in addition to the nursery, you would then be able to grow up to 10,000 square feet to maturity, either for seed production, genetic expression, or simply for production of cannabis. So that's my position I'm staking out, and we'll see where it goes when we come back to it later. The point is, the central point is, we are approving multiple permits on one parcel, and that might get into the issue of, do we want to adjust the permit fee? And frankly, I would think there would be less work for staff if you have 2 permits on 1 parcel. Many parts of the process are going to be duplicative. I could see there being a relatively low-cost administrative fee for that second permit on the same parcel. Staff maybe can review that issue and possibly even discuss it a bit over lunch and see if you have a recommendation for us later today. Point 6.
Point 6 is regarding exemption stacking, and the board provided direction to place more clear limitations on how much square footage there can be for either the personal exemption or the primary caregiver exemption. In doing so, we also made some minor changes to paragraph A just to clarify what review is needed under this ordinance. So this is now more clearly tied to not just your compliance with 10A17, but also any review under 20.242 of the Inland Zoning Code. In paragraph B, we've made some minor changes, trying to keep the changes minimal. We may bring back stronger language to make it more clear. I've talked a bit with Trent Taylor and Code Enforcement about this. To make it just, but the goal here is to clarify that there's a maximum of 100 square feet per legal parcel can be cultivated under the personal caregiver exemption, and a maximum of 200 square feet per legal parcel under the primary caregiver exemption. There's no ability for multiple patients or multiple caregivers to cultivate on one site in excess of those numbers.
I do believe this is consistent with board direction on July 18th, but I see general assent, so please proceed.
Item number 7 is about proof of prior cultivation. The language previously had simply referred to section 10A17-040, and the board provided directions looking to not just refer to that section, but say you either had to have met those setbacks in 040, which generally mirror those from the former 9.31 program, and or that they could have been in compliance with those setbacks. So the language here is now reading that the prior cultivation site shall have been or could have been in compliance with the setback requirements of paragraph A of section 10A17-040.
Comments from board members? And that, I think, simplifies the issue of proof of prior cultivation, focusing principally on could they have met the setbacks rather than all of the other provisions of 040.
Correct. Many of those have been very difficult to confirm.
Especially after the fact. So, next.
Item 8 is regarding collective agreements, and we've county has heard testimony that these are becoming very difficult to include. So what we're proposing is simply to eliminate this requirement, and we'll just replace paragraph P with the phrase intentionally omitted. For number 9, state felony requirements, we're still looking to see exactly how the county can line up with the language that's out of AUMA and the trailer bill, SB 94, to see what place we have in that process. For number 10, relocation and extinguishment of the prior cultivation site, we've heard questions as to whether the relocation provisions applied to properties not part of the sunset, and we don't believe that those provisions contain, the relocation language contains anything that limit relocation properties to those that were part of the sunset. So we have no changes recommended on that item.
And again, I think consistent with board direction. Next.
Number 11 is regarding the third-party inspector role. My memo kind of outlines a couple of issues that we're seeing with third-party inspectors, and I'll look to Diane Curry to speak more on the issue. But looking at how they're part of the process and how we have consultants who either are or are not already third-party inspectors but are definitely part of the application process, we are not necessarily seeing the need to have third-party inspectors as part of the ordinance. Whether those individuals or companies can continue to serve a role in assisting applicants, I think the answer is obviously yes. So Staff recommendation would be to eliminate third-party inspectors from the ordinance, and though this would likely require refunding of fees they had paid to apply to become third-party inspectors. And Diane, do you want to add any more to that? Mm-hmm.
I just want to say that Diane Curry, Interim Ag Commissioner, I don't have a concern with consultants per se. I've always been resistant to the idea of having those consultants in the ordinance due to the fact of conflict of interest. I think Supervisor Dirty brought this up early on in the discussion of the ordinance. And the other issue is, do applicants what we're finding is sometimes we'll maybe be talking to a cultivator, and then all of a sudden they say, well, my third-party inspector told me that I could do that. So there's this kind of conflict that's being set up as to who's the authority here as far as the ordinance goes. That's another thing we've been seeing. And, the oversight of third parties, whether or not they're qualified, that just seems like a whole nother program that, would have to be, put into the cultivation component. So, like I said, I think consultants have a place, and it's up to the consultants and the cultivators to determine what that place is. If, say you have a cultivator who's perfectly, able to do all these things without a consultant, then they should be able to do that. Otherwise, they can make arrangements with consultants if they can determine how valuable they are to their operation or not.
Thank you. Supervisor Dirty?
So for clarification, we're saying, it does seem to me that there's a role for many property owners in hiring a consultant to help them prepare an application. So we're saying that there would still be that role for the third party, maybe inspector is the wrong term, but for third party, consultants. So is that's clear? Is that what we're clarifying?
Well, I think that we wouldn't vet those. Those would just be, you'd just be a consultant. You wouldn't necessarily be a third-party inspector, because that's kind of a leftover from 9.31. So the consultants, they're doing that job anyway. So I don't know that we would have to vet them as third-party inspectors.
Supervisor.
And it may not require to have third-party inspectors to avoid this problem, but I just would be a little bit concerned if we were to get into a point where we went from 6 ag staff people to 12, because at some point this will be routine and people will be in the program for multiple years and it won't take as much time, and then we'd be in a position of needing to ramp that down over time, because it's going to take much more staff time at first than it will in future years. So I guess I'm a little nervous if we go away from the third-party inspectors, will that necessitate a later request from staff that we go from 6 to more ag commission staff that at some point we would have to let go?
Yeah, that's
Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, that's the same concern I have. It seems like 6 inspectors for 1,000 sites is definitely going to be undoable. And so I'm just wondering if, rather than hiring the additional county employees, if we are going to want to have some kind of system like this.
Well, currently, the way the third-party inspectors are used in the ordinance is they come in after a permit has been issued. Mm-hmm. And that's midpoint in the cultivation process.
And since virtually no permits have been issued,
there's not much for them to do.
But on that, again, I think the discussion has been, we're determining how many inspections need to take place. And I think that what we should be looking at is if we go out to a cultivation site and everything's, in compliance, we don't necessarily have to focus our efforts on that. Whereas, we can take, the people that need more help, just like we do with anything else that we administer in the ag programs and focus on those individuals. So we were talking about, you know, do we need those amount of inspections? How many inspections do we need? I think that kind of depends on the cultivator and their compliance history.
So the proposal again is to take the third-party inspectors out of the ordinance. However, they would still be able to function as independent consultants. And, you know, I think we'll probably hear from the public on this issue as well. But to this point, we have not, although the third-party inspectors, I think, did play an important role during the previous 931 permit program, we haven't found an effective way to utilize them with the current ordinance for a variety of reasons. Supervisor Brown.
I think our CEO has something to say, and I'd like to hear it, especially if it concerns the new cannabis division.
So, CEO Angelo.
Thank you, Chair McCowan, Supervisor Brown. I wanted to be clear, and I think that Diane did say it, the consultants have a role. They will always have a role. There's no intent not to work with the consultants. And in fact, with the cannabis unit and working with Diane, we plan on actually working closer with the consultants and pulling them into any training that we would have. Just as the first meeting that Diane had was for the third-party consultants. But I think the key point here is the way the ordinance is written, the third-party consultants do not help with this application process. I mean, they do the inspection after someone is permitted. So if you heard what Diane said, what she's talking about is actually either limiting or reducing the number of inspections going forward. The consultants most likely will always be there. We will work with the consultants. It's the third-party inspectors in the ordinance written in that staff is considering possibly as a conflict, and also they're not helping with the application process according to the ordinance. So I just wanted to be real clear that you define a consultant is here and a third-party inspector is there. It's actually, it might be the same person, but it's two different roles. And as a consultant, there absolutely is a role.
And frankly, the ordinance could be rewritten to create a more effective role for third-party inspectors, but that doesn't address the points that have been raised that I think are valid, that there's a potential for a conflict of interest because the third-party inspector is being paid by the applicant, and there could be some pressure there to issue favorable reports, and also the issue of conflicting lines of authority where the third-party inspector is interpreting the ordinance one way and our ag staff are interpreting it another way is not a good situation. So other comments on third-party inspectors at this point? So we'll probably come back to that. Enforcement issues.
Item number 12 for enforcement issues, we're looking at changes to section 10A17-140, mainly to make this a little easier to use and clarify some provisions there. If the board does determine to eliminate third-party inspectors, that would also affect this section as well. And to the extent the board has any more questions about this item or the items in paragraph 1, Mr. McNasee from the County Counsel's Office can speak to that as well. Number 13 is kind of a catch-all of additional things that, as of the writing of the memorandum, we didn't have anything to add here. But some of these have already been discussed. Like that, the first item was septic system requirements, and environmental health spoke to that. The board had also asked about any issues related to road easements and how to address those concerns that the public is voicing. And for right now, I'll say we don't have a good mechanism going forward in this kind of permit process that would provide a solution as to how those are handled. Right? We do deal with access issues in a use permit context, but then moving that from a use permit context where there's the easy ability to allow conditions to this ministerial context, which is a yes or no question, we're having difficulty finding ways to add roads to that that would be relatively easy or useful in this process.
And road easements, I know we have a fair amount of public comment, and I'm sure we'll get more, so perhaps we could defer discussion of that item until after we've heard from the public. Or are there any questions or comments now? Please go forward. Supervisor Brown.
Again, I need my memory refreshed. On enforcement issues, is there an appeal process?
Because the permit's designed to be a ministerial permit with yeses or nos, there's really, it's given or denied, and if the applicant believes that that was wrongly done by the Ag Department, then the proper method would be for a writ of mandamus to, in the court, to require the county to issue it. Anything under the same provisions or we looked at for the Dollar General appeal, if it was related to the planning determination, technically we could look at appeals of that through the process that was used under the zoning code. But for the ag permit itself, it's typically the issuance of these permits, it's a yes or no. There's not much for a superior body to make any further determinations on that in terms of what is or is not there. The permit either should be granted or it should not be granted.
Coastal zone.
Speaking briefly to this issue, Mr. Gonzalez at our last meeting spoke to it, and just to affirm what was said then, the issue with any kind of relocation from the coastal zone to the inland zone deals more with the fact that the CEQA document prepared for the ordinance specifically excluded any impacts in the coastal zone. So our concern would be that allowing any relocation from coastal to inland was not studied whatsoever in the initial study or mitigated neg deck. So at this point in time, we would say you could not relocate from coastal to inland given what was studied in the environmental document.
Supervisor Jurdy.
So we also, related to this, we're hoping that at some point the Coastal Commission will allow counties to fold their existing cultivation ordinance into the coastal zone, perhaps without amending the coastal plan. That's certainly a possibility that's been discussed with the Coastal Commission staff. And but if that does happen, I believe you're pointing to the fact that we would need to do an addendum to our CEQA document or something, as we would also need to do an addendum, I believe, to the CEQA document in order to allow people from the coastal zone to be relocated to the inland zone. So it just seems to me that for two reasons now, we've sort of flagged a reason to, at some point, proceed with an addendum to our CEQA document.
To respond, any kind of, through the chair, any kind of addendum or other review, depending on where the board does take a coastal act amendment. That being said, at least in the trailer bill, for anything that requires a future use permit, I believe that would be, that ordinance would be exempt from CEQA. So that's potential fast tracking on environmental review grounds, as long as any of the permits we're issuing would require, say in the coastal zone, a CDP. So in most cases, any kind of indoor structure in the coastal zone would require some level of environmental review. If our ordinance in the coastal zone went that direction, we would not have to have any CEQA review of that ordinance. But the issue is then Coastal Commission reviews as a separate issue. And I think we're still waiting to discuss with the Coastal Commission where they are on attempting to process Coastal Act amendments to account for cultivation.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan, and I would encourage two of my colleagues that are the representatives to the California Coastal Association. I think Supervisor Bruce Gibson, San Luis Obispo County, is the chair. I think Virginia Bass, Supervisor Humboldt County, is vice chair. But I would certainly encourage them to get this on their agenda. I'm not sure how soon they'll be meeting with Coastal Commission staff, but I really feel it's important to make sure that they have this at the top of their agenda, because I imagine every coastal county is struggling with this.
So it sounds as though there may be a potential path forward for expedited processing or allowance for coastal zone permits that are within the coastal zone, but it is not currently tenable under our ordinance to allow transfers out of the coastal zone into the inland zoning district.
Correct. There's no clear pathway here for relocation from one to the other, but secondarily, there's still other questions about any kind of process for amending the coastal zoning code to allow for cannabis cultivation.
But I think we're certainly all supportive of doing anything we can to move forward the ability to allow coastal zone permitting. And I don't see any objection to that. Provisional permits.
Before we move forward, just Diane Curry, Interim Ag Commissioner, I just want clarification. So individuals that were cultivating in the coastal zone, even if they were doing it under 9.31 urgency ordinance, they would still not be able to relocate outside the coastal zone to a new inland area.
That would
Just
be
want a
county council
clarification.
I mean, are you stating that's your understanding, or you're looking for guidance? We would.
Just clarification that that's what we're saying.
Well, county council.
Given that the issue isn't so much 9.31, but it's relocation, and so any kind of remediation of that existing 9.31 site isn't covered in this ordinance. If they want to move there to inland, I would say no.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask a
Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, Matt, is that notwithstanding the degree to which this has been? I mean, I understand from talking to staff that there are exactly 2 instances in which this has become an issue. Is that correct? That there are 2 individuals who were trying to move their operation from the coastal zone to an inland site.
I will speak to that.
Yeah.
I know of 2, but you know, we have
But there may be
almost
many more.
700 applications, and again, I don't know the individual circumstances of each of those. So there could be more that are using that as proof of prior cultivation.
And you just haven't gotten that far in processing their application?
Well, we would know. I personally just don't know that, but I mean, staff may know that. Like I said, they may have used that as proof of prior cultivation, because I don't think prior to this that we were looking at that as saying that they couldn't use that to prove proof of prior cultivation. That they were in the coastal zone if they wanted to move out to a more appropriate zoning.
Right. Okay, thanks.
So separate from the issue of transferability, you mentioned individuals who were permitted under 9.31 either in 2010-11 or 2016. And our current ordinance, you know, I think acknowledges those individuals and attempted to give them priority processing. You know, they were already in our permit program at one time. So those individuals that happen to be in the coastal zone, however, even though they may have been permitted during a time when our ordinance didn't distinguish between coastal zone and inland, without allowing them to transfer out of the coastal zone, but because they're, you know, have already been operating subject to a permit, is it possible to grant them some sort of provisional permit status, and or is that something that we also should discuss for applicants that are in our process? They've submitted their application, but we haven't been able to process them in a timely way. And yet, you know, we want people to be able to qualify to apply for state licenses. So what are the options for some sort of provisional permit?
Let me address the first part of your comment, your question first, which is 9.31 permittees on the coast. Given what we just, the explicit review of this process, which was of an inland zoning code ordinance and a ag ordinance that was tied to that inland zoning code ordinance, I don't think we have any allowance to issue any permits under that for people in the coastal zone, period. The past programs were under different systems entirely, and as of right now, I don't think there's a way to do that under this, or our current ordinances. When it comes to provisional permits, they're in this list because there wasn't time before last week to get to it, and I'd like to review the state law provisions regarding its process. I don't know how rigid that is in terms of how they'll be talking to counties once people apply for the state permit. So I'll ask for some more time to develop any more guidance on that beyond today. There's a lot of other issues we're still talking about for amendments right now.
And or could we issue a certificate of good standing, or whatever the appropriate terminology would be?
That's what I think at a minimum we'd be looking at providing or developing before December 31st, but I'd like more time to discuss that with Planning and Building and the Department of Ag.
Thank you. Supervisor Security?
So I think this brings me back to where I started, which is I think there are now two reasons why the staff needs to be prepared to do an addendum to the environmental document or some amendment to it to look at extending the analysis to include the coastal zone, because whether or not we choose to allow people to relocate from the coastal zone to inland, or whether or not the Coastal Commission does proceed with allowing counties to issue cultivation permits and other business types in the coastal zone without amending their coastal plan, which is what we've discussed with Coastal Commission staff about. They're contemplating allowing us to just roll forward the program without amending our coastal plan. And if that bears fruit and they allow that, then we will also, I believe, need to update our environmental document. And so I think would behoove us to move ahead with that sooner rather than later.
I would agree with that, and the board's previously given direction that we would support and in fact have directed engaging a consultant for the process of developing regulations for the coastal zone. And I know there's many things going on, many processes that we're all working on, but we really do want to put some priority behind the coastal zone and creating the ability for permits there.
Through the chair, just to highlight in terms of for the coastal zone, that would be beyond an addendum is my assumption, because it's just a whole different area with different requirements. But to note that, again, the trailer bill has a CEQA exemption for ordinances that would require future CEQA review. And in the coastal zone, that may be the case for many grow sites, certainly for any indoor grow sites, I would imagine. So that's a possible way to fast track that environmental analysis. But we will be reaching out to Coastal Commission staff as well to see where they are, and I think that's what they're pondering. We haven't heard anything from them of how they would handle all the coastal counties applying for LCP amendments.
Well, just finally though, we have quite a few indoor cultivation sites already. I'm not sure that they would need coastal zone permits for an existing building with an existing operation.
And that may be the case. So in that case, maybe those might end up being exempt. I'm just thinking about the CEQA process and its timeframes, and to the extent that a CDP is required. And the state law was explicit with that CEQA exemption, and it's something that may prove useful in the coastal zone.
So staff will continue to explore all those options. Director Gonzalez?
Yes, through the chair, I think the key thing is, once the Coastal Commission has given us clear direction on whether or not they're going to allow such, then I think we could proceed with the preparation of an environmental document and an ordinance or an amendment to the ordinance that covers the coastal zone. But I think until that time, there's a lot of unknowns out there. Is it going to require, like Supervisor Jurdy says, the possibility of an amendment to the LCP, and so on? So I think there's that gray area right now until such time as the Coastal Commission finally weighs in and says yes or no. So yes, staff will continue to explore that.
Thank you. Supervisor Hamburg.
Nash, is it your understanding that the Coastal Commission is going to act prior to the state enacting regulations? Are they waiting for that?
I don't know what exactly the Coastal Commission is doing on this, because I've not heard anything through the, I'll say through the state planning channels as to what they're looking at doing, whether they're waiting for the state to come out with their set of regulations, or whether the Coastal Commission is going to attach themselves to the state regulations or so on. So I think we're still a little unclear where they're going with this.
Yeah, it just seems like they're not going to want to do it county by county. Yeah. Thank you.
And the board has previously given direction to correct the zoning tables to exempt industrial parcels from minimum square footage.
My only follow-up to that is any other minor zoning changes. We're trying to identify those so we get that cleaned up as well. And zoning changes may have to go through a different amendment process than 10A17.
Even if it's considered a correction?
I'll look in to see if there's any kind of de minimis standard for that. I'm not aware of one.
Okay. Thank you. Fees for multiple permits, we've discussed a bit. Does staff have a preliminary reaction to that, or do you want to come back later? I mean, it seems logical to require a reduced fee for multiple permits on the same parcel, since a lot of the processes will be duplicative.
Chair McCowan, we have a fee hearing scheduled in a few months, and so given what direction we get from this board, we could bring back other options. I think we talked about possibly a renewal fee or a tiered fee system, so it would be the direction of this board.
Well, my direction would be to bring back the revised fees sooner rather than later and not wait several months.
We could do that. So if you would like to have that back in September or October, we could bring the fees back.
As soon as feasible, and again, maybe we'll have a little more comment from staff in the afternoon regarding the appropriateness of reduced fees for multiple permits. Next item, expansion.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, Supervisor
No
Croskey.
problem. Thank you, Chair. My only question regarding the reduced fees for multiple permits, would we be looking at the same reduced fees if they are applying simultaneously versus they later want to add on an additional one? I mean, as far as workload goes, is that different? So I think, that's not something I think you have to have an answer for at the moment. Just something when we come back with a fee schedule, adding a permit versus a simultaneous application.
Actually tying in with that same question is the next bullet point, which is expansion of existing sites in future years. I know we've had questions about asking for clarity on, can I get my permit now under proof of prior cultivation, but come in next year or the year after to expand under that. And I think if that's the direction of the board, I believe that's something that would fit in fairly reasonably well with everything else we've reviewed so far. But the ordinance isn't very clear on whether you can do that. You have to apply for everything now and go to your max, even if you're not really ready to cultivate that size. So that bullet point was added by myself to get clarification from the board on any changes to make that clear.
Well, the ordinance currently, and I believe the environmental document actually contemplated, or there was a lot of discussion by the board in regard to the environmental documents about allowing people who may have only been growing 2,500 square foot therefore that was all that was allowed on an equivalent square footage basis. But to allow them to expand up to 10,000 on the assumption that in many, if not all cases, there already would have been sufficient disturbed area to accommodate the increased size, and therefore there would be minimal potential for environmental impacts. And so if we're allowing that for someone who comes in today and applies, it would seem that we would allow it for future years as well, absent an inspection that shows there potentially would be significant impacts based on, you know, habitat disturbance or grading impacts or, you know, other significant environmental impacts that haven't already occurred.
And I think that's correct in terms of the environmental analysis. It's more of a timing or process question, and making that more explicit in the ordinance about, you know, yes, we've already talked a lot about expansion, but I think the ordinance isn't clear in terms of can they essentially reapply for either an expanded permit or essentially a new permit with wherever they're expanding. There's no assumption necessarily it was already disturbed, but it has to be in line with our ordinance requirements. So they still can't cut down trees on the expanded area, but that's why I bring this back to the fee issue, because it's going to be a whole new potential set of review for this expanded area in years future. It wouldn't be an easy, this is the same as what you've been doing, renewal.
So unless the board directs otherwise, we would see clarifying language to allow for that extension subject to the points you've made.
If the board wishes to provide that direction.
And in some cases, also the expansion would shift someone from a zoning clearance to an AP or potentially a UP.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Board members?
Supervisor Croskey.
Supervisor Croskey.
I just wanted to agree with you, Chair. I think there's no reason to, you know, force the max permit if someone wants to, you know, apply for a smaller permit in the future, pending, as you said, you know, whatever changes there are as far as inspections or zoning. But otherwise, I would agree that we modify the language to allow that future expansion.
Mm-hmm. Seeing general concurrence. Number of inspections, including the definition of cycle.
Just to introduce this item, and I'll maybe ask Ms. Curry to follow up on it. We've already talked a little bit about number of inspections per year that's stated in the ordinance. Secondarily is the definition of cycle in the ordinance, and I think this is also appearing in the tax ordinance as a separate issue. We're seeing our applications where there's essentially continuous grow, certainly for indoors, where there's certain, you know, number of plants that are at various progress in their cultivation cycle.
And the board has, I believe on July 18th, given direction, we would like to see some revisions to these conditions, and so I think we'll look forward to what what staff comes up with. Concerns regarding setback requirements?
To the extent the board wants to discuss the setback requirements, I know we're hearing some concerns from applicants about how those are applied, but and we'll see what the public comment brings on that. Generally, we're looking at our existing setback is 1,000 square feet from the property line of what I'll call a sensitive receptor, your schools, daycares, youth-oriented facilities, and that goes from that property boundary of that receptor to the cultivation site as defined.
Supervisor Brown.
I certainly would like to have a discussion about the setbacks. I noted elsewhere in this document where we talk about from structure and from property line, and I think it's important that we take another look at it.
I certainly agree, and I think if it were only our ordinance, the revision is fairly simple, because there's examples that I think we're all aware of where the sensitive receptors are more than 1,000 feet from the cultivation site, and yet the property boundary is not 1,000 feet from the cultivation site or the sensitive receptor. And unfortunately, the language, as I understand it, the language in state law specifies the measurement is from property line to property line. So, you know, Deputy County Counsel?
To follow up on that, while the state does have 600 feet from property line to property line, it does allow, this is one of the few instances you'll ever see where the state allows for a lesser standard by local governments. We've spoken with other councils about this to confirm this, because this is not normal, but our setback is allowable under state law, and we can modify that if we desire.
Correct. We can be more restrictive. I wasn't aware that we could be less restrictive.
This would be one of the rare circumstances where that's possible. And technically ours, as it stands, could be considered less restrictive in certain circumstances, but under our review, this is one of the few circumstances where, yes, we can allow for our existing setback or modify it further.
We can modify our setbacks. I don't know that we can modify them below the standard set by the state, but if there's language to that effect, please provide that to us in the afternoon. County Counsel.
Just to clarify, this was information, we've been looking into this and looking at the state regs. It was not clear. We looked at the administrative intent. We spoke to some of the persons that have been involved in writing this language, and I wanted to do a further follow-up call on that, but it does appear that we can, in fact, make ours less restrictive, which we were surprised by that. So we're looking into it.
And also, I do believe there may be a potential for 2018 to make ours less restrictive, because it may be that the state requirements apply to people applying for licenses in 2018 or later. So for 2017, we could potentially revise our ordinance. So again, further research is appreciated. Supervisors Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan, and yes, we are at the end of our bullets, but I certainly want an update on the overlay zone and where that's at in the process and who's involved.
So the overlay zone process, I believe, is in negotiation with the preferred proposer, and I don't know the timeline to finalize that. CEO Angelo.
Yeah, that's Chair McCowan, Supervisor Brown, that's right. There was extensive review on the statement of work that has been done, and I believe that between my office and Mr. Gonzalez, we will be sending a draft contract out to our the successful proposer within days. So we should be able to finalize that soon.
So there's no bumps in the road? Or?
There aren't any more. Okay. Thank you.
And would that revised scope include development of a process for exclusion zones as well as for the relaxing of the standards?
If I can, through the chair, those are some of the issues that we are putting into the revised scope so that the proposer has that ahead of time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. With that, any further comments from the board? Supervisor Croskey.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure that we are going to come back and make some final direction on things such as the road easements, and I don't think we gave direction on third-party inspector roles. Those will come back after public comment, and I'm not sure if there's anything else that County Council or Ag would like further direction on. I just would like to see this ordinance come back sooner rather than later for our first read so we can really move forward with this.
I certainly agree, and you're correct on the items you've noted, and I think there may be others we may, and of course we can also revise the direction we've given to this point if we think it's appropriate. Timing, on July 18th, I believe it was actually the direction of the board to return with ordinance revisions at this meeting, and of course we're still further refining what board direction is. based on direction today, when do we expect to see a revised ordinance?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I think I'll probably withhold a final statement on that for the end of the day, and seeing exactly how much more we're looking at doing. Certainly, the memo has a lot of changes already in red line, so those can be put into an ordinance reasonably quickly. If we start doing a lot of other changes that require direction for today, for potentially the first time, that could get more complicated and certainly would not be possible by next week to get things for first reading on the 15th. And then I'd look to the CEOs for any further statements on other meeting dates we could look to.
But potentially, if the board doesn't direct complicated or extensive changes beyond what we've discussed thus far, we could have a first reading on August 15th?
Correct.
Thank you. With that, we will go to public comment, and I probably have a big stack of cards. In the order in which these have been handed to me, Rio Pally, followed by Ted Lease. Is Rio present? Ted Lease.
Is there an overflow?
Overflow? Yeah, there is an overflow, so if you're in overflow and you hear your name called, please come forward and let me know you're present. So Rio Pally, Ted Lease, please come forward, followed by Monique Ramirez.
How's it going? My name's Ted Lease. I live in Covelo, and I've just got a couple of questions to propose to you. I really don't understand why we're not embracing the cottage license more here in Mendocino County. Despite what some people might think, cannabis is the driving economic force in this county, and it has been for a long time. And you take that away, the supplemental income from these families and like my friends and all these people around here, and you're not going to just see crime. I mean, you're going to take this county out. This place is going to, you think crime's bad now in Covelo? Take this away. And also, I don't understand this zoning changes. You're effectively cutting people's property values in half, things that they've been working on. I mean, I don't get it. I don't see really any explanation for it. We're a rural county. People came here and settled this with the Back to the Land movement, and we're trying to be some suburb of San Francisco. I don't think that flies. And I really think that you need to start paying attention to what the people that run this county, we drive this county's economy. There's no doubt about it. And if you think so, then you're smoking too much weed. And, lastly, what I really don't understand is you can make comments on people's attire, but we're not allowed to clap for people that we agree with. I mean, come on. But you guys are going to bury this county if you don't do the right thing. You're going to bury this economy, and it's not going to be the next Marin County. We're not Marin County. We're Mendocino County. We're a worldwide recognized brand that all of us that have been growing weed in this county for the last 30 years have done. It's something that we can embrace. The rest of California, all these other counties are embracing this thing wholeheartedly, yet the largest we can go is what state of California considers a small garden. It doesn't make sense. Do the right thing, please.
Thank you. Monique Ramirez, followed by Gus Stout.
Chair McCowan?
Yes.
To this gentleman and the clapping after, it is against our policies and procedures, protocol. If you agree with somebody, put your hands up and wave, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown.
Hello, Monique Ramirez, 3rd District resident in Covelo. Earlier today, it was stated that agriculture is allowed on essentially all parcels. So then there should be no zoning restrictions on cultivating cannabis since you are classifying cannabis as agriculture. This makes no sense, you guys. And if the goal of this ordinance is to bring farmers into this program, then zoning restrictions need to be revised. Otherwise, places such as Covelo will be left in the dust. If you will not change zoning requirements, then at the very least provide some sort of overlay, administrative review, or exemption for Covelo because the majority of our community will not be eligible for permit otherwise. I'd also just like to say that I did send all of you guys an email over the weekend with bullet points on other parts of the revisions to the ordinance that I'm suggesting. One of them is about providing language in the ordinance to allow farmers to trim their product on site this harvest season, as well as to transport to dispensing facilities. Otherwise, how will farmers get their product to market at the end of this season? The harvesting, curing, and trimming are very crucial components to cultivating, and we need language in the ordinance that covers these important stages of the cannabis development. Cultivation is only one part of this equation, and I understand we need to have commercial buildings for processing, but are we going to be able to get that in place before the end of this harvest season? So provide some special permit for right now, and then going forward we could have a commercial permit for that. Number 2, dissolve the current track and trace program because it will not be compatible with the vendor the state has chosen. Why did you guys spend our tax dollars on a vendor that is not even compatible with the state? Does Fish and Wildlife and CAL FIRE offer remediation plans for those who may have had violations? I heard that you disqualified permit applicants because of violations. Well, were there anything that they could do to correct them? Let's see. Also, taxes. Cultivators should only pay tax on goods sold, and the tax should be due 1 year from the date the permit is officially approved and due on a quarterly basis. And I have more to say, but I'm going to run out of time. Thank you for all of your dedication, your hours, everything. The people here are going to speak to you and provide their input, and I'm really glad that you guys give us this platform to say what we want because we are this community, and you are elected officials, and you represent us, the people. So thank you.
Thank
and
you.
Covelo's representing hard today, and we drove really far to be here, so thank you.
Thank you. And a second career as a public spokesperson, I would say. So Gus Stout, followed by Leslie Hines.
Hello. My name is Gus Stout. I live in the Covelo and surrounding areas, District 3. Please provide an overlay administrative review process or some sort of exemption for Covelo, just as you've offered for the coastal region. Otherwise, the current zoning restrictions will wipe out the majority of our farmers in Covelo. We need representation, and I'd also like to say that I believe that the indigenous people of Mendocino County and California deserve the right to grow cannabis.
Thank you. Leslie Hines, followed by Kathy Janes.
Hello, I'm Leslie Hines, and I'm a resident of Dos Rios.
You can just pull down the mic.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Dos Rios and also a member of the Round Valleys Growers Association. We're a 50-member group, and all of us are applying for these permits. And I'd like to say I would like to see a way to get refunds for certain items that are being changed. For example, not having 2 permits on 1 parcel because we've already paid for our permit. We've got a bill in the mail and we sent it in because we're trying to expedite our application. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Janes, followed by Joe Gotthelf.
Okay. Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Kathy Janes. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Rancho Navarro Association, a subdivision near the town of Navarro. Rancho Navarro consists of 135 separate parcels which have at least 150 full-time residents. I come before the board in support of adoption of a zoning overlay allowing discretion on permitting cannabis cultivation on recognized and definable areas of the county, such as a subdivision with CC&Rs and a defined boundary. Our subdivision, Rancho Navarro, near the town of Navarro, is currently experiencing an unwanted expansion of commercial cannabis cultivation. We feel that this is in part due to the county ordinance related to cannabis that allows commercial cultivation on residential parcels of 10 acres or greater, even without a legal residence. Our subdivision consists of 10-acre parcels in a relatively remote area. Thus, many growers have flocked to our residential neighborhood for the sole purpose of cultivating cannabis. Most of these large commercial grows are operated by absentee landlords who do not live in the community and are not involved with managing our homeowners association. This creates a lot of transient traffic, unwanted noise, environmental destruction, and heavy impacts to our road network and shared water resources. Our board has met numerous times to discuss this issue and feels that the county regulations related to cannabis contradict our desire for our subdivision to be first and foremost a residential neighborhood, as specified in our CC&Rs. We would prefer not to allow large commercial cannabis operations in our community because such operations violate the provisions of our CC&Rs that all parcels are restricted to residential and recreational use. We appreciate the response we have seen so far from county staff and the resource agencies regarding our previous specific complaints. Moving forward, we feel that addressing this issue via a zoning overlay would allow for a more permanent solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Joe Gotthelf, followed by Aaron Niederost.
Hello, everybody. Joe Gotthelf from District 3. I live in Covelo, along with a lot of people here who you will hear from today. I want to speak about the possibility of overlay, exclusion, and exemption from a lot of the things that have been applied across the board to all of our districts that are obviously very different in our needs. I think the way Supervisor Jurdy handled his responsibilities is exemplary in terms of the fact that he had different needs than downtown Ukiah. Covelo is the same, and I speak to you especially, Croskey, about our need for you to represent us properly. You come to us in the 11th hour of this. We have been unrepresented. We are being forced into areas that do not fit our needs. We are circular pegs going into square holes, and you will destroy those pegs trying to smash us into these holes which we do not fit. We have a lot of zoning that is going to be deemed useless in terms of cannabis cultivation because of these ordinances. I think we have a different amount of those zones than a lot of the places that this won't affect, like Ukiah. So I think we really need to look at that in terms of our need for exclusion and exemption from a lot of these things that are being applied to everybody across the board. To repeat what has been said already, if you look at a lot of our neighboring counties that are working with the cultivators, they are doing great. Their real estate prices are skyrocketing. They are going to do fantastic. We are not. If these zones that a lot of them fall in District 3 become useless in terms of cannabis cultivation, which again, you can deny that it is a driving force in this economy, but you are fooling yourself. You will push these people into the black market, families will go to jail, or you will just push, if the people don't go into the black market, they will have to sell to somebody who will go to the black market, sell their land for cheap to people who you really don't want here cultivating. Or they'll just wind up moving to other counties. Counties like Humboldt and Trinity around us that are working with the cultivators to make it positive for everybody. They're gonna benefit from this. And I would hate to see them benefiting from it even more so by receiving members of this county who will then go there and bolster their economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Niederost, followed by Christine Ross.
Thank you, Supervisor McCowan, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome Mr. Supervisor Hamburg to the discussion. It's glad to see you here. As our supervisor for our district, I'm Aaron Niederost, representing the Woody Glen Lane Boonville Road subdivision, if you want to call it that area. Many of the members are here today. Many more are not here, but are represented by those that are here. Wanted to make a couple of quick points. We respectfully request that the board consider the following 4 points to immediately revise the current ordinance so that it allows cultivation within reasonable parameters for growers and does not adversely affect the health, safety, welfare, and cultural fabric of existing neighborhoods. Those 4 points are the following. We ask for your support with number 1, an opt-out provision for commercial growing in neighborhoods with majority opposition to commercial cultivation, and conversely, an opt-in that many people have discussed already. Number 2, we would like your support for a good neighbor provision. I think Supervisor Jurdy called it a good neighbor provision, where new commercial growing applications that cross other parcels and negatively impact them would require a use permit, a variance, or some other approval mechanism. For example, new commercial operations that have negative impacts to private roads, bridges, etc., are currently allowed to continue degrading the infrastructure without consideration for the rights of the owners of properties they cross. Point number 3, attempted transfers from the coastal zone shall be excluded from the ordinance. We ask for your support in that, and it sounds like Mr. Kudrowski has also given direction on that as of today. So I'm going to skip past that one. And 4, lastly, and very simply, we would submit that cultivation applications to the Ag Department should not tie hands of code enforcement to act violations. In other words, if something is submitted, great, but please don't tie the hands of the code enforcement officers that are trying to address violations that are egregious especially. And to us, these 4 points are really about the primary purpose of government, which is to protect the health, safety, welfare, and quality of life of its citizens. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Christine Ross, followed by Ron Edwards.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. My name is Christine Ross. I originally started paying attention to the new ordinances due to living in close proximity to the Woody Glen neighborhood. Our property is on Shepherd Lane off of Boonville Road and overlooks the large grove that we are discussing. I have separate concerns, though, regarding our own property. There are 4 parcels that have easements to pass directly by our house. I'm very concerned about increased traffic if any of these property owners decide to start a grow on that portion of their parcel. I strongly encourage reviewing the impact on neighbors before issuing a permit if an easement is involved. I couldn't imagine having employees of a commercial grow passing through our property multiple times a day while my children are outside playing. I believe that any property owner affected by an easement should have the opportunity for input prior to permit issuance. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Edwards.
Good afternoon, Board. I've been following the track and trace issue, and I just received this morning an email from CDFA regarding track and trace from Madrell Hall. And it states that they're actually looking for our input on how many estimated track and trace participants we'll have. They'll also make the information available to Board of Supervisors, any state, local, county agency that requires that. So that would seem to cover all the requirements that we were looking for in a local track and trace, and therefore the state one would do that, keeping the fees down, saving us, although we've already contracted, I don't know how we can get that money back, but I forwarded this email to CEO Angelo. The question is on the proposal, when we're doing the overlay, who is this? What is the process? Are we going to be having another situation with track and trace to where there's direction, it's murky, and then it comes back? It would be nice to know how that procedure works. I don't know. I'm learning more about county government as we go along, but who these proposals are, who they will be doing it, what input they'll be taking, which leads me to an advisory board would be extremely helpful in this situation. The other one touching on the nurseries. I have had ag out to my nursery. I think there's a real misunderstanding. Supervisor Jurdy said he goes and buys a small plant. Well, people buy plants at all sizes. I am still selling plants now as restriction on pesticides. If people have mite problems, they need replacements. They need to have product. So I am selling plants at all stages from starts to pre-flowering and into that, and I anticipate that I'll be selling plants right into September possibly as people need replacements. So I'd be glad to provide more information on that, the operation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And since you are a nursery person, do you have an opinion on what I suggested earlier regarding 5,000 for flowering, if you're for any purpose, if you're strictly a nursery, 10,000 for flowering, if you're nursery plus another permit type?
As a nursery, it's really very competitive right now. And so we're needing the space. I am myself doing the 10,000 just so that I'll have the ability to check different phenotypes, to be able to send those in at the end of the year for testing. For example, I will start 50 seeds of a strain.
But is 10,000 to maturity, in your opinion, a reasonable
Yes.
allowance?
Yes.
Thank you. We have time maybe for two more, and these are companion speakers, Barbara McLean and Gail Johnson.
Hello, I'm Barbara McLean, and I'll be reading from a letter submitted to you from the Ukiah area rural residential concerned neighbors. We want to start again by acknowledging and thanking all of you for your hard work and thoughtfulness and everything that has gone into adopting common sense regulations that balance the interest of cannabis growers and the interest of neighbors and the environment. We believe we are close to a set of regulations that work for the majority of our citizens, both those who choose to cultivate cannabis and those who do not. I'll be reading from the first of these points that were in the letter submitted. Exclusion zone and the overlay process. The board previously gave direction in July to allow both an opt-in and an opt-out. We strongly encourage that the board continue to support this process. Most of Deerwood, one of the areas that has been under discussion before, has zoning protection for commercial cannabis production based on previous board direction. Thank you for that. However, the back end of Deerwood includes some parcels 5 acres or bigger. Because there is only one road in and one road out, any traffic going to the back area of Deerwood goes through it all, which means residents are still subjected to the impacts of commercial cannabis activity, which you have heard about: increased traffic, speeding violations, speeding vehicles, heavy trucks. We believe that neighborhoods deserve the right to opt out of commercial cannabis activity. They need the ability to have protection, which isn't always provided by zoning. We are not opposed to commercial cannabis cultivation in appropriate areas and respect the ability of neighborhoods to opt in who desire that, such as Laytonville. Please continue to support our peace, safety, and quality of life by allowing neighborhoods to opt out of commercial cannabis cultivation production, regardless of the zoning in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Gail Johnson.
Hi, Gail Johnson. Point 2, no permit transfers from the coastal zone to inland Mendocino. The coastal zone is not yet part of the Mendocino County Cannabis Ordinance due to special coastal zoning requirements. Coastal cannabis cultivation is not addressed in the CEQA initial study for this ordinance. The impacts of this weren't analyzed in the initial study and are not included in the mitigated negative declaration. Allowing transfers that were not analyzed or mitigated undermines the validity of the CEQA documents in the existing ordinance and could set us back to ground zero, a place we don't think any of us want to go. Point 3. Enforcement of non-compliant grows should not take a back seat because of the county's slow permit process. Code enforcement should not turn a blind eye on violators. We need enforcement now on violators. Applicants who are in blatant violation of the ordinance should not be given a pass due to a slow permit process. The board has recognized from the beginning that without enforcement, the ordinance does not work. Growers in clear violation of the setbacks or the square footage limit should be given strict deadlines to come into compliance or cease operations. Please allow code enforcement to do their job. In conclusion, number 1, we strongly encourage the board to confirm the direction you gave in July to allow the zoning exclusions or overlays for neighborhoods wanting to opt out of commercial cannabis cultivation. 2, we encourage you to support the validity of the CEQA documents by not allowing coastal zone transfers that have not been analyzed or mitigated. 3, finally, we encourage you to uphold the integrity of the ordinance by allowing for timely code enforcement of ordinance violations. And thank you for all of your effort and attention to this serious matter. And it's signed the Ukiah Area Rural Residential Concerned Neighbors, and you have signatures on the email.
Thank you. The board will break for lunch. When we return, the first speakers will be Rio Pally, Jane Futcher, Charles Sargenti. Thank you all for your patience, and see you at 1:30. Yes? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are returning to open session, and my first announcement is that there is a Doberman mix dog tied up out front, and you need to respond immediately. And
I can move her. I mean, she seems really happy.
well, you need to go take care of your dog, and I think Mr. Woodruff is out there, so thank you. And also, we have 2 additional documents provided by staff, and maybe I would just ask staff to briefly characterize those documents, and I believe copies are available in the back of the room, as well as uploaded. Oh, there's only 2. There's only 2 extra copies, I'm sorry. But, so if staff could just briefly describe the new documents.
Members of the board, Mike Oliphant, interim building official. Mary Lynn Hunt was kind enough to compile this for me. And basically, it lists at top, this is item number 1 on the proposed revisions for the ag exempt permit. And item number 1 in its current language for ag exempt permit. And the revised proposed language for agricultural exemption permit is as stated. The structure is designed and constructed primarily for use in housing livestock, poultry, hay, grain, or other plant material, and is located on a parcel of land that is currently zoned for agriculture or an agriculture operation is occurring on site.
Thank you for that update. And then to the zoning chart.
Yes, Diane Curry, interim ag commissioner. Jennifer put this together over lunch. I think we were asked about how many permits in each zoning district, so she was able to put this together for you to see.
And so these are available on the website as well?
They can be.
Yeah.
She pulled these numbers out of the Track-It system that's
right.
utilized by us in planning and building.
And these are both responsive to board requests in the morning, so thank you, staff, for that. And with that, we will resume public comment. We do have quite a stack of speaker forms, so I encourage people to please stay within the 3 minutes, or it's perfectly acceptable to use less than the full 3 minutes if you've made your point. So Rio Pally, if he's present, followed by Jane Futcher. And please state your name for the record.
Thank you. My name is Rio Pally. I'm coming from Covelo. I want to say good afternoon to the board and to the public. Round Valley and its surrounding area is a very unique place in the county. I wanted to share we're off the beaten path with essentially one road in and out. Being the most rural town in the county, there's a very limited amount of jobs and business happening, housing and accessibility. That being said, farming and ranching has become the backbone of our community. With current regulations in the ordinance, it will displace many farmers in Covelo due to the strict drilling restrictions that happen. What has become more of a thriving community in the last 10 years could become a ghost town. And it's my concern that this ordinance doesn't work for the people of Round Valley. We request that the overlay process be applied and that the administration review exemptions for our area. Covelo cannot be forgotten or left behind. A large percentage of the cannabis cultivators in this county are in Mendocino, are in Covelo area. This program now, as it applies, doesn't really suit our needs. I think Covelo is a very ideal area for the cannabis culture destinations that will be coming in the years to come. I want to think of Covelo as Canna Tour, cannabis tour, and the pure mountain valley air is provided something special. We don't have the toxic residue of other industries in Anderson Valley and other areas of the county. So when it comes time to exemplify what cannabis as a medicine and all of its uses, Covelo is a place that has the history and the product that's best. So what I'm asking is for you guys to consider these more rural areas and what we've created there, and to preserve that and not just make way for large businesses to come and take over, and not to consider Ukiah as a model for what we're doing, but to consider the whole county. Something that really strikes me is, as a youth, the ruralness of this county has been protected by my parents and by other activists who really stood up and stopped development and overgrazing and overlogging. And here, it feels like we're catering to larger businesses. And I want to see small businesses protected. I want to see families that have raised up on this protected. And I understand there's a real issue of people coming in now and wanting to make this a get-rich-quick sort of thing. And I'm glad that you guys are working hard to stop that behavior. But I want to also see protected the moms and pops that created this thing and that fuel the county. If Covelo can be a destination, I want to ask you guys, what can we do to make that happen? We're very motivated in Covelo. We will make that happen. Please keep us in mind.
Thank you. And I would like to say we've heard from a number of speakers from Covelo, and a quick glance, we're going to see quite a few more speakers from Covelo. Mr. Pally, I think, was very eloquent in expressing a concern similar to many that I've heard. So to save a little time so the board will have time to deliberate, it's just a suggestion, but you might consider, if those were your comments, that, you know, I support the comments regarding the need for Covelo to have an overlay zone and protection for small local growers and our local economy and culture. And, you know, because hearing the 3-minute version of that 30 times won't be more effective than hearing the 30-second version 30 times. So just a suggestion. With that, Jane Futcher, followed by Charles Sargenti.
Hi, Jane Futcher. I live 7 miles south of Laytonville. And as I mentioned at another meeting, my partner and I are not in the program. We decided not to apply. And one of the reasons we didn't apply, or one of the reasons the decision was so difficult, was that we live in rangeland. And after this year, as the ordinance is written, rangeland does not qualify for new permits. I'm not sure, and this is something maybe you can tell me, if the June 1st 2018 deadline extends to rangeland. But in any case, I wanted to just quote from a letter that Jed Davis wrote to you that's in the board packet on rangeland. And this is what he said, and I agree with a lot of it. It makes no sense that cannabis is the only plant that cannot be grown on parcels in which the permitted uses for their zoning designation is row crops, orchard crops, general agriculture, propagation, and animal husbandry. It makes even less sense that the reason stated for this restriction is land preservation, when 1/4 of an acre is the maximum size grow being permitted for cannabis. Orchards, vineyards, row crops, and grazing animals use large amounts of acreage. To say a cannabis grower is destroying the land when they are using only 1/4 of an acre seems ludicrous and prejudicial. A large portion of our county is zoned rangeland. Many growers have purchased and moved on to rangeland parcels due to their reclusiveness and privacy in order to grow cannabis without bothering others, which I should say is not why I moved there. But anyway, I am on rangeland. To say that if they discontinue their growing in the future, their property can never be grown on again, you have taken people who purposefully located themselves away from others in order not to interfere with others and made it impossible for them to sell their property for comparable value, since they can't sell the primary use of the property with the property. This will lead to a reduction in property values and tax revenues for the county, as well as potential lawsuits from property owners who have realized that their earning potential and property values are both diminished. So I don't see rangeland as one of the issues that you all are reconsidering for the ordinance, so I gather you're sticking with that. But I think it's a mistake, and it hurts hurts a lot of us. I also just want to respond to something Sheriff Tom Allman said, which is he hopes that a crowd this big will come for other issues. And I want to say that I don't consider myself a single issue person, and that particularly on the subject of better mental health services in this county, which I think are extremely important. I hope everyone in this room, raise your hand if you'll stand up for mental health services. Okay, we're on, and we're not just single issue, but this is our livelihood you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Sargenti, followed by Ruby Head. And the extension of the application deadline applies to everyone who is otherwise eligible, I believe.
Good afternoon, members of the board and staff and public. My name is Charles Sargenti. I'm a small farmer from Covelo. I'm here today on my own behalf and also as a representative of the Small Farmers Association, of which I'm a member. After the 931 program last year, I think many of us were lulled into a false sense of security. Although there were some problems with the program, overall it seemed fair and equitable, and so most of us assumed the new ordinance was just a matter of tweaking some things. It's now become apparent there are numerous daunting issues with this new ordinance that didn't exist in the emergency ordinance. For this reason, some of us are a little late to the party, but honestly, this party really should just now be getting seriously underway. There are so many issues of such great import and complexity that it's going to take more time, energy, and involvement by all stakeholders to do it right than anyone might have imagined a year ago. At the board meeting last July 18th, Supervisor Croskey indicated that she was in favor of bringing in as many of the county farmers who wanted to be compliant as possible. This was in the context of a discussion about allowing more time for commercial building and ADA compliance. At that moment, she was voicing an idea that presumably is in the back of everyone's head. The more growers in the program, the better. I think we're all aware of the benefits: better use of law enforcement resources, increased revenue to the county, restoration and protection of the environment, jobs and other economic benefits to the community, etc. However, this idea that the more growers in the program, the better, has not, to my knowledge, been explicitly articulated as an operative guiding principle for the rulemaking that's going on here. I think it should be. I think it should be used as a sort of litmus test every time an issue comes up. I think the question should be asked, is this proposed rule going to help or hinder the goal of getting more growers into compliance? If it's going to hinder, then the next question should be, what can we do to mitigate that? Without going into details due to lack of time, I will say that implementation of this principle needs to be built into the system. One way to do this is through an advisory committee comprised of representatives of all stakeholders reporting directly to the board. So to recap, I'm suggesting the board explicitly adopt as a guiding principle the idea that the more farmers that are brought into compliance, the better, and implement this principle by asking, is this rule going to help or hinder that goal? And if it's going to hinder, what can we do about it?
Thank you. And I do believe it's the intent of the board to bring as many growers who can be legally compliant as possible into the system. So Ruby Head, followed by Amanda Ryman.
Greetings. Thank you all for hearing us today. My name's Ruby Head. I am a resident of Round Valley, District 3, Covelo, California. We are speaking of cannabis today, not the PTA as Tom Allman suggested we should, because it threatens a way of life for us and our community. I'll remind you all that when the Grist Creek open pit gravel mine was up, we all came out en masse to protect our clean air, water, peace, and land. I'm here today to stand in solidarity with the members of our community. Our isolated rural community has been underrepresented. And we are counting on you, Ms. Crossley. Over the last 10 years, I've watched Covelo grow from a dusting one-horse town to a bustling, vibrant community. We have multiple new businesses, an amazing library and commons, a newly remodeled grocery store, and so much more. Surprisingly, we don't have wineries or tourism to rely on. Please provide an overlay administrative review process or exemption for Covelo and District 3. If we lose our small farmers due to costly and prohibitive ordinances and zoning, we're going to lose the vibrant diversity and economic abundance our small town now enjoys. If you do not provide this overlay or administrative review process, you risk welcoming another dangerous era of cartel, black market destruction, and chaos. We've been there before. So thank you all for your time and dedication to represent the people of Mendocino County. In conclusion, I urge you to remember that this is our ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Ryman, followed by Joe Tolgren.
Hello, I'm Amanda Ryman. I'm a resident of Redwood Valley, and I work with Flocana. And I'm here today as a farmer advocate. So I first want to really give thanks to everyone in this room, even though I can't address part of you, for all the work that you've done on this so far. I know that it's taken a lot. I know that it can be overwhelming. I've seen other cities and counties struggle with this over the past 15 years. And so you're moving forward, and I think that's important. I was very heartened to read some of the changes and recommends from County Council, because I think it directly spoke to what I've heard the public say they need in order to move forward. So I just want to get to the point and offer just a few suggestions to perhaps move things even faster in a way that's still mindful. So I really like the idea of meeting with building and planning first and kind of establishing whether this is something that should even move forward at all. I would suggest developing a list of red flags where no matter how much time and effort the farmer puts into this land, it's just never going to be compliant. Everybody else should get a provisional license pending inspection by Department of Ag. That lets people know that they have some kind of formal agreement with the county. They have someone who's saying, yes, I think that you can move forward. And then Department of Ag can go and do the inspection and come back with either a thumbs up and they get a full license, or a list of here are the things you need to do to get a full license and here's when you need to do them by. Then someone remains in provisional status until either they maintain full status or the time runs out, or they get to a point where they've gone as far as they can with one of the things they need to do. But to go do that is completely up to the farmer. I think there definitely needs to be an appeals process, and I applaud you for adding an ombudsman role, because I'm hoping that there's an appeals process that goes along with it. And I think we need to revisit all of the denials that have been made so far before the cannabis unit was formed. Part of this is because we're still writing the rules, so there could be some folks who were not going to comply before but now are going to comply. And then finally, I think we really need to address what happens after drying. So there's the market, there's the trimming, there's the processing, there's everything that goes along with having that farmer actually be able to take advantage of having a cultivation license. I know that this is coming up, but I think we need to address things like allowing farmers to trim in their drying sheds, even just for a season. The harvest is coming. We need to take advantage of that. We also need to start licensing commercial processing facilities like Flocana and others so that we can accept the harvest this year under some kind of provisional license and ensure that the farmers survive this season. Because right now they're marching off a cliff and we are not building them a bridge. And if we don't build them a bridge, they can't stop because the plants don't stop and wait. And so I really, really hope that you will consider that as well. I know it's going to come to building and planning September 7th, and I look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Tolgren, followed by Christiana Esparza.
Hello, thank you for hearing me today. My name is Joe Tolgren. I also live in Covelo, and I will not speak of everyone else's points, but I actually wanted to ask about ADA compliance. When I look at the American with Disabilities Act, Title I, it clearly states that if you have under 15 employees, if you are not open to the public, if you operate under 20 weeks a year, that you're not privy to the same kind of regulations under that. So I'm just curious how this is working out for all the mom and pop organizations that don't have a lot of employees. Also, earlier, a gentleman was talking about the use of home kitchens to make tinctures and edibles. This, to me, sounds like a cottage food license, which also seems like it's not a commercial activity. And you're also talking about permitting dry sheds, which is also not a commercial activity. So I'm just a little confused as to how this all works in our favor and how we can kind of move forward with that. I have a lot of other things that I'll probably just send you a letter, but thank you so much for hearing me, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Christiana Esparza, followed by Ann Ron Kinnis or something like that. Christiana.
Hi, my name is Christy Esparza, and I'm a resident of Covelo and a member of the Round Valley Growers Association. As you know, Covelo is part of the 3rd District, and we've been without representation for the better part of a year until recently. It was really crucial for us to have our voices heard, and we're hoping that they are heard now. I hope that you will take into serious consideration the concerns that we're bringing to you today. And I would like to state that I support the concerns raised by my fellow community members who also have hoped to have revisions made to the regulations. We want to continue to move forward in this legal market and to keep making a living here. There are a few points that cause me some concern, as they would make it difficult for our communities to thrive. I have a concern about the inability to transfer permits. Under current regulations, it's not transferable. This will hurt our property values, and we are building businesses for our futures here. It's a non-issue for other industries. I don't see why it has to be an issue for us in this industry. I ask that you reconsider that requirement. And also, as somebody had stated before me about rangeland, that's a big issue, and I hope that that's something that you will take out of the sunsetting. That will also drop our property values. And if property values go down, property taxes go down, then the county's coffers will go down. So please work with us to grow our communities. None of the potential revenues from this community are possible if this community fails. Help us to succeed. Our success is the success of Mendocino County. And also, as a resident of Round Valley, I ask that you add in the overlay zones for Covelo, as the other people had stated. That's a huge livelihood for our community. We have new restaurants, as Ruby had stated. We have a thriving farmers market, and invite all of you to come every Friday from noon to 4. And those things can go away if the overlays don't happen. And I love our community. I love living in Round Valley. It's an incredibly beautiful place with a great community. A number of us made the trek out here today. And the Board of Supervisors, you stated that you would work with us, and I ask that you continue to honor that, and please work with all of our concerns. Please help us continue to build the community we love. Thank you for your time, and our success is your success. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann, followed by Samantha Ward.
Hi, I'm Ann Ronkanen. I'm also from Covelo.
And could you please spell your last name just for the record, and we'll start your time over.
It's Ronkainen.
Thank you.
All right. I believe that the majority of small farmers, which make up the community and economy of the town of Covelo, Round Valley, and District 3, have not been properly represented throughout this ordinance process. Many of the provisions being put into place, specifically those pertaining to acreage size and zoning requirements, will greatly displace or endanger the bulk of small-scale, consciously cultivated growers of this town. This is a big mistake for the health of the industry, which values small batch biodynamic and boutique specialty grown cannabis, and more importantly, it will be a devastation to our community, which relies on these small plot grows for its very existence. We need an exemption. Small 25 plant gardens, which are more able to exist in balance with nature, whose scope and scale are more compatible with promoting healthy land stewardship, should be protected and valued over large-scale monocrop scenarios, which will denigrate the land and invite the necessity of heavy pesticides use and eventual GMO technology to sustain these.
This is our chance as a conscious Northern Californian community to take actions to protect our small farming communities before big pharma and big agribusiness comes in and debases the industry. We in District 3 were not represented during the formation of these ordinances, and we as a budding and prosperous farming community are absolutely not being served by them. That is the task that should be taken very seriously. We are the people this council is here to represent and protect. In order to take that duty seriously, we must be granted exemptions and overlays from ordinance created while District 3 had no supervisor to represent and advocate for the unique needs of our community in Covelo. Thank you.
Thank you. Samantha Ward, followed by Jennifer Procacci.
Hello, I'm Samantha Ward, and I'm also from Covelo, and I don't want to be redundant, but I already wrote everything down, so. The small farmer has always been the backbone of the cannabis industry, and because of us, Mendocino County is known for growing some of the best quality cannabis in the world. As a resident of Covelo, Ram Valley, it is extremely important to me that we, as small farmers, be allowed to continue to grow cannabis on a small scale. As the ordinance stands, the majority of farmers in Covelo wouldn't even be eligible to apply for a permit due to the zoning restrictions. I have a 1-acre parcel, and there is more than enough space for my residents, my 25-plant cannabis garden, my vegetable garden, and my goat and my chickens. To me, this should be protected as a small-scale cottage industry. The majority of my neighbors are in a similar position. Because of our unique situation in the county, the community of Covelo can only survive if we are granted an exemption from some of the regulations of the ordinance. We want the opportunity to be legitimate, to come out of the closet, so to speak. But as it stands right now, a lot of us would only have 3 years left to cultivate. We have a thriving little town already based on cannabis, and the potential tax revenue from it becoming legal would benefit both our community and the county at large. The small farmer created this movement, and our value cannot be ignored at this critical point in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Procacci, followed by Charlotte Beaumont.
Hello, my name is Jen Procacci, and I am a resident of Round Valley in District 3. We need neighborhood opt-ins and zoning overlays based on zoning-based overlays for Round Valley and other areas in District 3. District 3 is extremely remote and rural compared to the rest of the county. We need to be considered. For the majority of this process, District 3 has been without a supervisor to advocate for our unique needs. Under the current regulations, the majority of farmers in Round Valley will be unable to come into compliance due to zoning, setbacks, and other issues unique to our remote valley. Our community will crumble. To say cannabis farming is the main source of income in Round Valley is an understatement. It is the main thing supporting our handful of businesses other than food stamps. I also ask the board to please consider alternatives to the severe restrictions on permit transfers for TPZ, RL, and FL zone farms. Currently, TPZ, RL, and FL landowners will not be allowed to transfer their permits outside of a spouse or family member if they want to sell their farm, and then new owners won't be able to apply for a permit on land with this zoning, even if the land has already has an established garden and has been permitted. What motivation do we have to come into compliance and build our businesses if we will never be able to sell our property as a working compliant cannabis farm? We have so much TPZ, RL, and FL zoned property in District 3, especially in Round Valley. What is the monetary value of a remote parcel, 1 or 2 hours from services, off the grid with no cell phone reception if you can't sell it as a working cannabis farm? What about TPZ, FL, and RL farmers who spent hundreds of thousands on their land purchase, thousands more to comply, but one day need to sell their farm due to age, injury, illness, or career change? Their land in the middle of nowhere will be worth nothing, and black market growers and cartels will be waiting to scoop up cheap land with a garden site that they can pull off a season or a few light-ups on before they get caught. Why is the majority of our zoning in District 3 only eligible to receive a cultivation permit once? Ever. Help us come into compliance with exemptions and overlays for Round Valley and District 3, and with modifications to the ban of permit transfers for TPZ, RL, and zoned properties. A solution would be allowing a limited number of permit transfers on properties with this zoning, provided they had maintained good standing. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Charlotte Beaumont, followed by Penny Lopiano.
Hi. I am speaking for myself and 10 neighbors who have had our lives impacted because of a large commercial operation by an absentee owner who is not a good neighbor. We live on 20 and 10-acre parcels, all long-term residents. Although our property is zoned agriculture, there has never been agricultural, much less commercial uses in our residential area before now. The ordinance states the purpose and intent is to promote health, safety, and general welfare of the residents, balancing the needs of patients, neighbors, and communities to be protected from public safety and nuisance impacts. This ordinance and the lack of adequate enforcement has failed us. We have a narrow one-lane dirt road and one-lane wooden bridge. It is a private road and requires us to maintain both. There is always one person who doesn't help, so we just have to make up the difference between us. Until recently, it was annoying, but nothing compared to what we now have thrust upon us by the county, allowing a commercial operation in our neighborhood without any consideration for road maintenance. The grow is completely visible from our publicly traveled private road. They have non-permitted, non-compliant buildings and encroachment into the 50-foot setback with 2 buildings, all violations. They did not maintain the required defensible space for fire safety until, of course, they had an inspection. Then mowing became important. They quickly hurried to mow and stage the property for the inspection only, not because it's the right thing to do. Harvesting hundreds of plants, using the non-compliant structures to dry it, up until the day before inspection, fans running 24 hours a day. The noise has taken away my rights to be able to enjoy my property. The owner is absentee. Craigslist ads advertise jobs, offering people to live and work on site. We do not believe these people to be vetted. Dozens of different people constantly coming and going, living in tents and vehicles. None of us feel comfortable with this. Allowing them adequate time to stage the property for inspections is a mistake. To abate the nuisance violations for a week or two just to acquire permits, then back to being dirty. You take away the night by allowing lights that illuminate our properties. You take away our quiet enjoyment of our property by allowing constant commercial noise. You deny us our security by allowing strangers to take over our private roads and neighborhoods. Our property values have diminished. Minimally, there needs to be compensation for those affected with lower property taxes or other remedies, even though what you have allowed to be taken from us is priceless. I have always paid my property taxes. I license and vaccinate my dogs. I have never been arrested or even had a traffic ticket in 33 years. I raised 2 well-adjusted kids. I volunteered in the schools. I don't annoy my neighbors, but feels like I've lost my rights. And now I have come to feel uncomfortable in my own home of 40 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Penny Lopiano, followed by Roger Wheeler.
Denny Lopiano, not Penny. Hi. My name is Denny Lopiano, and
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I've been a long-time resident of Covelo. I've been here 29 years now. I've seen logging, I've seen guerrilla grows, I've seen Prop 15 move into backyards. Backyards, most of them are wells, most of them are small grows. They're controlled, they're maintained. This ordinance of 5 acres or more, that will push everybody back up into the woods. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
So you would be in favor of an overlay zone of some sort?
Yes, I would be in favor of an overlay.
Thank you. Roger Wheeler, followed by John Lee.
Good afternoon. My name's Roger Wheeler from Hopland. I have a few comments about the building permit situation. Building and Planning Department had previously stated that buildings being used for any cannabis-related activities must have a commercial permit. My first thought was that surely buildings with existing standard permits or Class K structures will be grandfathered in. Not to be so. Now we see there is some consideration to exempt structures used for the purpose of drying a cannabis crop. I thank you all for this huge step forward and applying some common sense to the situation. The next logical question, in my mind anyway, is what do we do about trim rooms? Quite often, after a drying structure takes on, after the drying is done, the structure takes on the double duty of becoming a trim room. In a family-owned, family-run operation, I ask you to consider an exemption in such a case. Again, I'm asking this only in the case of structures which already have an existing permit or a Class K designation. I believe the same should apply to duly permitted or Class K greenhouses. One of my family members owns such a greenhouse. Over a period of about 1 year, he worked diligently to follow code and jumped all the hurdles put in his path. Every person in building and planning that worked with him on his project was aware that this was for the purpose of growing cannabis. It was suggested by building and planning that he go the route of Class K. After all these months of hard work and at considerable expense, the building was signed off in March of 2017. That is to say, it was finalized. To me, the word final means exactly what it says. You're done, finished. Now, a mere 5 months later, you are considering unfinaling such structures, mandating they obtain commercial permits. This, on top of all of the other fees, expenses, and hoops to jump through, will effectively put many of these folks out of business. And where will these folks go to from here? I'll tell you, straight to the black market. I ask you to reconsider the situation and do the right thing. Grandfather in such structures. To do otherwise would be unjust, ludicrous, and possibly illegal. And regarding all the folks here from Covelo, it's great. I love seeing new energy and wonderful presentations.
Thank you. John Lee, followed by Casey O'Neill. John Lee, we'll go to Casey O'Neill, followed by Gracie Tharp.
Good afternoon. Casey O'Neill, local farmer, Vice Chair for California Growers Association. One of the things that we have not been able to see addressed very well, you know, looking at the staff memos, we're still leaving the little 25 plants pretty much out to dry. Like, you know, the mom and pops up in Laytonville, or for a lot of them, they're looking at it and saying there's just not any point in doing this. I think we've got to consider some ways to get these folks in. And, you know, to me, it really comes down to just making it super quick and simple. All these people have been growing 25 legally for a long time. $100 application fee. County knows they're growing 25. They got to put it in the legal marketplace, but we got to get rid of some of these hoops because people can't. It's just not. It doesn't pencil out. I'm super excited to see the ag exempt structures. You know, I think we need to expand that back to greenhouses and hoop houses. As a vegetable farmer, if I have to get a commercial permit for my greenhouse, I'm totally out of the business. Some sort of, you know, I like seeing the temporary provisional. Same thing needs to apply for trimming. This is coming up right now, so there's not really a whole lot of time to get commercial buildings in and done. I would encourage both the board and staff to look up www.swsloo.com. It's an EnviroLoo. It's a type of bathroom that is closed circuit, closed loop, would and should serve as be able to serve as a septic. The county has talked about expanding the county code to allow for different septic requirements. The costs for putting in a fully permitted septic are pretty prohibitive for a lot of people, and also a lot of sites don't qualify for it. So we need something like that in the county in the rural areas. The road easements thing, you know, it's one of those things where the logistics of trying to require something like that just don't pencil out. They don't make sense. You know, is the county going to hire a staff person to cross-check all of the letter? You know, it's not something the county should wade into. I totally think folks should be able to relocate from the coastal zone. I know we had some discussion about that earlier. I think that's, at this point, a lot of people are just kind of getting left out of that process. I'd like to see the personal medical cultivation not require a registration with ag for the 100 square feet. There's some HIPAA issues with having people's medical records and such being included in a public, anything that's registered with ag is a public process. So I think that's something that we should reconsider on. I was pretty excited to see the collective agreement removal. I've had a lot of farmers who are really struggling with that. Excuse me, I'm getting a little flustered. The deadline for application extension was awesome, and some sort of a not in violation process to get people into the state program next year is going to be really important. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gracie Tharp, followed by Marshall Davis.
Hello, I'm Gracie Tharp. Sorry, bear with me. I've never talked in front of people before, so. Down your microphone. Pull it down. Okay. Anyways, I'm from Laytonville area. I work with one of the commercial growers up there. We're on a private road, and I understand there's an issue in between neighbors and the commercial growers. You know, we run a pretty tight ship. We don't leave garbage everywhere. We're very respectful. We pull over on it for anyone that comes through or anything like that. We're not here to disrespect people or anything like that. We're here to make a living. I have 4 children myself, and without this job, I won't have nothing. Like, if you guys take this away from us and like allow the neighbors to make choices, if they're not okay with it, you're putting my job, my life in their hands, their judgments, their opinions. And that, to me, it's not okay. What we need to do is come together, work as a community, compromise, communicate, come to an agreement, because this is not okay. And if anyone and everyone could do that, there would be so many problems settled that don't have to be here. And that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you. Marshall Davis, followed by Ivo Lopez.
Good afternoon to you all. I'm Marshall Davis, and I'm a Mendocino County resident, and I'm here in support of local cannabis entrepreneurs. I'd like to speak today about C2 zoning and the inconsistencies of how it is applied to cannabis businesses. For example, there are currently several nurseries in the county that are on C2 zone properties. They are selling propagated plants and vegetative growth and are licensed by the county to do so. A recent inquiry to the Planning and Building Department resulted in being told that a nursery selling cannabis plants and vegetative growth was not allowed in C2 zoning. Another example is there are several commercial kitchens / commissaries on C2 zone properties that are licensed by the county. The response from the Planning and Building Department for licensing a commercial kitchen for cannabis products was also that it is not allowed in C2 zoning. I'm here today to state that this is very ambiguous, and it is creating an us and them feeling in the cannabis community that people were told was not going to exist. If we're going to treat cannabis entrepreneurs the same as any other entrepreneur in the county, then why are we telling them that the same zoning that applies to other businesses don't apply to them? It seems to me that if a property is zoned for a certain activity, and if the activity involves cannabis, that it should be allowed as long as the business complies with the zoning laws and county ordinances involving the type of cannabis business being operated. I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to be heard today. I appreciate the time and dedication the supervisors are devoting to helping the community develop a working cannabis program, and for their commitment to protect the local cannabis entrepreneur. These local entrepreneurs have been working for many years to get to this point, and it is imperative that we give them the opportunity to succeed. Thanks.
Thank you. Ivo Lopez, followed by Julia Dakin.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ivo Lopez. I'm a Round Valley resident as well. I'm not going to be redundant and say what everybody else said. I'm just here to support everyone with the overlays. I just wanted to make a quick statement. For porta potties, every time I go past a vineyard, that's all I see is porta potties. So that's where they have all of their migrant workers going to the bathrooms. So I don't understand why it's so different from us. Actually, most of the people we hire speak English. Not that there aren't many trimmigrants as well, but that's another story. So I don't understand what the big deal is with porta potties. We should be able to use them just how the wine industry does. Why can't we do what they've been doing for the last, how long? 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 years? I don't know how long they've been bringing in porta potties or how long they've existed, but I think it's It's something that we need. Also, the third-party inspectors, I don't understand why, if the third-party inspector isn't coming till we have a permit, what do we need a third-party inspector for? I had a friend of mine, they tried to charge them $6,000, a third-party inspector. And I, obviously told her, what are you, crazy? Don't, run from this person, because, again, they don't serve any purpose, so what's the point in them? Anyway, that's it. So please do consider an overlay for our community, because we need it very badly. Thank you for all your hard work.
Julia Dakin, followed by Ann Foreman.
This morning, we heard that there are 19 denials and 2 approvals so far. Using the 700 applicant number, that extrapolates out to 626 denials and only 74 approvals. That's a 90% denial rate. I think those numbers should scare everyone in this room, because the only realistic option for people is the black market. I know from representing 3 of those denials and speaking with others that the denials are not the result of egregious violations. They are the result of inflexible interpretations of the ordinance that appear to be eliminating applicants as fast as possible. After speaking with all of you separately, I don't believe that's your intent. There are solutions, I believe, I think you know, to you that would solve many of people's problems. So what I've talked to a couple of you about is that, except for egregious environmental violations, extend the sunset clause to all parcels that have been growing but have setback or buffer zone issues. That will benefit the county, because the program will be a success instead of the failure as currently projected by the extrapolation. Mendocino County will get the tax dollars it needs, and you won't get attacked by people like me who have jumped through every hoop for 2 years, thought they were good, then were denied after everything was built, and are now forced to defend themselves. Applicants want to spend money on any remaining compliance issues, not on suing this county. I'd like to be able to say yes, get legal when people ask me, but honestly right now it's more risky to join this program than to grow black market. All I want to do is pay my taxes, be compliant, and not sue the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Foreman, followed by Julie Mercer Ingram.
Hi, my name's Anna Farnham. Thank you for taking the time to review and evaluate modifications to the cannabis ordinance. I appreciate everything people have said so far, and I want to broach a new topic. The main concern I would like to bring up is with the Mendocino Sustainably Farmed certification, for which cultivators must prove they are growing organically in order to use the words Mendocino grown on their products. I applaud the effort to associate Mendocino with organic practices, but I question the fee structure associated with it. It seems that tacking on an extra fee for farmers who are already doing the right thing for the environment does not create an incentive for more farmers to go organic. Putting the burden on those farmers who grow conventionally would make more farmers switch to sustainable practices. This is the same principle behind carbon credits. Polluters are the ones who pay, while those who are benefiting the environment gain. Unsustainable practices can actually add carbon to the air, while sustainable practices sequester it in the ground. Methods that are scientifically proven to sequester carbon in the ground, such as adding organic matter to the soil, planting cover crops, and reducing soil disturbance, are now being added to carbon credit programs. That's right, farmers are being paid for their sustainable practices. This is a new paradigm. Relying on consumers to constantly choose more expensive organically farmed goods can only get us so far in improving the environment. Oftentimes, a sustainable option is more costly because the farmer has to cover the cost of certification. Organic farmers are already taking a voluntary hit in the pocketbook by consciously choosing to do the right thing for the environment. A study at the University of California, Berkeley discovered that organic farms are almost 20% less productive than conventional ones. Organic farmers yield less and therefore make less money. The conventional cultivators are the ones who are making more money at the cost of the environment of Mendocino County. Conventional fertilizers suspend nutrients in solution by bonding them to salts and heavy metals. These compounds are left behind in the soil and then wash out into the environment with winter rains. More than half the applicants to the cannabis program said they are interested in the certification. Not all of those interested fully understand what it takes to pass an organic certification. Not all of them will have $970 to pay for certification after all the other new costs associated with compliance. A few dedicated souls who are passionate about sustainability will go through with it. They may be able to market their products for slightly more because they now say Mendocino grown. But will this slight cost increase cover the permit fee and the lower yield they sustain? Those who are truly passionate will not care. The idea of being organic means that much to them. But we should not live in a system where a dedicated few do the right thing at all costs. We should live in a system that promotes everyone to do the right thing by making doing the right thing the easy, less costly option.
Thank you. Julie Mercer Ingram, followed by Nicholas Nauber.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Mercer Ingram. I'm an attorney in Santa Rosa representing today many cultivators both in and outside of the permit so far. I just want to start by thanking you for addressing these issues and continuing to work with the community to put forward a policy that's equitable for everyone in Mendocino. The issue of grave concern for my clients and for the community at large comes from the memo from County Council related to tree removal. I think we're at a moment in time in which we have the option, as policymakers, you have the option to promote cooperation and stewardship of the land. Right now, we need to bring operators with open arms into the system, and by not allowing them to get permits if they remove trees after January 1st, 2016, although maybe they didn't know their rights or what they needed to do to get permits, I think what we should do, or what I urge you to do, is draw a bright line of the May 4th implementation date for the ordinance. Operators who had 9.31 permits in 2016 may have removed trees unknowingly or removed trees without knowing about the permit requirements. And therefore, you might have a conundrum where people cannot get permits despite their best efforts to come into compliance. I've, in my letter that I submitted by email as well as copies today, I've put forward a solution that recommends that bright line and requires permit applicants to work with the state agencies and the county to mitigate and pay fines in lieu of prohibiting permits as recommended. So the recommendation would be to have people put forward a plan to restore the land and execute that plan while they're in some sort of temporary provisional license or permit. SB 94 has support for this in section 41 of SB 94, amending Business Code 26055. A locality has the ability to authorize operators under their codes. So if you allow for some sort of temporary or provisional license, the operators can continue forward through state licensing with that provisional license, so long as the operator is in compliance with the requirements of the county. Another issue that's been coming up with my clients is the entity formations applying for permits. Both state law and the ordinance allows for entities to hold permits and licenses locally and in the state of California. I would urge you to direct staff to please allow LLCs and other entities to hold these permits so long as one of the members of the entity or owners is on the permit itself. Of course, I've run out of time, and I urge you to look at my letter. Thank you.
I will ask that if you're aware of any jurisdictions who have classified greenhouses as a U occupancy,
yes, Sonoma County.
Please submit that information to us with complete documentation of it.
Yeah, I gladly will. Yeah.
Thank you. Nicholas Nauber, followed by Trevor Roach.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Kneber. I'm part of a family that has been growing in Comtree for 3 generations. and I'm concerned about the lack of process for transporting. I've grown up immersed in the cannabis industry here, and one thing that has always stuck out is the difficulty of moving a finished product. Unlike most industries, people who buy bulk usually go straight to the farm and then hide it and hope for the best. This is an unsustainable practice. With the new ordinances that the local government has passed, we've been privileged to at least grow without hiding. But still, no one is quite sure what we'll do when it is finished in the fall. Dispensaries will not drive out here. For once, the local farmers will be expected to drive to the market to sell their medicine. California SB 94 states that it is an infraction to transport cannabis unless otherwise authorized by law. How likely is anyone going to be to go through the extra process? We would like to see Mendocino County add language to the ordinances that would allow farmers to transport their product without fear. Ideally, this would be awarded with the permit to cultivate. It would specify the amount that would be allowed in the vehicle. This would also benefit the local law enforcement, as it would tell them who is allowed to have cannabis on the road and who isn't. Without this, we will likely have to rely on third-party transporters who may not respect our medicine or continue to risk being unjustly searched and seized on the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Trevor Roach, followed by Emiko Taylor.
Hello, my name is Trevor Roach, and I'm one of the weed workers of America, now a resident of Contra, California. I've worked on a pot farm in every corner of America, and I would like to let you guys know that y'all have something significantly special here in Mendocino, California. Specifically in the lands that grow your redwood trees. The soils there are awesome, okay? You have microbial life that you don't have elsewhere, including other ancient, tree materials, like the old growth oaks and the redwood pines, man. There's nothing like it else in the world, man. Seriously. But I'm here to talk to you guys about rosin production, okay? So, essentially, other counties, such as Humboldt and Sonoma, have county licenses for manufacturing cannabis, okay, for non-volatile and volatile. To get a state regulation, you have to have some level of county recognition for it, okay? It's like a type 1 manufacturing licensing or a type 2 for the state. Come in with the McCrusa Act, I do believe. But you guys don't offer anything of that, okay? Like I can make rosin right here, right now, with that plug-in and a hair straightener. It takes me literally 5 square feet to produce. And there's no sense that I should have to have a special classification of manufacturing and commercial property to do that, dude. It's like the communal olive press. For real. Let's see. Now, we operate on converted timberland, okay? So we pay a higher tax to have converted timberland that is for light agriculture and light production. Now, I would like to be able to see us produce our rosin and stuff on our timberland without having to drive 30 miles in any direction from Conchi to a commercial zoning or industrial zoning. That simple. That's all I got to say, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Emiko Taylor, followed by Bob Taylor.
Hi, my name is Emiko Taylor. I'm a Woodglen neighborhood. I never speak in the public, so I'm nervous. But I want to speak up for my kids and the grandkids. I came to Ukiah from Japan in 1962. My father was a farm worker. He worked very hard to give his kids a good life. So did my mother. My husband and I moved to our home on Robinson Creek in 1977. We both worked very hard to give our kids a good life. Our kid grew up playing along the creek in a very safe neighborhood. Now we babysit our grandkids so their parents can work to give them a good life. We want our grandkids to play in a safe neighborhood too. We want them to explore the creek and to walk safely in the woods like our kids did. I don't feel safe when I look across the creek, see a large amount of marijuana plants. I think about people from outside the area who will work there. I think about others might come to steal the marijuana and who might use our property to get to it. Life in our neighborhood is not the same when you think of it that way. I love my life on Robinson Creek in beautiful Mendocino County. I want my grandkids to play safely here. I don't want to feel the need to protect them with the firearms, security cameras, and other things. Please help us keep our neighborhood safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Taylor, followed by Anne Marie Borges.
Bob Taylor, Woody Glen neighbor. Nothing my wife and I have heard over the past few months has caused us to take any comfort in living on the border of a large commercial marijuana grow. A friend of ours, a longtime sheriff's deputy, said he had no doubt it would attract criminals. A county official prefaced all other advice to us by saying we needed to protect ourselves and our property with security cameras and other means. Another remarked on the unpredictable character of transient workers who are attracted to such grows. Others have attested to the inevitable nuisance of noise, smell, and light pollution. I quote to you from a blog post by a resident of Humboldt County, the quote, "It's not all rainbows and unicorns. Takeover commercial growers have ruined many a peaceful neighborhood up here, especially ones they target because law-abiding neighbors give them a cocoon of protection." All of the above captures the mood of apprehension of the Woody Glen neighbors. Who can blame us for fighting to protect the integrity of a neighborhood invested in over several generations to provide a safe, healthy, happy environment for our kids and grandkids? Who among you with similar aspirations would choose to buy one of our properties under these circumstances? None of you would, I believe, and fortunately you have choices. We ask you therefore to grant us a choice. We heard 4 of you say on July 18th that you agreed on the right of neighborhoods such as ours who stand in unanimous opposition to a commercial cannabis grow to exclude our neighborhoods from such grows. As honest, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens, we now ask you to move expeditiously on that determination with the development of an amendment to the ordinance. We repeat that we have no quarrel with the majority of growers in this room today, many of whom have a history of caring, non-predatory attachment to the land they cultivate in Mendocino County and who work hard to be good neighbors. In fact, a number of them have shown support for us, and they also oppose the cold, calculated imposition of large outside grows. Thank you for hearing our concerns again.
Thank you. Anne Marie Borges, followed by Blair Auclair.
Hello, I'm Anne Marie Borges, the evil neighbor that everybody's referring to. I hear these complaints from planning and building. I hear them from members of the board. I have nothing in writing from my neighbors complaining about anything that has happened on my property since I bought it August 4th. I am a 4th generation here. I'm not from out of town. I was born in Willits. My siblings were 6 of them were born in Ukiah. I have, in response to Sheriff Allman, donated almost all of my vegetable garden to plowshares and have receipts for that. So I'm not waiting to vote. I'm actually contributing what I have that I'm raising on my property. I have asked to meet with the board. I have asked to be able to provide information that counters the attacks that have been made against me. I have not been able to arrange that meeting. Recently, I was accused of overusing water, which comes from Willow Water. I have 2 water meters. I spoke with them. 1 meter is for my residents, 1 meter is for my barn and rangeland. I told them that I would be irrigating, and they said that's what that meter is for my vegetable garden and for my meadow. So fortunately, when we had the explosion of the PG&E poles on Saturday, which raced up to my neighbors' properties that are here to complain, I called in the fire. I turned on my irrigation, hoping that that flame wasn't going to come to my ranch, where I have 7 animals that I have to get off my property. I was told by the forestry that I needed to provide a green area in front of my barn and a green area around my house. That's what I've done with Willow Water. So I have responses to all of the accusations that have been made against me, but I have never had the opportunity to meet with the board and discuss those. I talk to Diane Curry frequently every week. She has had every question answered. I have met with the Planning and Building Department multiple times. Confusing, but I still keep going. So I think that it's important that when people make accusations, that should be based on proof and fact, which is what I would like to present to the board when you have the time and the interest.
Thank you. Blair Claire, followed by John DeGallier. Blair Claire, seeing no one come forward. John DeGallier.
Hi, John DeGallier. My wife Alice and I wrote this presentation. We are retired teachers and have contributed to our community for 40 years. Hello, members of the board. Thank you for hearing us out. We come to you because we have used all avenues. Yes, laws are laws, and they should be followed, but the law needs to follow intent. And sometimes, due to no one's fault, they do not do that and need variance to render the law more reasonable and fair. The law in question is as follows. 1,000 feet from the property line of a church. The board is looking at that issue today, so thank you very much for that. We can understand 1,000 feet being required when the public is present, but in our situation, within the 1,000 feet requirement, the public is not present. I brought visuals. I apologize for the terrible printout. The printer ran out of ink. You see the background. We're on top of a hill. At the edge, begin a 200-foot drop into a deep canyon, 45-degree slope all the way down to the bottom and back up to the crest of this hill. And this hill is about 1,500 feet away. That's the crest from our gardens. Take what you see of the hill and multiply the distance by 3. So you would take this distance and go 1, 2, 3. That takes you looking completely west, about 3,000 feet. And that is where the monastery buildings are. We cannot see them from here because they're behind the crest of the hill. What separates us from the monastery buildings is about 200 acres of wild, wooded, steep terrain. We are surrounded by steep, wooded terrain from here all the way up 3,000 feet, and the buildings are behind the hill. So yes, first I would say we are 500 feet from a border of a land parcel on 2 sides named of monks, and here's the property. But what's important to mention is that though this is owned by a church, there's not a single building in this area, 160 acres. Of all these 160 acres make up a steep wooded canyon. So what is the regulation intent? If we share the border of a parcel with no buildings, should that count? I mean, who would be hurt? A bunch of trees. So if we look at the next parcel, yes, there are buildings. This is the next church, and there are buildings here. But they are 3,000 feet away. From the scale here, you go 1, 2, 3 roughly, and these buildings are 3,000 feet away. So how can our activities affect this community in any way? They are behind the hill. We don't know where to turn, but we need a permit. Perhaps an exception can be made based on the proximity of a parcel, but importantly, a vacant parcel.
And please conclude.
Yes, thank you very much. And but importantly, perhaps there are some gray areas here which could warrant reconsideration and the requested permit. Thank you very much, and I hope you can help.
And I have a question for clarification and hopefully a yes or no answer.
Yes?
If I understand correctly, you are saying that your property borders property of the monastery.
Yes.
Separate parcels on which there are no buildings.
Exactly.
And the parcel on which there are buildings is over 1,000 feet away.
Oh, definitely.
The 1,000-foot setback does not apply to you.
That's what I hope.
Well, I'll clarify that with staff, but it's from at worst, it's from property line to property line. So thank you. And we'll move along, and I hope I didn't say something wrong. It happens. Rick Berglund, followed by David Drell. Oh, excuse me. We are going to take an afternoon break. By request, we will return with Rick Berglund, followed by David Drell and Clark Anderson. Thank you for your patience. Trey.
Show that to staff. Great, thank you.
Well, I'm not going to comment on it right now, but I'll take it up. So we are returning to session. Could you all come to order, please? And either take a seat or take your conversation outside so we can get started. Thank you very much. And before we do start, Supervisor Croskey has an announcement to make.
Thank you, sir. before the Covelo constituents started wandering away, I just wanted to give the dates of my upcoming Covelo meet and greets. So the 17th of August at 6 o'clock, I'm going to be at the Family Resource Center. And then on the 24th, I will be doing a radio show out there. And then I'm also waiting on a date that the library is going to host one, so that'll be advertised as well. But I just want to get those out there before Covelo folks decide to make the trek back home. Thank you.
Thank you. And my cards have been shuffled a bit, but I believe Mr. Berglund was next up, followed by David Drell, followed by Clark Anderson.
Chairman McGowan, board members, CEO Angelo, thank you for this opportunity to say a few words on behalf of maintaining the third-party inspector program in the county. My name is Rick Berglund, and my employer, the Agricultural Gas Company, is a supplier of CO2 enrichment services to licensed cannabis growers. We're new to your state and county, but we believe there's a great opportunity here to help build a strong, viable, and legal cannabis industry. I'm guessing that most of us in this room didn't live through Prohibition, when another industry came out of the shadows to become regulated and licensed, creating jobs and an important tax base. When Prohibition was lifted, I imagine it was quite a time of change for Mendocino's now vibrant wine industry. Regulations, permitting, licensing, inspections, taxation, and zoning were undoubtedly challenges in those times as well. My support for third-party inspectors derives from my belief in flexibility during times of change. With hundreds of land use applications submitted in Phase 1 and many more to come in Phases 2 and 3, third-party inspectors can play an indispensable role in supplementing the county's own inspectors to facilitate the transition to a successful and well-regulated cannabis industry here in Mendocino County. Mendocino County is competing with its sister counties in California and ultimately, pending changes in federal law, with cannabis growing regions throughout the United States. I'd urge you to avoid creating an unnecessary bottleneck by maintaining the county's option of utilizing third-party inspectors. One final note, my own company would not have been able to embark on the important research and commercialization work that we're doing here in Mendocino County without the assistance of a third-party inspector. Thank you for your time and careful consideration of this important matter.
Thank you. David Drell, followed by Clark Anderson.
Good afternoon. My name is David Drell. I'm going to speak to two issues. One is there some ambiguity arose about whether the permits are public records, and I believe they are public records. I think, and just at the break talking to County Council, he agreed that they are. Previously, I was given information that they weren't public records, but I think it's crucial that they be public records. It's fine to have names and addresses redacted. That's not a problem, but I think for the supervisors and for the public to monitor how this program is going, it's important that the permits and how these permits are being administered and adjudicated. Without the public knowing how that's going, we can't really assess whether the program is operating properly if it's all kept secret. So I'm glad to see that these permits will be public records, so that that assessment can go on in And so, and problems can be red flagged and fixed quickly, not just by the staff, but by the public's assessment of it. I want to emphasize the importance of the enforcement of the tree cutting prohibition. I think it's critical. I feel those of us who have been involved in this throughout the process understand why that was put in there. It's part of the environmental mitigation for this process. If people didn't know about it, ignorance of the law is not really an excuse. Those of us, if you weren't participating, it's hard to be sympathetic to people who now are concerned that they cut trees inappropriately. As we all recall, that the tree cutting prohibition occurred way back with the Planning Commission assessment, so there was plenty of warning for people to know that tree cutting was not going to be allowed. And seeing that CDF and Fish and Game are concerned about enforcement of that issue, I think it's important that that go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Clark Anderson, question?
No, I'll wait.
Okay, so Clark Anderson followed by William Jacks.
I just want to say I'm Clark Anderson from Hopland, and how much I appreciate what you all have done. I feel like you all have really stepped out on a limb for us, and I know I appreciate that. And but I come today with the realization that I know there is no way that I will be able to comply this year, by the end of the year. I feel certain that I could comply in a year, but and I take full responsibility for that, because I've made decisions over the years that have affected my position that I'm in and the situation that I'm in. I don't blame you guys. I don't blame the Planning Commission, the Building Department. I take full responsibility, but I come here knowing that I can't make it this year. I do have one issue where I planted some fruit trees on a back corner of my property that encroached on the, certainly there are fruit trees on my neighbor's property. And that is not an issue with my neighbor. They can come and pick fruit, and they've never complained, they've never said anything. But I did get a complaint with the department that they want me to do a survey, and I'm hoping that I don't have to do that. That if there's an issue with my neighbor, that my neighbor and I will solve that issue. And it's certainly my grow is nowhere near the neighbor's line. So I'm not sure why this is a relevant issue, but I did want to throw up that it feels like that there's a problem that's been created where there really isn't a problem. Thank you for your time, and I'm hoping for third-party inspectors also. Thank you.
Thank you. William Jacks, followed by Carol Bowles.
Good afternoon. My name is William Jacks, and I live in Fort Bragg. And I want to thank you all for coming here and exercising democracy. I've been living there for 10 years, and I have also a small construction business. And I just want to talk about you guys, about my situation. I am in R2 zoning, and basically I provide my medicine goes, the surplus to the dispensaries. They go to Oakland, Berkeley, San Jose, and Sacramento. It's been tested and is good quality medicine that I provide. We're very proud of it. With my best practices that I can assist with. just want to mention to you guys that, for instance, my location is being inspected by electrician, like it should be, and everything complies. I recycle my water. My runoff water goes to the grass, to the garden, for the remaining of the product to be digested. So it's not like a concern for the water to go, you know, for these runoff waters to go to the water table at any point. I just want to expose this and also congratulate at the same time the people of Covelo that, unlike Fort Bragg, they should be here represented, because it's not just me, an isolated case. There is a big community there that depends on this and provide for good, safe cannabis, but unfortunately they didn't come here to manifest their concerns. But I just want to bridge to you, all of you today, with all due respect, and thank you, and at the same time to have that in mind consideration about how a person like me, what are my options. I definitely would like to, and I had in mind to complying for better, to go with greenhouse and why not at some point. But at this point, I just want some guidance about like the sunset period of time, relocation, how about custom zoning, relocate. I heard that there is some red lights in there, and just I'm looking for some guidance to see what it can be done, how can it be possible that you guys make that more flexible for people to try to get out of the woods and comply. And probably that this product, just to mention that, also doesn't go to the black market, which I hope that is something that you guys consider, that a lot of people like me doing this, it doesn't go to kids, to teenagers, so something to consider. But why not to bring back the small cottage industry that was taken down out of the equation? And if it's a matter of neighbors and the neighbors get along well, why not allow this business to just happen and just provide a little bit more cushion so people are not so stressed like myself trying to just figure this out in such amount of time. And that will be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carol Bowles, followed by Peter Caffin.
Thank you to the board. My name is Carol Bowles from Hopland. I live on Fleas Creek Road, a private neighborhood road. I do not have a problem with the small mom and pop grows in my area. However, the larger commercial grows that have cropped up more recently seem to have a lack of respect for the existing residents and the roads that they travel. The workers, the residents of these large grows drive at high rates of speed, which is dangerous for all of us walking with families and riding of horses. Our road is degrading quickly without any help from these commercial grows to repair it. For the road use and the safety for all, couldn't there be a way to implement a use permit or variance process to protect our private neighborhoods? Maybe this will have these commercial grows take a vested interest in the roads that we all want to travel safely on, and for the people they employ and invite into our neighborhoods. It should become the norm again to just be a responsible, good neighbor and to care about where you live. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Peter Caffin, followed by Nikki Lastretto.
Hello, my name is Peter Caffin. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today. It's particularly nice to see all 5 seats taken on the other side of the table there. There are 3 things I'd like to make quick comments about today. One pertains to medical patients and whether they need to register with the Ag Department. One is with respect to relocation under extinguish and transfer, and particularly zones that folks may transfer out of. We already spoke earlier a little bit about zones that people can transfer to. And the last thing pertains to the need for an appeals process. So the first thing relates back to item number 6 of the County Council's memo. And I believe that medical patients should not be required to register with the Ag Department. There are 2 particular problems. One has to do with privacy and whether that information is protected adequately and whether the protocols currently exist to protect that information. I don't believe they do. And the other problem is that there are inconsistent definitions right now between what the state uses and what the county uses. The state just requires that you have a valid medical recommendation, but all throughout the county ordinance, the language is that you have a state ID card. And those 2 things do not match up. They're 2 different definitions. The second point relates back to item 10 of the County Council memo. And again, with respect to relocation under extinguish and transfer. I want to be clear. I want to set aside, this is not about the coastal zone, so leaving that out of it. The language describing which zones may be extinguished and transferred out of are located in the section of the ordinance that speaks to sunset zones, zones that need to be sunsetted. So I'm seeking some clarification because that might be better to suggest that you can only transfer out of those zones that are set to be sunsetted. But I don't see why it would be constrained to that, and I'm not sure that was even the intent. So I'm just asking for some clarity regarding that. And then the third point, there needs to be an appeals process. This is not a purely ministerial process. There's discretion built into every level and almost every issue of this. For example, whether or not there's proof of prior cultivation, whether the setbacks could have been met, something was discussed earlier today, whether remediation is necessary. These are all discretionary decisions. In fact, there isn't really a list of non-discretionary reasons to deny a permit. So since discretion is built in all throughout this process, there needs to be an appeals process set up to handle, well, appeals. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikki Lestretto, followed by Hannah Nelson.
Hello, I'm Nikki Lestretto. I'm from Laytonville. I'm the secretary of the Mendocino Cannabis Industry Association. And I don't bring any notes because this is all I think about, and so I don't need notes. Because this is on my mind 24 hours a day, as it is on yours, I'm sure, for the last how many years? And we're just trying to do this right. We are trying so hard to be legal and do this right. This is a whole new thing for us, and we really want to do it right. So my concern is about what happens after drying and the trimming room, because that's the part of the farm I take care of personally. And I'm very concerned that where are we going to be able to do this? There's no way. We filed last February. I contacted a contractor to be able to build a building, to be able to do this. I was told it would take well over a year. There's no way they would get the permits in time for this year. I know one person in Potter Valley that has a shed that's being built right now, a proper drying and trimming room. There's no way we can do this for this year. So I have a feeling, my gut tells me that you're probably going to just have to let us slip. But personally, I'm really trying to do this legally, and I just want to know that I'm going to be okay and that we're going to do it right. So if you can give us any guidance, please, on how to do this after the trimming. I just want to be able to trim it. Swami and I can trim real fast, and we can go as fast as we can, but we might need an extra set of hands, you know? So where does that person sit? We can do it in our building. Do they sit out in the meadow? So I just need to know anything that you can tell us so that we do it right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And a cell phone was found in the ladies' room. It can be claimed in the executive office. So if you're missing a cell phone. Hannah Nelson, followed by Ellen Drell.
Good afternoon, Hannah Nelson. I'm going to speed read through some of my items. First, I'd like to say I hope that you don't let the pressure that we all feel to get this done quickly, which is a very real and definite pressure, to compromise the need to address all issues, particularly because I think that there isn't going to be a big appetite to go through this again anytime soon. I have a very strong support for having a single preliminary funnel for applicants, as long as correct information and information as to all departments are there. And I think that perhaps exploring the idea of having it run through the cannabis unit would be a good idea, but making sure that there are expert information and up-to-date information available so that up front people are told what might be required and don't have to bounce from department to department to figure it out and be told all by meaningfully helpful people, but slightly wrong information. With respect to buildings, one of the scariest moments earlier today for me was this issue about temporary building permits can't be, if I understood it correctly, can't be occupied by commercial people. And so how are we going to deal with this? Oh my gosh, all of a sudden this avenue that was maybe a possibility of delayed submission or this or temporary building, whatever, is that all of a sudden blown up? And that's huge, and it really needs to be addressed right away. And along with other building issues, I submitted 3 new memos, and one of them pointed out some other potential avenues that I really hope can be explored. I'm just racking my brain. I don't pretend to be an expert on any of these particular sub-issues, but I'm trying to come up with as many creative solutions, and I'm not attached to them being knocked down. I'm just trying to go, okay, let's see, could this work? Could this work? And I really feel like we need help in pursuing as many multiple options at the same time as possible with respect to all of this. With respect to mixing and matching permit styles, rather than requiring only allowing only 2 permits, the idea and my request at the last meeting was if somebody wants to do indoor, outdoor, and mixed light, there's still no way to do that. And if they're adhering to all the rules for each style and not going over the maximum limit, they should be able to, and the way it's currently crafted does not allow for that. With respect to appeals, I would echo what Peter said, and proof of prior cultivation, there really needs to be an uncoupling and protect the people who have been here, who have not had the benefit of staying in one place, and also require the property have also demonstrated prior cultivation. That would satisfy both things. Finally, or not finally, but tree removal, I really feel strongly
And
that the
quickly,
January
please.
1st relation back date to 2016. If you read my memo, I have specific reasons why that would really be horrible. And then Blair Phillips sent
thank
in a memo and mentions an interesting
Please
point about
conclude.
insurance. That's it.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Ellen Drell, followed by Joni Curvin.
My name is Ellen Drell. I'd like to speak to the issue of zoning restrictions and non-transferability of permits that was raised in many times earlier, and just remind us all that the zoning restrictions are key to making the ordinance legally defensible with regard to the adequacy of the EIR. And as we all recall, in particular, the description of the environmental conditions or the baseline was deemed adequate because the ordinance, while allowing existing growers to apply for permits regardless of the zone, and the ordinance charted a path for at least maintaining the existing conditions and hopefully actually improving existing conditions. It did not fuel the expansion of commercial cannabis growing and all its attendant development pressures and impacts into all the remote areas of the counties, in particular rangeland and timberland. So I just want to remind everybody that those restrictions and the non-transferability of the permit is pretty securely grounded in the whole premise of the ordinance and the legal defensibility of the ordinance. But I also feel that the ordinance has flexibility in it to address issues that were raised that come as a result of zoning restrictions and non-transferability of permits. And that includes the potential for overlay zones, a sunset period. The ordinance allows transfer of permits to family members, to descendants. So there are elements of the ordinance that provide opportunities to deal with these limitations, but the issue of zoning restrictions and non-transferability is, I assume that the board stands firmly behind those and understands that that's the basis for the environmental defensibility of the document. So thank you for all of your incredibly hard work, and also for the hard work of the people who are here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Joni Curvin, followed by Chantel Simon Petrie.
Hi, I'm Joni Curvin. I'm from Laytonville. I wanted to speak out of concern for farms located on private roads with easements and the idea of requiring neighbor approval for cultivation permits. This would be an extensive, expensive, difficult, and lengthy process for farms located on private roads, which our planning commissioner earlier stated was the case for nearly half of the applications received by the county this year. I'm concerned about the potential for stigmatized beliefs to supersede county ordinance in governing residents. Farmers' ability to use their own land would differ from parcel to parcel, even within the same zoning, depending on their neighbors' beliefs and opinions about cannabis. And they would also have the authority to make decisions of land use on land use of neighboring parcels using those stigmatized beliefs. I'm concerned for the potential of blackmail scenarios among neighbors and personality types that are likely to take advantage of the level of power the scenario creates for neighbors of cannabis farms. Earlier, someone spoke of the potential dangers to children associated with a possibility of an increase of cannabis-related traffic. Several people have spoken with concern as if cannabis-related traffic is inherently more dangerous than traffic associated with vineyards or other agricultural operations. People have also spoken that they are fearful that cannabis farms are vulnerable to theft and therefore make their neighborhood more dangerous. I think that these arguments are logical fallacies that reflect the stigma of cannabis. And due to these concerns, I ask the Board of Supervisors not to require neighbors' approval for farms on private roads. And I also agree with Jane Futcher on the rangeland sunset and with the exemptions for commercial permits for hoop houses and greenhouses. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Chantel Simon Petrie, followed by Joshua Keats.
Hello everybody, my name is Chantal Simone Pietri. I'm an environmental consultant based here in Ukiah, Mendocino County resident for about 15 years. I was a former 9.31 inspector and I'm educated as a water lawyer. I have two sets of comments. The first is having to do with the legislative process and overall a recommendation for an advisory council, which I've heard echoed in previous comments. In general, I'm supportive of the legislative process, but throughout witnessing the last year and a half of deliberations for this ordinance, there has been a long period of time where there was only 3 elected representatives in large areas of the county that were not represented, that are a significant portion of the cultivation community. I also find the 3-minute process to be incredibly stifling in the process of writing letters to place a burden on a general populace that is a challenge for them. And so for those reasons, I recommend that we have an advisory council that can bring in a group of 12 to 20 scientists, stakeholders from all different groups that can bring together their ideas and their expertise to help guide where the ordinance goes from where it is now. We have an excellent portion of legislation to start with, but to fine-tune it, I ask that it be taken out of this process that it's currently in, and for the group that are making the decisions to be better informed than they are, and to allow the populace to have a better opportunity to submit their input than what there is going on now. This was recently done in Sonoma County, and they're just beginning their process. They had 100 applicants come in for a portion of 12 to 20 positions. They've just identified the first 15 or so that those are there. They're broken out by district, and they're also broken out by area of expertise that they bring in. So echoing that support. Other than that, issue-specific comments that I have related to the current version. First has to do with conditional permits and a non-violation verification. I support the idea of conditional permits primarily because we have a process right now that leaves a lot of people in an area of jeopardy and leeway, especially going towards the opening of the CDFA application period. Moving on to proof of prior cultivation, additional support for my comments is also in my written comments, which you'll see later on. Proof of prior cultivation should be with the person and not with the parcel. It should not be something that is tied together. They should be separated. And where there's a situation where there's been partners on a parcel, if one person chooses to relocate and extinguish, that should not obfuscate the second person from also claiming that proof of prior cultivation. Lastly, related to proof of prior cultivation, the proof of prior cultivation should not require that the previous parcel have met setback requirements that were not in place at the time that the person was cultivating. That places a current standard onto a parcel when somebody was doing something before they knew that they were going to have to meet certain setback requirements. My other comments have to do with tree removal. I support the changing of the tree removal date to remain as May 4th, the date of activation of this ordinance, and not to have it retroactively go back to January 1st, 2016. Again, for the same reason, it places a retroactive standard. And lastly, as an applicant to be a third-party inspector and a former inspector, I do not think there's a need for third-party inspectors, and I think it's actually a conflict of interest to have consultants acting as third-party inspectors.
Conclude.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joshua Keats, followed by Jamie Warm.
My name is Joshua Keats. I'm from Laytonville. I want to thank you all for the hard work that you've put into this ordinance. It's been going on for some time, and I'm glad to be a part of it as well. I'd like to comment on the amendment to the ordinance that would allow a neighbor to deny a permit to an otherwise compliant farm in a case that could be that they simply do not like legal cannabis. It's unreasonable. If a farmer has jumped through all the hoops, done everything they can to make their property comply, to allow a neighbor to stop that because they don't like legal cannabis is not okay. This is another nail in the coffin for the small farmer. Many, many parcels are on private roads. As the previous speaker said, I think 50% of the applications are on private roads. The small farmer can't afford $5 million industrial zone pieces on the 101. That's not what we want for this county. That's not good for this county. The small farmers created this, and we need to give them room to be a part of this. People are working really hard to comply. They're making huge investments to do so. These are not large farms. 10,000 square feet is not a big farm. The ordinance is already focused permitting on larger agriculturally zoned properties. UR, ag, these are big properties. You know, what does it really take to farm 10,000 square feet of cannabis? Not that many people, 3 or 4 workers at most. How is that more invasive than 40 acres of pears or grapes or timber harvest? That on a single lane road. I mean, I've lived in Branscombe. When they are doing timber harvesting, you're waiting for the logging trucks. It's dangerous. 3 cars coming once or twice a day at most, that doesn't seem like it's that much to ask a neighbor in an agriculturally zoned community to accept. I also really would just like to speak that I feel like we're having a lot of shifting target here. We're trying to comply with what you put forward to us. We're working really hard. We're spending all of our resources to do this. And frequently I feel the rules are changing and we don't know what to do. How are we supposed to make these investments? You want us to have all commercial structures by January 1st, 2018, but a neighbor could deny me my permit. How is it possible for me to comply and know that I'm going to get a permit when the target keeps changing? I appreciate all your work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jamie Worm, followed by Joseph Haggard.
Good afternoon, Board, Ag Commissioner, County staff. I suppose I'm the other evil neighbor here in front of you, and I actually say that with frustration. I'm here to address, I guess, primarily the concerns about getting approval from neighbors to attain a permit, specifically for folks who live on private roads with easements that contain single-lane areas and bridges. I fall under this category, and I know I'm not the only one. Whether they can be here or not today, I represent many. I live on a private road that cuts right through the center of my property. I work on this road, I fix my road, I fill the potholes, I own my road. I've lived and raised my family in this county for 14 years. I was enrolled in the 9.31 program and have an application currently with the Ag Commissioner. All of my employees have been live scanned. I've submitted all permits for planning and building for unpermitted structures. I've been an open book for all county staff. I've had ag department, sheriff, code enforcement, and many, many other folks from the county come to my farm. I run a legitimate livestock operation on Ag 40 land. Ag 40 is where agriculture is supposed to be. I ask that you treat this road issue like you'd treat any other agriculture operation. I could put a variety of agriculture operations in my pasture, including a pear orchard or a vineyard. If folks have said before, a vineyard requires a crew, prune in the winter, tie in the spring, prune suckers in the summer, harvest in the fall. Semi-trucks, tractors. There's nothing my neighbors can do about that. But because we're dealing with cannabis, I could potentially be revoked a permit. It's absolutely frightening to allow my neighbor, who may be unreasonable and frankly is, and they may have a partial opinion about cannabis, to deny me a permit. I'm not talking about a hypothetical here. This is stuff I'm actually dealing with. There have been a gamut of rules and regulations for us to abide by and show that we're acting in good faith and in a safe manner in regards to environment and public safety. If I'm in violation of those rules, a neighbor can call the county and I can deal with an impartial individual. They can come out and be the judge. By allowing my neighbor to potentially be a partial individual with their own opinion about legalization and personal misgivings about cannabis in general to decide whether I get a permit or not, we're entering dangerous territory. We're opening the door for blackmail and bribery and are holding a perfectly acceptable piece of agricultural land hostage to an individual's misgivings. I live on Ag 40 property. I'm beside myself that an Ag 40 zone where the county is zoned for agriculture, where I'm abiding by all the water board regulations, county regulations, and upcoming state regulations, that I would not be able to cultivate where agriculture is intended to be. I am not the only person dealing with this. Our county's full of private roads and easements. Woodman Creek, Spy Rock have single lane bridges, single lane access, hundreds of growers, hundreds of people that could potentially come in that would potentially be marginalized. It's not a fair standard.
Please conclude.
I ask that you take the needs of our agricultural cannabis community seriously, or else we'll be gone.
Thank you. Joseph Haggard, followed by Jed Davis.
Hi, everyone. Joseph Haggard. I go back 3 generations in this area, born and raised in Willits. Two of my main points is to ask that you please remove the sunset on hoop houses. And I also urge an ag exemption for hoop houses and greenhouses. You've heard many cases around vegetable growers, as well as cannabis farmers, and how this could affect our livelihood. I went to school for 6 years to study sustainable agriculture, and we implement orchards, medicinal herbs besides cannabis, fruits and vegetables that we share with our local community through CSA and Farmers Market. I would like to continue that. However, cannabis is what really allows us to continue as a farm providing these community services. Additionally, I'm doing a load of research on compost heat recovery and heating greenhouses with compost piles that I'm building. And by setting these standards around permitting, it may prevent me from continuing my research. And I think that that has an amazing potential to offset carbon pollution, as well as provide fertility for the soil while keeping the greenhouses warm through the winter. My third point is that processing needs to be available on farm for all farms. That's a crucial part of this being able to roll out to its completion. And I think that if it can't be achieved for all, at least consider the families that have been working. I work with my mother and my brother on this, and we have no employees, and to have to move the processing and trimming off-site would definitely impact our ability to move forward at this time. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Question. Yes. When you say remove the sunset on hoop houses, do you mean the restriction that a hoop house is temporary and has to be disassembled?
Yes, I think that it should be able to remain.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify the point. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jed Davis, followed by Blair Phillips.
Good afternoon, Jed Davis. Thank you for taking the time and energy to listen to all of us today. As a cannabis nursery operator, I'd like to raise a few specific issues. One is a 35 watt per shelf limitation. It's impractical for seedlings and clones. We don't use high intensity discharge lights for cloning. Those lights use a lot of power, and they're designed to make flowers really dense. We use generally 4-foot fluorescent tubes that are 54 watts. Right now the regulation is at 35 watts. However, these lights that we use are 4 feet long, so they take up one shelf of a regular construction style shelf. They use 0.2 amps, so it would take 49 fluorescent lights to equal 1,000 watt light that people use on a 4x4 area for flowering. We use a fraction of the energy, and the regulation just doesn't seem to fit the purpose of what it was meant to be. Second of all, we've been talking a lot about the commercial building exemptions and ADA for processing and trimming. We cut clones, and we cut the branches and put them in racks. Takes a couple of employees. I would say it's very similar to the processing, utilizing the same type of area, a couple of employees, and we're looking at a commercial building thing also. And like to encourage you to consider putting us in the same realm as processing and trimming, especially if we're utilizing less than the 15 employees that's required to bring in the ADA codes. I'd like to point out that a lot of the complaints about cannabis are as if they're brought up with the view that we're still looking at cannabis as black market prices, black market problems. The whole purpose of regulation brings us out of the black market, and it gets rid of a lot of these problems. So if we can just look at regulating cannabis as we would any other commercial agricultural industry, I think it would help. You know, we're looking at it with an old mentality that won't exist once the regulations come into effect. And also I'd like to just echo the comments on the road easements and applying them as you would any other agricultural industry. Even vacation rentals on on properties have to go through other people's property. And also the Citizens Advisory Panel, I'd like to echo previous comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Blair Phillips, followed by Daniel Bowe.
Hello, greetings again. My name is Blair Phillips. Many years ago, I started leasing a property that eventually the landowner decided I either needed to move or buy it. And financially, it just made more sense to purchase the property. And one of the big deciding factors was it had water and it had a greenhouse. The greenhouse and all the structures on the property are unpermitted, and I am making way to make that compliant. The other thing that I found out that was something I can't do anything about is the fact that it's rangeland. And I voiced this last time. What I'm hoping is that y'all can consider a non-op potential for people like me who maybe need to take a break for whatever reason, family, work, getting buildings into compliance, that I can still be a part of the program and I'm not just cut out. That's that. Also, I wanted to note that along the same lines, I found out when I tried to learn about insurance on my property that I'm part of a fire zoning that doesn't allow for insurance. And I haven't heard anyone talk about this and in regards to setting up anything, any kind of infrastructure that you may require the way it stands. I've been operating seamlessly without any problems for a long time at this point, and anything that might be required is not going to be insurable. And that really presents a pretty big issue if we're going to spend thousands and thousands of dollars trying to come into compliance. And I guess thirdly, I'm really hoping that you can adjust the taxing provision, or whatever it's the vocabulary word is, and make it adjustable based on yields. Real farmers deal with real farming problems. That can mean that a crop can fail completely and entirely. And if I grow 10,000 square feet, mainly because I was told that if I didn't get up to that size, I wouldn't be able to grow any bigger in the future, and I didn't want to limit my options. But I could lose all 10,000 square feet and still be liable for a tax based on taxing me on space. So if we can make that adjustable by what's yield you guys want to put in a track and trace and do this whole program, it shouldn't be a real big problem to be able to say, all right, I grew this much, it went to market. And furthermore, that it goes to market, because just in storage, we can lose our crop. There's a ton of other things that I thought of. I'm not going to get to them. Didn't even get them written in the paper. I'm going to write something else. Appreciate your time, and I really hope you consider these considerations. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Bowe, followed by Johanna Mortz.
Chair and board, my name is Daniel Bowe. I work for the Mendocino County Department of Agriculture, and I decided to comment in response to your request, Chair McCowan, of another county that allows for agriculturally exempt greenhouses. So I provided the deputy clerk with a document from Humboldt County, planning and building cannabis operations. And when you read the first line, cultivation, greenhouse structures with no conditioned space, heating or cooling used for cannabis cultivation are allowed as agricultural exempt structures regardless of whether or not there are employees working in the structures. And then when you read California Building Code, Appendix C, Group U, Ag Buildings, Section C101 General, number 5 and 6, horticultural structures, including detached production greenhouses and crop protection shelters. Number 6 is sheds. And so my whole point is that it's our county ordinance exemptions for agricultural buildings that are holding us up on this issue. And if we got rid of, it seems that if we got rid of, if we amended the definition, letter B definition, number 1, any building which has workers or customers present, if we eliminated workers from that section, and then B5, wineries, sawmills, dairies, commercial greenhouses, warehouses, and firewood storage structures. If we eliminated commercial greenhouses from that section, that's all I have.
Thank you. Joanna Mortz, followed by Swami Chaitanya.
Hi, thank you, members of the board. My name is Johanna Mortz. I want to say thank you to Daniel and the Ag Department. I'm in full support of everything he just said regarding these issues. I would also like to address the retroactively altering the date for the tree removal. I think that that is that would be very detrimental to a lot of people. And I'm also wondering what your thoughts are or what you're doing about people who have had falling or hazardous trees be removed by licensed professionals on their property. That seems like something that is a good land steward and something that needs to be done. So where do they fall into the mix? Because they have cultivation, are they not supposed to take care of their property, or do they get exempt for something like that? And I would also like to address the processing situation. I think that a lot of us would like to either move processing off farm eventually or be able to come up to code, but we need some time. I think if we could have this year to be working on that, and maybe this happens next year, but I think having us have to do it this year is going to leave a lot of people in the dust. And I think this whole time we've all been working together for this program for so long to try to get as many people in as we can. And if we start closing doors now, we only have like 600 applicants. There's thousands of people out there we should be wanting to bring into this program. We should be trying to get all 600 of those people at least through this program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Swami Chaitanya, and is there anyone else who would like to address the board on this issue? So anyone else, raise your hands, please. So we will next hear from Corrine, followed by Petra Buchanan, and that'll be our last speaker.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Swami Chaitanya. I live in Laytonville. I'm the president of the Mendocino Cannabis Industry Association and on the board on the steering committee of the Mendocino Appellation Project. I want to say that there's been a lot of work, yes, but the results are really less than fantastic. We think we maybe have 10,000 growers in this county. Many people have put out that number. 700 approximately have applied. So that means about 93% of the people who are growing in this county don't believe you and don't trust you and all the things that you've done.
Please direct your comments to the board.
Okay, I thought I could address the other people as well. Sorry. Now, this is a problem because we know we grow the best cannabis in the world. If this were any other product, any other industry that is demonstrably putting in about 50% of the economic revenue of this county and is providing at least 50% of the jobs, If any other industry beside cannabis were providing this, you would be all over us. You would be giving us tax exemption. You would be giving us privileges and everywhere, and we would be members of the Chamber of Commerce. But because it's cannabis, and we have that stigma, as someone else mentioned, that's where we're still operating. So I really hope that you can move beyond that and to realize, for the health of the county and for the health of thousands of citizens who are your neighbors and their children and their families. And I would like to say, if it's half the revenue of this county, that means half of every supermarket, half of every car dealership, half of every contractor, half of every dispensary, and everything else is all based on cannabis income. And you put us in a very disadvantaged situation compared to all those other counties around us that are creating it, and also with Oregon and other counties. So at least give us the chance to compete, because we are internationally known as the best cannabis producer in the world. This is medicine that cures cancer. This is livelihood. This is medicine that kills post-traumatic shock syndrome for veterans. This is very, very, very important. And this is the main industry of this county. And I really ask you to please take care of it. One of the key issues is transference of title of permit if the land is sold and a permit doesn't come onto it. So then my land I've been worked on, and I have to sell it, and the other person, so that land is now valueless because it has no permit, because the permit goes with the grower. The permit also goes with the land because the grower can't have a permit unless the land meets that. So the land is more or less permitted by the inspection. So if we allow permits on land that's already permitted from a new grower, we're not expanding the grow because that land has already been approved. So this confusion between, does a permit with the grower, or is it with the land, or is it with the both, or is it with half, that's a crazy confusion. I really wish that council and all the board could clarify that. If I sell my land, is it worth anything? Because no one has a permit to come after me, but it might be worth a lot if someone does have a permit.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you all. And let's keep trying to make this happen, because our life depends on it.
Thank you. Corinne Powell, followed by Petra Buchanan.
Good afternoon. Corinne Powell from the Ukiah area. I want to echo Swami's comments on why you have solidly grasped this non-transferability of permit issue. You've heard it from us before. We've asked why you're doing it. We've never heard a rationale. And I would like the board to give us a rationale, because it makes no sense to deny transfer of permittability when every year the same parcel is going through all the same reviews and inspections and required to meet the same conditions in order to be permitted anyway. So why not let a new owner of the property be involved in the process and continue the developed use on that property? It's not like you're going to stop renewing their requirements. So please give us a rationale as to why you so tightly refuse permit transfers. I'd also like to echo Chantal's comments on forming a commission. I know some of us have requested that before, and perhaps CEO Angelo has some of the communities concerned in her cannabis hub unit, although I would like to hear what's happened on the development of that unit. I have no information, but I'm hoping that it will be something contributory to this process. I'm a strong advocate that cultivators can process their product on site. Cultivators have done this. We need to continue to be able to do this. I would like you all to please revisit the county's track and trace system in relation to the state's track and trace system that will be on us in a heartbeat. And requiring us to have duplicity in tracking and tracing is horribly burdensome and unnecessary. We had a gentleman in a previous meeting bring up the concept of premises, and I know that the state trailer bill has included quite a bit of discussion on how premises can be divided, but in the same building with different entrances. And I think that hopefully you will direct staff to explore some of that terminology from the state, because it may alleviate multiplicity of building needs, that sort of thing. So please look into that, and please give us your rationale on non-transferability of permits. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if you have specific information on the point regarding premises, please submit that to us. Thank you. Petra Buchanan, and also I'm going to give last call for John Lee and Blair Auclair in case they've come back.
Hi, I'm Petra Buchanan. I'm going to bring up the transferability as well. My neighbors are not very happy. I've jumped through all the hoops. I've done everything right. I've been told that I think this is what they meant when they said this, that once I turn in one last piece of item that's needed, I will have my permit. So I've done everything right, but my neighbors aren't happy, and I'm not happy. They were my friends. I don't want to, and I spent a year talking to them about that. What I was doing, they came over to my property multiple times a week. I said greenhouses, greenhouses, greenhouses. And as long as I had the hoop houses, I was fine. Like, if you guys would have just let us have our hoop houses with lights and fans and dehumidifiers, like, my neighbors would have been happy. But second I start putting up greenhouses, my neighbors hate me. And so long term, I don't really want to stay in my neighborhood. I mean, maybe a year from now, once all my trees that I've planted on my berm have grown and they're hiding the greenhouses, then maybe my neighbors will be happy. I have started employing some of my neighbors, so it's not like all of my neighbors are upset. Some of them are very happy about the situation. I'm switching to a nursery permit to make my neighbors happy. But a year from now, if my neighbors are still unhappy, I'd really like to be able to sell my property, fix it up, make it sellable, take down the greenhouses, leave it, put it back into its original whatever, and then be able to move somewhere else which is more welcoming. And I think you really should give growers that opportunity, if neighbors aren't happy, to go to another area where they will be welcomed. And I also had another thought about this. It would make your lives and law enforcement lives so much easier if growers tended to be in certain areas where they're happy and welcome, and then they can work together and help each other out. And then enforcement's going to be so much easier because you're not going to be having to run all over the place to these like far-flung places, and instead the growers will be more concentrated. So if anything, allowing us to move to make our neighbors happy and transfer our permits to other locations would be nothing but good for everybody. And that's about it. And then also I really think you do need a lot more clarity with the trim buildings, because as other people have said, nobody just dries in a building and then doesn't trim in it. As usually people dry in the same building and then they end up trimming in it as well. So you really need to clarify that part. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. So that does conclude public comment on this issue. We will bring it back to the board. We've got quite a number of issues to try and cover. One thing that I did want to ask about before I lose track of the thought, could we have an update on when it is projected that the business license ordinance would return to the board? And it, on the face of it, it seems like that's the more simple, straightforward ordinance that we ought to be able to get adopted. So
Mary Lynn Hunt, Planning and Building Services, if you're talking about the non-cultivation ordinance, is that?
Correct.
Okay, so it's scheduled for the Planning Commission for September 7th?
Oh, that's right. Planning Commission, September 10th there.
September 7th.
Fast track to the board would get us to us, assuming the Planning Commission doesn't chew on it too long.
I don't know when a date with the board would be available after that.
Well, certainly if it comes from the Planning Commission, I don't know if there's a time frame, but it could come to the board if there's no changes or nothing staff needs to do right after that. So can we make it for September 12th?
Potentially in late October?
I'm hoping earlier, but at the latest.
Earlier would be good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for that update. Board members, or maybe first we should go to staff for any responses you have to specific items that were raised. If not, we'll just go to my colleagues, and you know, I have my little list, but I'm sure each of you do as well. So whoever would like to start, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan, and I want staff to go over what they've just handed out to us when we came back from break, but I wanted to ask several comments on the track and trace, and comments are being made that our vendor will not be able to coincide with state. I mean, there's other counties that have this track and trace vendor like YOLO, so what's the comment? Do you, Chair, can staff speak?
How seamlessly will our track and trace vendor mesh with the states?
Chair McCowan, Supervisor Brown, I'm assuming that question is for me. I can tell you that our track and trace vendor is actually here in the room, and if this board is okay with that, I would actually like to ask our SICPA Representative Alex Spellman to come up and answer that question for you.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Please.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Alex Spellman with SICPA Product Security. We were awarded the contract for the track and trace here in Mendocino County. We are currently providing a similar system to Yolo County, and in the process of also finalizing a contract for a similar system with Humboldt County, as well as the cities of Eureka and Rio Dell. I've heard a lot of comments at today's meeting in regards to track and trace. So I think a couple of things in addressing the specific question in regards to integration I wanted to bring up. One is, right now, the state is in the process of implementing a system from a vendor called Franwell. It's a system that has been used in other states like Colorado and Oregon. And Franwell does include what's called an API, an application programming interface, that enables that system to communicate with a variety of third-party systems. The state requirements that were promulgated out in the request for proposals that ultimately led to the selection of Franwell included data interchange and API requirements to make that system available to third-party systems such as a county-level track and trace capability. The big question right now is when that API is going to be available for integration use here in the state of California. As many of you know, CDFA is in the process of currently implementing the Franwell system to have it operational by the January 1st, 2018 timeframe for issuing licenses. So we are staying in touch with CDFA to try to get information about when that integration paradigm will be available. And furthermore, what information from the state system may be available for county compliance use. There are some very broad requirements that are currently enumerated from the state RFP, but there are no specifics as to what types of information, when that information might be available, and what use that information might provide for the local level. Once we have a better picture of that, we will then be working with Carmel and the rest of the county staff to determine the integration paradigm to minimize any duplicative data entry requirements and try to keep the burden of the system as mitigated as possible here in the county.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
I just appreciate you being here and answering the questions.
Oh, my pleasure.
I'm going to step out of process just a bit, and I'm going to ask Mr. Ron Edwards if he has one question he would like to ask. Please come forward.
While we were talking about the advantages of
to the microphone, please, and identify yourself.
Ron Edwards, CK Nursery Willits. The question I would have would be, what advantage to the county is there of having two track and trace systems with the information we received from the state this morning that I forwarded to County CEO?
Well, I'm not sure that's a question for SICPA, but if there's a response.
Yeah, so, that's a pretty broad question. Listening to the comments today, there are a couple things that really shone through in the concerns from the community. One is the heritage here in Mendocino, the brand that heritage essentially conveys, the quality of the product that is cultivated, the specialized medicinal character that they want to maintain, the size of operations that they'd like to be able to maintain, et cetera. That's really about the appellation, the proof of origin concept in terms of being able to ensure that product that says it's from Mendo is from Mendocino, and it's not being sourced from somewhere else and being represented under that Mendocino brand. And that's really an important paradigm of what we're constructing within the track and trace. It's something the state system has no requirements to do. As far as we know, there's no capacity for the state system to provide that. So we see that as a very clear area of differentiation from the county needs in regards to what the state is ultimately going to promulgate out from a systematic perspective. Where we are right now, as the county moves forward with its permitting, there are still federal guidelines encompassed in the call memo, FinCEN guidance, et cetera, that do remain in force and have not yet, at least this point, been abrogated by the Trump administration. And to the extent that the county can remain in compliance with those federal guidelines, provide a mechanism for farmers here in the county to be able to legally move product out of county to downstate dispensaries and have transport manifests and have other legal means consistent with California statute, a track and trace system will provide that right out of the gate. So there will be a series of protections that system offers in the interregnum between when we get the state system live and when it may be available for use by the county.
And I believe you said your system is better able to brand Mendocino by tracking various strains, geographical regions, characteristics, et cetera.
Yeah, that is correct.
You're better able to customize the tracking as opposed to what the state might be able to do?
Yeah, well, fundamentally, the tracking component ultimately boils down to the ability for each individual product to be uniquely and discreetly identified with a visible mark of the appellation. And that is something that the state system is not currently designed to do, nor was it a requirement of the state through its procurement for the system to do that at any foreseeable point in the future.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Other questions from the board? Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you for
Thanks to the
being
board.
here.
Appreciate the time.
One issue I'd like to address, and it's been raised consistently, and I think most thoroughly by Jed Davis regarding the lighting, particularly for nurseries, and I think the examples he provides seem pretty compelling to me, and I think that as long as our ordinance is already providing that we prefer that people either be on grid or go to alternative sources, shift away from fossil fuel consumption, then I think, and provided the lights are not creating glare and so forth for neighbors and those types of issues, maybe we really don't need to be so detailed in specifying what the lighting requirements are for cultivators, certainly nurseries, perhaps just cultivators as well. Board members? Supervisor Jurdy.
So for clarification, we would still have strict standards about night sky and night sky pollution, because I think that, to me, that's the primary issue.
Exactly, and we're not softening that in any way.
Thank you.
So
Agreed.
I think we have consensus on that. Shall we, Supervisor Brown, what's next on your list?
Well,
can you please repeat that last consensus?
I believe the consensus of the board is to eliminate detailed lighting requirements for cultivation, including nurseries, provided there is no weakening of the protections for the night sky and prohibition of light and glare that would impact neighbors. Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair McCowan. Another point that has been made by those testifying today is consideration of refunds with changes to ordinance. So I heard that several times about refunds. Consideration, whether it's third-party inspectors, and there were some others, but changes with our ordinance as well, if there's 2 permits, and so anyway, there's a number of components to refunds.
Right, and I believe staff is recommending that if we do remove third-party inspectors from the ordinance, that their application fees to be third-party inspectors would be refunded. Certainly seems reasonable if we go that route. I think we have concurrence that if they are removed, we would refund the fees. With regard to people who may have paid double permit fees, I'm sympathetic to, if the board follows through with a reduced fee schedule, that those who have previously paid the full fee for both permits would be eligible for a refund down to the level of what the new charges would be. So, board members, Supervisor Croskey.
I would agree, and I think that ties in well with what we recently did with the major use permit down to a minor use permit for the vacation rentals as well. We're following the, the same principle there.
Supervisor Churdy, Supervisor Brown. And Supervisor Hamburg is nodded assent, so we have agreement for those 2 components of the fees. I'm not sure there was another one that anyone has in mind on the fees. So Supervisor Hamburg, what's next on your list?
Okay, well, I have a lot of things on my list. And there were so many things that were brought up today, and although this is the first time I've sat with the board, it's not the first time I've listened to a lot of the testimony, and it just amazes me that there's almost an endless amount of information out there, and things to clarify, and ways that we could try to make this a more workable ordinance. Julia Dakin pointed out this issue of our denials to approvals being 9-to-1. I don't think any of us want to continue down that road. And if there are things we can do to make this process more user-friendly, it's totally, I think, to the advantage of the county. So, I thought there were some things that were brought up today that bear taking a look at. We heard a lot about the possibility of zoning overlays and exclusionary zones, and I kind of see those as the opposite. One keeping things out, one allowing things in, and I believe we have an RFP that has been let that will be looking at both of those possibilities. Is that right, staff?
Yeah,
or is it only looking at the overlay?
Well, the RFP would be looking at the exemptions and the overlay.
And then, since the RFP was originally issued, there's been discussion of also the exclusion zones, and I believe we heard earlier that staff has included that concept into your response back to the proposer.
That is correct.
And so we would expect, and of course, and I believe the final contract for that would come to the board for approval. Is that accurate?
It would, and if I could, through the chair, what's happening now is that the scope of work has been sent to the proponent or the proposer, and we're just they're going to take a look at it, and then they're going to contact us, and then we can start working out the details. But yes, the contract would come before the board.
I think the expectation is that they would develop not only the process for the overlay and exception, but also for the exclusion. So yeah. I think that's certainly the direction of the board.
Okay, well, I think that's very good. There were a lot of specific comments made that I would like to see considered either today by the board or things that the staff can, take under advisement and bring back. But for instance, the idea that was put forward by Roger Wheeler of grandfathering in existing Class K approved structures, I thought that was something that that should be considered. I thought that Casey O'Neill's talking about the personal medical exemption on the 25 plants, and to have a process to make that easier for people to qualify. I think that 25 plant garden has sort of been something that's been very basic in Mendocino County for decades, and if there's just some way that we can make it easier for people to qualify to be in that program, I think that would be really good. I would like to see us look at the possibility of these drying sheds being, at least for this year, being used for trimming as well as for drying, because I think otherwise, well, I think a lot of people will do it anyway because that's the only place they have to do it. But I think also it just makes sense. People have the structure, they dry there, and then they go there to trim. And a lot of people are going to have to be processing on their own farm this year. There's not going to be all that many alternatives. I'm also really concerned, and I've heard from a lot of people in my district about this whole issue of transferability of titles and permits, and the effect that has on property values when you go to transfer your property and you can't transfer the permittability of that piece of property. I hope that's something the board will look at. Now maybe we can't look at that because that's too built into the ordinance, but I think that's a big problem throughout the county. And lastly, I really like the idea of a citizens advisory panel. I think we have a huge amount of expertise in this county on cannabis, and it's not, there's some expertise on this dais, but not as much as there is out there. And I know it's kind of a nightmare in some ways to staff, and a whole nother thing we have to do, but I agree with the speaker who said 3 minutes is not really enough to get into these issues. We have an industry that's been, a practice, an industry, whatever you want to call it, that's been around for 4 decades, and there's so much to it. There's so many intricacies, and it's developing, it's changing. And I just think we need to get some of the experts together to work on some of these problems that they're just not going to go away. So those are just a few of my thoughts, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Croskey.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I originally had put this up just so I could jump in on the overlay. Okay. So as far as the overlay goes, I think some of the communities should follow what Laytonville has started. Their MAC has created an ad hoc committee to jumpstart the process and start, the areas where they're considering an overlay, having, polling of neighbors, and they're really actively pursuing what they want to present to the winners of the RFP. So I think that's something that Covelo really should start actively pursuing. What do they want to present as well? But I'll have to say I'll second a lot of your comments. I mean, I think that the transferability is something that is a big issue, that we need to find a way that people can sell their property with the permit. And I do think the advisory board is a great idea. It is difficult to work on an entire ordinance in this type of an atmosphere. I feel like we never quite get enough done. So I think an advisory board would help focus some of the points. And the 25 plant smaller gardens, that is, listening to my constituents, that's probably one of the biggest complaints that comes to me over and over is, these people who have 25 or less and they're really struggling to go through the process. And a lot of the growers that I speak with that have a larger garden, they are okay with some of the ADA requirements. They are going to have more employees, and I've heard a lot less complaints as far as them trying to comply whereas some of the smaller gardens, I would agree that a simpler process for them would bring more into compliance.
I do want to speak to the transferability, and that really, as a practical matter, is a dead letter. It's tied into the environmental documents, is my understanding with regard to rangeland, and we do allow people who are in rangeland currently and can show proof of cultivation to continue. Same for forest land, TPZ. We allow them to relocate, including within rangeland. So there's some options for folks, but the intent, due to the perceived environmental impacts, is to phase out commercial cultivation in forest land, TPZ, and rangeland. It's not to say that can't be revisited in the future, but on the basis of the environmental documents that we're proceeding with currently, it's, I believe, untenable to go back and start tinkering with the transferability, and I would ask County Council or Planning to weigh in if, you know, if their opinion differs from what I've stated.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. I can't say for certain that non-transferability was part of the CEQA document or not. I think we're happy to take a look at that with board direction to see if there are any pathways for that, but I can't say anything more specific.
I'd like to hear back.
Certainly, but I mean, that's the answer that's come up previously, including from the consultants who prepared the environmental documents, I believe. That, you know, it's kind of a non-starter, but if there's more information on that.
I think we did add transferring to descendants and
to
your children.
Oh,
because
exactly.
That was brought up time and again.
No, we did include that to specified family members. But in terms of being able to sell your land, permits themselves are non-transferable. But, you know, certainly if staff has additional information on that, we can certainly take a look at it.
I'd really appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
The 25 plant and smaller garden, I'd like to tie in with that with the comments from Paul Hansberry, and he referenced, I believe it was section 26070.5 in the trailer bill, where the state is encouraging local jurisdictions to adopt cottage industry licenses for nonprofits, and I believe in his understanding that potentially could also include home manufacturing, building on the home kitchen allowances in AB 1616, which was adopted in 2013, and I think Supervisor Brown may actually have been involved in that process with the Department of Agriculture for the home kitchens to encourage, you know, cottage level value-added processes. So also Mr. Hansberry is going to submit some information that may be a starting point for us to look at this issue in a little more depth. So board members, Supervisor Jurdy?
I just wanted to circle back to the Citizens Advisory Committee. I've always hoped that at some point we would be in a place where we could appoint such a committee, and I feel like we're now getting to that point. We have a fairly substantial ordinance at this point, and so I just wanted to speak up in support of that idea.
Well, I kind of think we're kind of the advisory committee of the whole right now, and we have so many issues going on, and so who's going to staff this new committee? It seems like a dual track, and I'm not sure it is a quicker way through the woods, but if it's the will of the board, we may well wind up going there. But I don't see building that into this round of ordinance revisions, frankly. Supervisor Brown.
Well, I do believe we heard today from the CEO that with the new division, this is a concept, so.
Well, I think, to me, rather than appoint a formal advisory board, the new division can form working groups that include anyone that they would like to.
Stakeholder groups.
And so, for a particular issue, invite in the people that have expertise on that issue.
I think
and
that,
it may be different people depending on the particular issue.
and we do that right now.
We could do it right now.
I mean, we do it right now in other industries. Like with the Ag Commissioner and Ag, with Planning and Building and the Contractors Association. so.
CEO Angelo.
Chair McCowan, I will do whatever this board directs me to do. The original thinking was that because you can see the interest here in this room every time cannabis is on the agenda, that as part of the cannabis unit, we would begin to have that open dialogue with the subject matter experts, stakeholders, whatever word you want to choose. So my original idea was that we would form this group and do a phone conference once a week. And so as we go through the process, we would hear back and get immediate feedback. However, that could change based on what direction this board wants to go.
And the phone conferences could include stakeholders from the community.
Yes,
So they wouldn't have to drive down from Covelo.
No,
every.
that's why I wanted to do a phone conference, exactly, Chair McCowan, and that I then wanted to have a representative from Planning, from Ag, so that we could deal with those issues that come up immediately. If you look at all the emails that you're getting, all the phone calls you're getting, we're getting them as well. Having a weekly phone conference, my hope would be that we would be able to deal with those issues immediately. And that is most likely a mini version of what you're looking at as far as an advisory committee. But we are in the weeds. If you look at the staff in front
So
of
to
you.
speak.
Yes, and you look at my office, I mean, we are daily working on the very issues that you have been dealing with all day. So the hope was that with the input from the community, that we could work through these issues and resolve them and work quicker through
And
them.
if it were weekly or even bi-weekly, that would very well be a much more expeditious process than a commission, which would tend to meet monthly or.
It would, and you could still form a citizens advisory committee or an advisory commission or whatever you would like to do after this. But I see this as immediately getting into the process. So again, whatever this board chooses, we'll do.
Well, personally, I certainly support having these very frequent phone conferences where stakeholders, I imagine we would put the information out, and anyone who wanted to call in and participate would have an opportunity to do so. Is that how you envisioned it?
There are some key people in this room that have already contacted me and others that I have contacted, because those are the people that you always hear from, either emails, phone calls, whatever. However, this is not an exclusive group.
People in the community
so
would know that they are points of contact.
Yes.
So, I mean, I would certainly support that process, which could be rolled out fairly quickly, perhaps.
within the next 2 weeks.
Supervisor Croskey?
Thank you, Chair. I would definitely support that process, but I think long-term, we might want to also consider the advisory board on, as well as the conferences, that we can at least start those now, though. So that would just be my opinion.
Other comments? Supervisor Hamburg?
Well, I just want to say to the CEO that, you know, I really support this idea of a unit that is, you know, looking at cannabis policy and looking at changes that need to be made so that we can have a successful program and a successful industry here. And I haven't seen the organization chart. I haven't seen, and I'm not saying, I'm not casting aspersions. I'm just saying I haven't seen it. So I don't know what the best structure is to get that input to you. But what I do know is, having sat here for the last 3 or 4 hours, I've heard a lot of, you know, really great comments from people who I think mostly are hardworking and good-hearted and want to see this industry succeed and want to see these however many thousands of growers we have in this county come in under a coherent, rational, profitable system. So, however, you know, I'm open to a formal citizens advisory committee that's appointed by the board at some point, probably not immediately, but I also really like the idea of these conference calls where you're tapping into some of this expertise. Because it's not, as I said, it's not all on this dais by any way, shape, or form.
Never said it was.
Although my colleague here is the subject matter expert on the board.
I never said it was all here.
No, it's said respectfully, John.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan. I also have heard speakers today on some other issues, and I wrote them down. Provisional permit, also cultivation and C2 zoning, and also commercial kitchens. And then another issue is setbacks from property line or structures. So those are some issues that were raised.
And I believe the TPZ would go to the transferability because it is allowed for existing cultivators, but they, other than as restricted, they can't generally transfer it. The provisional permit issue and the not in violation process, I do support the comments of Casey O'Neill and others regarding that. I do think we may have heard earlier that the provisional permit concept is something that staff needs to take a longer look at. Is that accurate?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. I think that's correct for any kind of affirmative provisional permit, but certainly we can look at creating some document that can be used to say that someone is in the process and whatever other information is required to be in conformance with the trailer bill, and providing a response to the state if they ask us if they're part of our program or not.
And I do think that's a priority given the timing, although I'm not so confident the state's going to be fast out of the blocks on January 1st, but it should be a priority for us to try and get ready for that so we're not disadvantaging the people who are trying to get permitted and licensed. Other comments?
Just kind of,
Supervisor Hamburg.
Mr. Chairman, the gentleman who brought up the problem of transport, do we have any kind of a way to address that this year? I think that goes with the next phase, correct? With the business license? County Counsel, are you trying to answer me or looking at Matt?
Transportation.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I believe this is tied in with the track and trace system in terms of anyone who's still in the application process before that point in time. We have our affidavit process, and that's, I guess, the most we can say. And I'll look to CEO for any more statements on the track and trace system.
So my question is, will there be a way for people to transport their product legally this year?
In terms of anything prior to the issuance of a permit and enrolling in track and trace, I'm not aware of anything specifically that we have as part of the cultivation ordinance that creates kind of a process for that.
So,
and this may not cover all situations, I'm sure it doesn't, but our very own Pepples Trippett is responsible for case law that says if you can legally possess it, there is an inherent right of transportation. So if you can, cultivate it, possess it, use it, you have to be able to transport it. Now, any individual law, that may be only an argument in court, but, we have many moving pieces here.
And Mr. Chairman, there's one other thing that Julia Dakin brought up that I'm not sure I fully understand it, but it seemed significant at the time. the consideration of extending sunset provisions that are applicable to small parcels, I guess 1, 2, and 3 acres, and whether those sunset provisions could be extended.
I'm not sure I grasp it, because the sunset provisions apply specifically to smaller parcels.
And
You know,
it's a 3-year sunset.
as long as people are able to meet the setbacks, and we clarified that today, if they can meet the basic setbacks in 040, even though they're in a zone or on a parcel size where they won't be permitted in the future, there is a 3-year sunset period. So that already exists.
You're saying those apply currently to all parcels, not just the small ones, not just the 1, 2, 3s?
Well, it is specifically to the small ones, because those are the ones that are subject to the sunset principally.
Would be non-compliant.
And staff, is there something more to add on that?
I'm asking about sunset provisions being extended beyond just the 1, 2, and 3 acre parcels in order to, give people who are on other size parcels more time to get compliant.
Oh, that's two different things. Okay.
Pardon me?
Yeah, that wasn't what I was
Okay,
thinking
that's
of either of what
That's
Dan
kind
was
of two
saying.
different topics. So
Yes.
to be compliant, that's, I think, speaks more to not the sunset provision, but to the extension of the deadline, maybe to June 30th. I'm not quite.
Okay.
I think it's two different topics.
And I would like to comment on that. I
Yes.
think because even with the sunset provision, you have to meet the setbacks. And in Miss Dakin's situation, she doesn't meet the setbacks. So it wouldn't help her
Could
to
you explain
extend.
that
That's
to
really a
us, please?
separate issue. That's an issue of setbacks.
Right, but what I'm saying is she wouldn't, even if we, could say extend the sunset period, I mean, she wouldn't qualify. That property wouldn't qualify for that.
Well,
because
Yeah,
it's
I
a
don't
setback
think
issue.
I don't think this was in reference to her particular property. I think this was a more generalized.
Okay, well, I
to-
mean, even so, I mean, if you couldn't meet the setbacks in any situation.
So
you
my
were in.
understanding, in order, as it stands now, in order to be eligible for the 3-year sunset, and you're in a sunset because you're either in a zoning or a parcel size that does not allow you to be permitted on an ongoing basis, to be eligible for the sunset, you have to be able to comply with the setbacks,
Right.
which we actually made it easier for people to comply by limiting it only to the setbacks that they have to be able to comply with. So I'm just not sure, unless you just want to say, continue the free-for-all for another 3 years, I'm not sure what more we would do.
Yeah, I'm just hoping to allow more people more time to get permitted.
But their setback situation won't change.
We'll
If they're
never
growing
allow
on the
them.
property line and that's the only place they can do it, that isn't going to change.
And that is the sole issue, is the setback issue?
That is the primary qualifier for being able to be eligible to continue in the sunset in residential zoning on the residential type parcels,
Okay.
or on a less than 2 acre or less parcel. I think less than 2 acre. Supervisor Brown.
Well, I guess this is not the place to do it, but I want to know more about that denial and the reasons that she would never qualify on that particular piece of property. So,
Well, again, let's have that discussion next, because that's the setbacks, and we need an update from staff, if any. But Supervisor Jurdy?
I had a question about how the setbacks are measured, because going back to your comment earlier about that the setbacks should be measured from the receptor point, not from the property line.
see, and that
Well, by
is
our
why I asked the question.
ordinance, the distance between the listed uses and this is section 040A 1 through 6, A and B. It makes reference to various sensitive uses, youth-oriented facility, school, park, church, residential treatment facility. The distance shall be measured in a straight line from the nearest point of the fence required for an outdoor grow, or if it's indoors, from the nearest exterior wall of the building in which the cannabis is cultivated. So basically it's from the boundary of the grow to the nearest boundary line of the property on which the facility, building, or structure, or portion of facility, building, or structure in which the above listed use occurs is located. So it's from the cultivation site to the boundary line of the property that contains the sensitive receptor. So that's our ordinance. State ordinance, I believe, says 600 feet from property line to property line. What staff suggested earlier is that we can actually be more lenient than state law, and in that case, we could revise our ordinance to say that it would be, and you know, I'm fine staying with 1,000 feet, frankly, but I believe it would address the situation referenced by Ms. Dakin if we revised our ordinance to say that it's 1,000 feet from the cultivation site, either the fence or the building, to the location of the sensitive receptors, not the boundary of the property line. But in the case of the example cited, the child facility is far beyond the 1,000 feet, and the area where children would normally be present, you know, would be present on a daily basis, is far removed from the cultivation site. So it'd be pretty easy to revise our ordinance to cover that situation. I'm aware of another one where a school property extends down to within, you know, 960 feet of a neighbor, but that is a portion of the property never used by children. So you would define it as the edge of the playground would be the area where the children are typically present. So provided we can be more lenient than what the state says, we can certainly revise our ordinance to address the examples that have been cited. And just one more, the gentleman who showed us the parcel map earlier, it's not from property owned by the entity on which the church or whatever sits. It's to that property, the parcel on which the church sits. So in that case, there appears to be an intervening parcel that puts the parcel with the structure more than 1,000 feet away. Supervisor Jurdy.
So I would support a refinement of our current ordinance as you just described it.
And I certainly do. And Supervisor Croskey.
I'll have to say I am not in support of changing it. And that's okay if I'm the minority, but you know, to try to define a spot on the property where the kids are typically present, I mean, that gets very difficult. And I think they might change what they do, and now that little creek area that they didn't used to use, now they have set up stuff for the kids to go down and use it. You know, I think if it's owned by, you know, we'll say a school or a church, and that's their property line, I think that's the area that we need to have the setback from. You know, mainly because they might change what they do in the future, and that might not easily equate to us changing the setbacks for a structure that now has been built. So I'm not in favor of changing it.
Supervisor Brown. You go with the flow. We have three who say we're willing to look at revising it.
Well, I'd have to look at the language,
okay.
Yes.
So we do have three that are interested, and I wonder if staff has had an opportunity to research state law and see if we do have the flexibility that was suggested earlier?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. It's in section 26054 of the Business and Professions Code. And the phrasing that we focus on is actually was still there from AUMA. So the trailer bill amended in large part the provisions of AUMA adopted by the voters to try and make everything work for both medical and adult use in the same place. So 26054 was not MCRSA, that came from AUMA. And there it's stating that there's a 600-foot setback unless a licensing authority, that's a state entity, or a local jurisdiction specifies a different radius. And the research that we did in the last couple of days was to look over and talk to other councils, and even the Ledge Analyst Office review of AUMA, which is where this came from, noted that this isn't your normal, you can only do what's allowed by state law, but this may result in local jurisdictions adopting a lesser setback. And one thing to note about our existing 1,000-foot setback is in some situations it might even be less restrictive than 600 feet property line to property line. So this already is bolstering our existing setback as it stands. We are happy to talk with staff and internally with county council staff to work on other language to bring back to the board to see what is a reasonable way to try and address issues with a rural county's larger parcel sizes.
So it certainly does seem like we have the ability to be more flexible than the state,
Yes.
based on, they said, different, not greater.
Correct, as well as other analyses of that as well.
Thank you. So that's, I think, welcome news.
Yeah.
Let's go to the third party. Staff is recommending eliminating third-party inspectors from the ordinance. We had some discussion on that earlier. Board members?
Well, I agree with the idea of removing it from the ordinance, but certainly not removing the role of third-party inspectors.
To act as independent consultants.
Oh, absolutely, and I think they have a very important role to play, but I don't see where they belong in the ordinance itself.
Other board members? Supervisor Jurdy?
So I'm okay with eliminating the role of third-party inspectors doing the inspections, but I do have some concerns that we might enlarge the county staff for a process that should be simpler in future years. So that's just a concern I have, but hopefully staff hears that concern and addresses it.
Other comments? Supervisor Brown?
And if we do that, we will be refunding certain fees?
We've already decided that if we drop them out of the ordinance, we would refund their application fee.
And that was a recommendation?
Of staff.
Of staff.
And I think that was pretty much a unified position from staff.
I think our CEO wants to.
And because, and again, I've said that I believe we could create a meaningful role for the third-party inspectors as compliance specialists. However, they can do that acting as independent consultants. And I am somewhat sympathetic to the concerns raised about possible conflict of interest and conflicting advice and potentially undercutting the authority of county staff. CEO Angelo?
I just wanted to, Chair McCowan, really respond to what Supervisor Brown said. I'm not certain if the board knows. We have 8 third-party inspectors, is that right? So we're not talking a large number of TPIs, of third-party inspectors. So they could still all be consultants. And I believe the application fee for a third-party inspector is $1,500. Is that right? So 1,000. So we're just talking 8. And I believe they're all consultants, so they can all still work as consultants with our cultivators.
So I'm going to agree with Supervisor Hamburg that I think we could drop them out of the ordinance. Other comments? We've heard cautionary notes, but do we have a clear majority to have staff bring back a revision that would drop them from the ordinance?
Concur.
Yes, okay. Supervisor Croskey concurs.
Yeah, would that be Ms. Curry then that would do that, or?
Well, it would be county
Matt.
council will
Okay.
revise the ordinance. So that is concurrence with staff recommendation on third parties. Before we get to the really easy one of road easements, I want to bring up one that I had in the back of my mind when we adopted the ordinance, and then I just didn't put it on the table at the time. We are aware that some cultivators, at least part of the time, rely on trucked-in water. We've had some people advocate for eliminating that practice altogether. I'm not willing to eliminate it, but I think it would be reasonable to require that anybody utilizing trucked-in water show that they obtained the water through a legal source. So there are water districts, and I believe the Long Valley Water District is one of them, that have ample water resources where the aquifer readily recharges and water is therefore readily available through a legal source. But requiring that proof of the legality of the water be required would hopefully curtail the practice of someone simply sticking a straw into 10 Mile Creek or the Navarro River or any other waterway, or taking the cap off a fire hydrant and filling from the fire hydrant at midnight, which have all been occurring. Supervisor Brown.
And we learned much more can occur when we had the countywide drought task force. But I think environmental health, if I remember correctly, we had a presentation on just that, but that had more to do with potable water as well. And with theft of water, it's supposed to be permitted. You're supposed to show those permits if you're stopped by highway patrol. So I'm not sure if we need it in our ordinance, but who would you show the permit to?
Well, I think you're right. It's theft of water. It's either theft from the environment or theft from a water district. And the requirement would be on the grower who is utilizing trucked-in water to show that it came from a legal source. So I'm not saying we go out and try and monitor every water truck, but we require people in our permit program, if they're relying on trucked-in water, they have to be able to document that it came from a legal source rather than dipping into a stream or raiding a municipal water supply.
So who do they report that to?
They would report it to our ag department staff or ultimately the cannabis unit.
So that is another kind of checkoff that you would,
Correct.
For lack of a better word, you would like to see.
And we would add it to the 92 that are already in place.
Could I comment
comments
to that?
Yeah.
Currently, cultivators have to show us, where their water source is coming from anyway. So, I mean, I suppose we would be asking the question if they said they were trucking in water, who was providing that for them.
Yeah, and to me it would explicitly prohibit the process of using trucked-in water that wasn't acquired from a legal source. And I know it's a practice that goes on. I don't know that it's very prevalent among people who are in the permit program, but it just seems like it's a small protection for the environment to include it. Supervisor Brown.
Well, I don't know, water rights, everything, you start getting into all this, well, let's use the word of muddy water. But I do know that, for instance, at Blue Lakes, which was always full, and I believe Mud Lake, the water rights are held by the surrounding property owners. And I think they do watch that and give permission. But I just don't know what kind of process you could set up that way to really verify.
Well, does anyone support people simply pulling up next to the Navarro River and dropping a suction pipe in it and filling up a 4,000 gallon
Supervisor McCowan, I did the drought task force countywide. Supervisor Hamburg and I. No, we didn't approve of those things.
Well, thank you. So is there any objection if we allow staff to attempt to come up with language that would address the concern? Supervisor Croskey.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my only question is the concern not already addressed? I mean, when they say they're trucking water in, are you not looking into where it's coming from already? Is that just okay, they're trucking water in? So I'm just curious what the current procedure is when they say they are doing that.
Yes, we would be asking them, you know, if they're getting their water from a legitimate business. But again, you know, whether that business is dipping into the Navarro, I mean, I don't know how we would vet that. I mean, that's...
Right, but if we simply say, yes, we're getting it from Joe's Trucking, yeah, I'm asking us to, at least on paper, go one step further, and, you know, there needs to be a receipt showing where the water originated, that it came from a legitimate legal source. I think language could be crafted to address it if that's something we want to prevent, because I know it's a common practice to steal water either out of streams or hydrants. And it has to be an impact on the environment when you're stealing it out of a stream like 10 Mile Creek. So we have a noted lack of enthusiasm.
So I personally support that, and I see it as something that could be randomly audited over the years. It may not be the first thing that the staff is dealing with, but it's something, if we have it on the books, then there's something for them to follow up with an audit. I mean, random audits are things that governments do.
Yeah, I can work with it if Diane thinks it's something that can be just added to the form. If you are trucking in water, where's it coming from? Or who is your vendor?
Yeah, and we're kind of already doing that anyway, but
so
again...
So if we're kind of already doing it, it shouldn't be a burden to explicitly call it out in the ordinance.
And then what does the State Water Resources Control Board, North Coast Region, what do they require when they come in? What's that process?
So I think I heard lukewarm support from a majority for, let's see if we can build in some language to address the concern. I'm happy to stop there.
I'm just trying to say, I think it would be hard to enforce, to audit, that's all I'm bringing in.
Based on our track record so far, the entire ordinance is difficult to enforce or even implement.
Okay, Supervisor. It's been a long day.
Thank you. We're getting close to 5, and that'll put us close to 5:30. So why don't we go to the really simple one of road easements?
Oh, boy.
Supervisor Brown.
I think Judy was ready too, but this is a hard one for me because I know of a lot of rural road associations that struggle to keep their road system upgraded. I think, okay, we just talked about water trucks. I was recently on in a specific area, and if a water truck were to go over their bridge, it would probably be right down in the creek. So I think it's very important that we take a long look at that. We talked about it with Room and Board I don't know, a couple of weeks ago or a week ago as to one section in our ordinance. But I do think that people need to get permission of the other property owners if it's a private road or private road association. I think about the timber harvests of the past, and they had hearings when there was a THP. And the property owners of those same road association or private roads that have easements through other people's property, you got to testify on that and make recommendations as to what the operator or the landowner that was having the timber harvest, what they needed to do to keep the road up. So I don't know how you would put it in here, but I'm in favor of it.
Supervisor Jurdy.
So I think there's a reasonable way to incorporate the comments and concerns of the neighbors, and I think through our hearing process that we've already, we've talked about, that there would be maybe a minor use permit or a point of input from the neighbors. It would still be the decision of the permit administrator to decide whether or not there's a legitimate issue there. And the legitimate issue in some cases might be there needs to be limitations on the weight load of the vehicles entering the property. A legitimate issue might be they want to see some additional maintenance of the road given the activity. Or it could be that there's just proposed too much activity considering the scale of the neighborhood and the scale of the road to approve the project. But I think I didn't have the vision of this requirement being that the neighbors would automatically veto it, but that they would have a means for giving comment, and that a third-party quasi-judicial process, i.e. the county, would then take that input and decide what was the fair and appropriate response to the input.
Well,
thank you. Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, my question is, are we requiring use permits for people who are doing commercial grows on private roads, on non-publicly maintained roads?
I don't believe we've gotten there specifically for cannabis, but
I mean, I know we're going to a minor use permit now for Airbnb, but we're talking about at least some situations where the zoning is Ag 40, or it's definitely in a zone where we have designated for commercial cannabis operations, and it could get really difficult for us to be overseeing. I mean, we've never done that. I would rather see us put in something in the permit that says you will agree to respect the conditions, covenants, and restrictions that exist in
CCNRs?
the CCNRs that exist. Well, we also have no way to protect somebody who is the, fifth or sixth house on a road if one of their neighbors just, like what Jamie Warren was talking about. And I got a lot of mail on this. I'm sure all the board members did. This basically gives a neighbor the veto power over, over somebody who wants to do a grow on property that we have designated specifically for this kind of activity.
Let's get a response from planning regarding what, if anything, is currently required for an applicant accessing their cultivation site through a shared private road, traversing other properties.
So Mary Lynn Hunt, Planning and Building Services. Currently, there is no requirement unless the type of grow that's being requested requires a use permit or an administrative permit. And like I announced earlier, we have 30 admin permits and 1 use permit. And when you compare that to 600 applications, that could grow that amount of processing just out of the roof, over the top.
So currently the only way that would come into play is if, based on the permit type or the zoning or the parcel size, they had to come in for at least an administrative permit or a use permit.
Correct. So, and I'll use rangeland. If you're in rangeland and you are expanding your grow, you would require administrative permit. And like I said, we've got 30 of those applications in.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And so in those instances, provided the neighbors became aware of the hearing, they would have an opportunity to comment.
Correct. It would go through a public hearing process. No, neighbors within 300 feet would be notified. One thing that we've done, what we'll do with our administrative permits, because some of those may or may not go to a public hearing process, and what we'll do is we'll notify neighbors on the road, and if we get a large response back that they're are not satisfied with the administrative permit, we would take that to a public hearing process. Otherwise, it would just be signed off administratively within the office. So, I think maybe the number of applications, and we could look at to see how many actually are on private roads, and that may help you in making a decision of whether or not you want to go down that path of requiring a public hearing process for them.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, I mean, I think if one neighbor said, I have concerns, that might be enough, because we're talking in many cases of larger parcels, and there literally might be only 4 parcels that are within 300 feet.
It could.
And the purpose of the hearing is to find out, is there a bigger issue here within the neighborhood?
Right.
Not whether one neighbor has a veto over the whole permit.
Correct.
Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, I actually think this would be dealt with better through that exclusionary process. I mean, we haven't seen what, we haven't hired a consultant yet. We haven't seen what language they're going to come up with. But, if there are communities, and we know there are some out there, that that want to create a neighborhood, a subdivision, or whatever, that just simply does not want to have cannabis grown, perhaps there's a way that can be done legally. I asked Mr. Kodrowski about this earlier, and he said he's not sure there is, but that's definitely something that will be taken up in this process of looking at overlays on the one hand and exclusionary zones on the other. But I think setting up a system where individual neighbors can basically, blackball someone, in a particular zone that allows this use, I think that'd be a very dangerous road to go down for the county. These are private roads. These are not county roads. And I don't think we have the authority to say, seems like we have the authority to say, or at least it makes sense for us to say, you shall abide, as part of the permit, you shall abide by the CC&Rs of that neighborhood, that subdivision, whatever. But to say that, you can veto a use that is otherwise allowable, I think that's a really dangerous path for us to go down.
Chair McCown, may I speak?
Please.
Mary Lynn Hunt, Planning and Building. So, there's a lot of things to think about when you talk about private easements. They can be deeded, they can be prescriptive. There could be road associations. There are a lot without road associations. When we talk about CC&Rs, we don't see a lot of properties with CC&Rs. Those are done when you have a major subdivision. I know there's some out there. A lot of CC&Rs have expired on subdivisions, so I just think it's a very slippery slope when we talk about private roads.
And also with CC&Rs, I don't believe the county wants to be in a position of attempting to enforce private CC&Rs.
No, we don't have that ability.
Even if that were a universal solution, and from what you're saying, it applies to probably a distinct minority of properties out there.
It's probably more of a civil case in a court of law.
And it's, it's a very difficult issue, and I think we're all sympathetic to the concerns of the neighbors who hey, there's all this increased traffic, they're tearing up the road, they're potentially damaging the bridge, et cetera. But then we've also seen the letters from an individual that says, I live at the end of a private road with 100 parcels. Can one person veto that use? Or I live in a neighborhood where, you know, we've mostly are cultivators. Someone recently bought a parcel thinking they could cultivate. Oops, proof of prior cultivation. They're not eligible for a permit. Out of sour grapes, potentially that person could in effect veto. So I don't think we want to get into that situation either. And frankly, I would guess many of these permits are actually off of private roads, or many of the applicants are off of private roads out in, you know, rangeland where we have a pretty good concentration of permits. However, perhaps there's something that we could do that if there is a road association, well, again, I don't know if we want to, and again, part of the problem is a lot of these permits are ministerial. But maybe one thing that we could do is, if there is a bridge involved, we could potentially condition it that you know, there would be a weight limit on the bridge, something like that.
Can I
okay, I'm
chime
getting
in?
Deeper and deeper here.
Diane Curry, Interim Ag Commissioner.
So to speak.
I'm just concerned about the private roads and going down that road because,
so to
again, you know, who's gonna? I would suspect. I live on a private road, dirt road, we probably have 50 people on our road. And it's very expensive to maintain. Was that road ever engineered? I have no idea. Probably not. So, you know, I mean, do we want to get into that realm of determining the road and the weight requirements? And I don't know. I just think that's a really, again, slippery slope to go down. All of a sudden, we're dictating what's going on a private road. I think that really has to be a civil matter between the people on that road.
So I think it may be that what Supervisor Hamburg suggested, that would be one element that neighbors might consider in determining whether they wanted to try and create an exclusion zone. That might be a more viable way of addressing that. Supervisor Brown, I think, is willing to require permission of the owners. I don't think I am at this point, based on all the discussion. We haven't maybe completely heard from Supervisors Croskey and Jurdy, or I kind of missed it. Where do we land?
I find myself on one side and then the other, and back and forth. I think it's really difficult because I do want to say that people can, you know, have, and I don't think in a private situation, but more in a hearing situation, say, you know, this increased traffic on our road, we don't want to have it there, or we need some way for them to mitigate it. However, if we're saying that this is okay on this land, I agree. I don't think we want to start to regulate that. You know, if they decided to start trucking cattle in and out, or pears or something else, I mean, that's going to be large loads as well. So I think if we say it's permissible, we need to let it be a civil matter as well.
Supervisor Jurdy?
So I heard from some people in Westport about a situation probably not too unlike the one in Anderson Valley. And I think the underlying issue really wasn't the traffic. It was really the concern about who was going onto this property, because the scale of the grow was much bigger than the other neighbors were participating in.
Then the what? I'm sorry.
And
the other neighbors were.
And the concern was that the neighborhood was accustomed to having either only the neighbors on the property in the neighborhood or familiar people. And it was the unfamiliar people showing up to this new enlarged grow that was really causing the anxiety in the neighborhood. And so, you know, I don't know how we address this, but it's perhaps through the track and trace system between the county and the state. Ideally, there would be audits of these businesses that do have licenses to make sure that they do have W-2 forms, that people really know who is working at this property, and perhaps that's the best way to address, you know, who are these strangers showing up to this property in this neighborhood.
So it does not, Supervisor Croskey.
I think regardless of what we decide, there will always be many road issues on who is coming down your easement, and regardless of if it's cannabis at the end or just a neighbor you don't like, I don't think we're going to find a good answer to this.
So based on the discussion, it does not appear that we have direction to condition use of road easements by applicants.
I think you're right.
We're aware of the concern. There's not necessarily a ready-made solution other than potentially the exclusion issue. And of course, it always helps if people are good neighbors, but.
John, are you going to go to Matt?
Oh,
to look at, if you are, could we have a 5-minute recess? Because we're going to be another hour, right?
Well, I mean, I've actually kind of covered what I had, and
from Matt's memo?
But we have Matt's memo.
Well, we've covered a number of those items in our further discussion, the third party, the road easements. Matt Kudowski, are there more items that you are looking for direction on?
Doing better than I thought.
I'd be happy to quickly go through it for the board. I think we've covered a lot of them, or we'll have changes coming back to the board when this returns.
Maybe we should take a 5-minute break, and then we can come back and we can be reviewing if there's items that we haven't covered we would like to.
Mr. Chair, I'd also like to discuss when this is going to be coming back, because we've got all these people here.
We will discuss that as well. The board is reconvening after a rather extended break, and I understand that staff will now reveal all.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski made no such promises, but I can review it as my memo and make sure we have clarification or know what's coming back to the board at the next meeting. We'll review this at. The first is number one was just we're County Council is bringing back changes to Section 100, so there's nothing for today. Number two is reviewing of the application process. We reviewed that with the board. There's no ordinance changes required as part of that. The application deadline, that's just a past board direction to move that to June 30th. Tree removal, we have language here, and I know there was some comment. I'm not sure if the board has any further direction or questions on that in particular. Multiple permits on one parcel, same thing in terms of revised language. So again, looking for some kind of version from the wording from the board to go ahead with language as proposed or not for those two issues. Number 6, same issue. We have some revised language. I would like to try and make that a little tighter going forward, but I think that the board gave direction that was at least in the right direction for the revisions to that section.
Well, yeah, that was consistent with board direction, I believe.
I don't believe that beyond that.
Likewise, 7, 8, 9, I think.
Correct. After that, I believe most of the discussion on those issues was fairly straightforward. So it would be looking to any comments on the proposed changes for multiple permits or tree removal would be appreciated, or we can move forward with bringing those back in an ordinance.
Well, frankly, I feel that the direction we gave on July 18th already. It both clarified and in some ways weakened the restrictions. I'm personally not willing to go further.
You're talking about 4?
Yeah, the tree removal. I think what is presented here is reasonable. And if anyone, if people were illegally removing trees anyway outside of the established process, I don't think that should get them a pass. The thing that we want to do is make sure that we include Supervisor Jurdy's concerns regarding clearance for defensible space and removal of dead, dying, or diseased trees should not prevent someone from getting a permit. Other comments on that section? So I think we can, actually,
I just have to say something.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm upset that CAL FIRE really chose to chew us out on July 18th, because how do we go out and enforce people that aren't coming in with permits when they've had state regulation for 3-acre conversions on the books for 30 years? And that's what they were accusing us of, not doing enforcement. And it really took me back, and then to see the newspaper articles was like a punch in the gut and a slap in the face. So, I just want CAL FIRE to know, former California Department of Forestry, and Fish and Game talked about the 1,600 permits. These processes that we have, as well as the North Coast Regional Water Quality Board, for people that are going and applying for permits, we check that. But those enforcement agencies with the state of California, they need to go out and do their work and not put the burden on us. So I guess I got over my little temper tantrum.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Brown. And if you're suggesting that the resource agencies that could have been enforcing everything that's been illegal for the last 30 or 40 years anyway, didn't need to wait for our ordinance to point a finger at us, where have they been?
They took it out on us.
But where have they been for the last 30 years? Now, the one clarification I think we had discussed on item 4 was to check with CAL FIRE to see if there was some comments that they had regarding the use of the word timberland, and is resource land more appropriate, or what is their preference? So that was clear direction from the board to seek that clarification. And I kind of think that probably takes us all the way up to 11, with the board having said okay to the suggested revisions. If anyone disagrees, now's a good time to comment. And then, of course, with the role of the third parties, we did just recently give the direction on that item. Enforcement issues. I think we had concurrence from the board on that.
And that'll be language coming back to the board as well.
Right.
For more specific language.
With language.
In terms of the bullet point list, a handful of these things, like septic system, we're still working on. The first item in that list I'm looking at would be, I think there was the board confirmed that we could make more specific any language about people expanding from their existing site now to a larger site in the future, if I remember correctly, or, okay.
Yes. And the additional issues, I believe the board gave direction. We're in favor of revising county code to allow porta potties rather than requiring everyone to hook up to a septic. There was also the option to tie in to an existing septic under specified conditions. We agreed not to go with the road easement issue. I believe the answer currently is that no, you can't relocate from coastal zone to inland. We have asked county council to review the issues and staff to review the issues around a provisional permit status and or the letter of no violation.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Could I just,
certainly.
Just ask a question? Regarding that issue of, regarding that issue of possible relocation from coastal zone, Mr. Kudrowski, didn't you say there was some research that could be done on that or not?
I think you're correct.
On the issue of relocating from coastal to inland, that I think is fairly settled in terms of it's not been considered by the existing CEQA document.
Okay.
So the issue would be moving forward, and again, with whatever coastal zone ordinance we do have, and how that fits in with the CEQA exemption from the trailer bill, and working with the Coastal Commission on their process.
So anyone who was operating in the coastal zone has no rights to transfer that operation inland?
Because the issue there is it wasn't studied at all. It was, in fact, the coastal zone was excluded from consideration as part of the initial study, mitigated neg deck.
Okay.
And further review in the coastal zone, I think, might be dependent on the Coastal Commission making a determination.
That would be much easier to have their guidance in advance of us starting.
And correction to the zoning tables was the issue of, is that de minimis, or does it need to go to Planning Commission? So staff will review that. I think we discussed the fee for multiple permit issue. That, well, I believe the board said we're in favor of a reduced fee for a second permit on the same parcel. Expansion is referenced, we covered. And then we're going to look forward to staff recommendations for the number of inspections and clarity on definition of a growing cycle and how that applies to the inspections, which potentially will also have implications for the tax. Is that all on the same page there? And then we did discuss the setback issue, and we're expecting revised language regarding that, I believe.
That's,
And then some of the other items that weren't in the memo that we gave direction on included the lighting issue.
Yes.
Lukewarm support for referencing the trucked water issue. We covered refund of fees. And we don't have a lot of clarity on how the cottage industry license might work and nonprofits, home manufacturing, but Mr. Hansberry may submit some additional information on that. Other issues hanging in the wind are the use of trim sheds, and is there any ability to allow that use to continue? The issue of our greenhouses, AU occupancy has been raised. I've gotten some information. I haven't had time to review on that, as well as Mr. Bowe submitted information. So even if a greenhouse is AU occupancy, what's the implication for ADA requirements? And also building code standards, and can it be used if there's outstanding code issues? And Supervisor Jurdy, and then we'll come back to staff for anything else that we may have missed. Supervisor Jurdy.
So earlier in the day, we heard from planning staff that they were prepared to be the initial point of applications, but I don't know that we resolved that issue, and I'm wondering if that's coming back to us when we hear a presentation on the cannabis cultivation team or the cannabis team.
I think we gave direction that new applications will first go to planning for a basic zoning clearance as discussed, and then it would go to ag.
And we're ready to do that now. I don't know if we need to come back to you with anything other than just direction today to start implementing that process.
Okay.
County Council can review if that can simply be done by direction, or does it require ordinance amendment?
That's just a procedure issue more than an ordinance. I mean, the ordinance requires for a permit to be issued by the Ag Commissioner. Our procedure, in terms of where you stop, we've been looking at that the entire time. So that's a procedural issue.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Supervisor Jurdy, another point. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was discussion about home kitchens, that AB, I believe, 1616.
Yes.
And so I don't know what the board's thinking on that, but also we had a gentleman speak today, and maybe this is best to be addressed under the business ordinance, but in C2, cultivation and a commercial kitchen.
Well, and that discussion was tied in with the issue of cottage industry license, home manufacturing, nonprofit permit type. So, you know, I don't think we have enough information today to give direction on that, except I believe we do want more information. Other issues we haven't yet.
So I'll just speak to that real quick. You know, we're bringing back to you the home occupation and the cottage industry portion under the non-cultivation. We haven't, as far as nonprofit, I don't think that's something planning will look at anyway. But we do have the processes for cottage industry, home occupation. As far as cultivation and C2, we'll have to check into that.
The nonprofit permit type, and again, I haven't really had an opportunity to review the language in the trailer bill. It also allows the county to put in place reduced fees or waive fees. And so if there is interest in trying to create a more streamlined path for the truly small grower, that might be something worth looking at.
Mm-hmm.
To the mic, please, briefly.
Casey O'Neill. One thing we did see included in the trailer bill finally is the authorization for co-ops. The difficult part of it, having been part of a cooperative project these last 2 years, is the administration of it is a tremendous amount of work. I think there's a real opportunity for a public-private partnership between the county to bring a bunch of these small, tiny cultivators into cooperative projects under a nonprofit heading that would then allow them to engage in economies of scale, enter the legal marketplace, while receiving some support in terms of administrative functions from the county and streamlining the costs.
Please provide us an outline of what that would look like.
Yeah, it's interesting, Casey.
Other items from staff?
I would just like to, just an informational thing. I've done these numbers in the past, and I just wanted to share this with the board. The initial study says that we have 1.8 million acres that could be available for cannabis. If we had 2,000 permits, if we issued 2,000 permits, we're talking about 500 acres in this county out of the 2.2 million we have. And if, as Mr. Chaitanya says, that we may have 10,000, people cultivating out there, if we could get those people in and get them permitted and under a regulatory system, we would be talking about 3,000 acres. And, currently we have 16,000 acres of grapes. I don't have the acreage for timber, but we have 1,300 acres of pears. So just in perspective, I just want the board to just kind of wrap their head around that, because for me, it was illuminating.
Well, and I believe those citations with reference to the number of acres potentially available, in that someone could potentially be permitted on any of those various acres, but 160 acre parcel, you're talking about 10,000 square feet. So I think those facts are precisely why the board was able to successfully adopt a mitigated negative deck rather than conduct an EIR. And the further you get away from those, we think we've identified impacts that are not significant, then you're potentially into a much more extensive environmental process.
Well, and if we can get those individuals in and under the regulatory structure, the impacts are going to be even less.
That was my argument all along. And, frankly, I think the consultants started out up here in considering the potential impacts, when in reality, at worst, they were always down here, because we were talking about already existing cultivation. We were, other than rather modest increases for people coming into the system, we weren't talking about ramping up what was already existing. We were talking about bringing it into a regulated system so we could minimize the impacts.
Mm-hmm.
Other comments from the board? Supervisor Hamburg.
Well, I'd appreciate it if Ms. Curry could just write those figures down. I'd like to have them. I think they're very useful.
Yes, and I thank you.
Yeah.
Really.
1.8, 2,500 acres.
Kind of put it in perspective, though.
Supervisor Brown.
Yes, I still want to talk about these dates, because I think that the board, I'm feeling that maybe the 15th is not going to be enough time for staff, but I believe it was yourself, Mr. Chair, that said August. So maybe we need to look at a special meeting. I don't know if we would do that next Tuesday, but adding a special meeting of either August 22nd or 29th, or both.
I wonder if maybe on the 15th we should consider adding regular meetings for both the 22nd and the 29th to the master calendar. They have to be regular meetings rather than special. And so on the 15th, if there is board support for that, we could add those meetings, because we not only want to get this ordinance revised we also want to get the business license ordinance adopted. I support giving the board maximum flexibility to be able to act, provided staff is ready for us to act.
Yeah, and I think everyone needs to check their calendars. I think I do have something on the 29th.
I do
Maybe
as
it's
well.
on the 22nd. I can't remember.
Chairman Cowan.
Yes,
we
CEO
could-
Angelo.
Thank you. My office could bring an item to the board next week that would expand the calendar to add the 22nd and the 29th as regular meetings. And so if we did, I mean, I'm assuming you're thinking that the first reading of the ordinance would be August 22nd, and then we could come back on the 29th for a second reading. Those would be short meetings.
Supervisor Brown and I do both have a conflict on the 29th, but
What time is it?
10 to 1:30. So if the meeting were scheduled earlier,
Well,
I'll be out of town on
we
the
could
29th.
do
Yeah.
nine, if all you have to do is adopt or basically do the second reading of the ordinance, we could be in and out in an hour. So we could do 9 a.m. and be done by 10, or we could do 1:30, based on your calendar.
And is this on one of those 2 days or on?
The 22nd, we could start at 9 o'clock as usual, and that would be first reading. And I don't think that, we don't have any other items right now. And then the 29th would be the second reading. The non-cultivation or the business license ordinance doesn't go to the Planning Commission until September 7th, is that right? So we won't be able to deal with that at all. So if this board chooses, my office will bring something forward next week to add both of those meetings to the calendar as regular meetings.
so Tuesday the 29th, 9 is probably works, although we do have the 10 o'clock conflict.
And we'll have to drive to wherever.
Given that it is it's not your usual meeting, I mean, both of those meetings are being added to the calendar just for this specific ordinance. So we could certainly keep the agendas just to this item, or light, either way.
So, board members, are we open to, on the 15th, considering adding meetings on the 22nd and 29th? Supervisor Hamburg?
I serve at the pleasure of the chair.
Oh, my God. Do we have a stonemason that could memorialize that? Supervisor Croskey.
I'm fine with the 22nd. I'm actually going to be out of town on the 29th, so I will not be available for that one.
The 29th would be just
Well,
the
if it's
second
the second
reading,
reading,
so it's not,
The 29th is not as essential.
Right.
Supervisor Brown? As discussed. Supervisor Jurdy?
Out of town.
So you have 4 on the 22nd, is that right? And 3 on the, on the 29th?
Wait, I thought we had
No, Supervisor.
5 on the 22nd. Oh,
I'm out of town.
oh, okay.
How
So
many
got
do we
4
have
and
on the
4.
29th? Do we have 3 on the 29th?
Yeah, we have 4 and 3.
Yeah, I've got to talk to my significant other. But we'll have enough.
Well, we
So-
can further discuss this on the 15th.
I think-
Staff will bring the item forward. We can then decide, make a final decision.
Okay, the only thing is that we will, okay, that's fine. We'll bring an item forward to calendar both of those dates. I think we will need 3 on the 29th, though.
And on
That's
the
all.
22nd also, you need
We'll
3
have,
or-
we'll have
Yeah, we
4
need-
on the 22nd. We're down to either 2 or 3 on the 29th.
And can I suggest that everyone check their calendars? So that we get information back to the CEO. So the CEO and the chair can get the agenda for next
Yes.
Tuesday. and have some appropriate dates on there.
And the item for the 15th could also be written in a way that is flexible enough the board could further discuss on the 15th exactly which dates might be added.
And I would ask this board if the 29th is a problem, would this board consider either the 30th or the 31st? No? Okay. All right, so my counsel here is saying, no, you can't do that. So
Oh,
I'm just-
because they, the regular meeting must
Right,
be on a Tuesday.
right. So, okay, so we'll bring forward an item next week for the 22nd and 29th, and we'll just hope for the best. Okay?
Who would like to have the final word before we adjourn?
Walt, I'll get the gavel.
We are adjourned.